Goku's otherworldly journey starting from Naruto. Greetings, fellow multiversal adventurers. It's an honor to have you back in this saga that has us all hooked. Official channel statement: this story is 100% epic fiction, so please don't attempt real magic. The results aren't guaranteed and insurance won't cover it. The rights to this masterpiece belong entirely to its brilliant original author. We are just a barge sharing it with you. Do you want to keep being part of this amazing community? Join our ninja army of subscribers on YouTube and give this content a like. And for true fans, our Patreon has exclusive ninjutsu waiting for you. Chapter 151 Naruto, my hands are itching, fight with me. Jiraiya, with a lewd smile on his face, was admiring the beautiful scenery of the hot springs. Unlike last time, when he could only see through a small aperture, his perspective was extremely narrow. This time, he was at a commanding height, commanding a panoramic view. Almost everything within the hot springs lay before him. Why only almost? Because the white mist still obstructed his view somewhat. It turns out this way I can get more information. I was too conservative before. He stared intently at this and that, secretly reassuring himself of his own wisdom. But then, he suddenly noticed something and turned his head. A figure rapidly enlarged in front of him. You old pervert, take this punch. What? His eyes widened, and without a second thought, he pushed off with his hands and feet, using the wall's recoil to push back. Snap! Snap! Two landings echoed almost simultaneously. Jiraiya, who had landed on the other side of the alley, and Naruto, who had stopped and landed, exchanged glances. You little jerk. Why are you ruining my plans again? Seeing this familiar face, Jiraiya gnashed his teeth in anger. Although he had previously told the man to wait, that was just a pre-departure warning to scare him. It didn't mean he would actually come. He was a shinobi hero, after all. How could he be so narrow-minded? Furthermore, after guessing Naruto's identity, it was even more unlikely he would seek him out. He hadn't expected Naruto to see him again, even after he'd already slipped away. What the hell? Was this some kind of divine intervention? Hey, you old pervert, Naruto, I just can't stand your actions. How about you fight me? If you beat me, I'll leave you alone. Naruto chuckled at him, revealing his true intentions. Indeed, his main reason for disrupting Jiraiya's peeping was a desire for a fight. The reason was that he had previously sensed a strong aura in the man. Having not clashed with a stranger for so long, he naturally felt the urge to fight. He was feeling refreshed after soaking in the hot springs, making him even more fit for a fight. Of course, he hadn't expected to run into the other person here, which made him feel that God was helping him. A fight? Jiraiya's face was a little surprised when he heard it. He had never thought that Naruto would come to him just to fight him. However, he had seen a lot of situations, and after a moment of surprise, he reacted and said with a teasing smile, "Brat, do you know who I am?" Naruto crossed his arms and curled his lips. Does it matter who you are? It's just a fight. It doesn't matter whether you know your identity or not. He did want to know the other person's name before, but now he didn't want to, because now he had caught the other person. It didn't matter whether he knew it or not. After saying this, he looked at the other man with an inexplicable expression, a provocative smile curling his lips. Could it be that you, old pervert, are scared? Jiraiya's smile faltered, and he said with a hint of irritation, "Brat, I told you, I'm not some old pervert. I'm just gathering material." Then he glanced at Kakashi, Goku, and the others approaching from the alley. His expression regained its composure, a subtle smile playing on his face. "Since you insist on a fight, then I'll be at your service." Outside the Yu village, in a secluded clearing nestled in the woods, Jiraiya and Naruto stood still. Of course, if they wanted to fight, they couldn't do it in another village, as they'd damage their property or be mistaken for enemies. So they chose this spot and prepared to fight. "Brat, do you really not want to know who I am?" Jiraiya asked again before the fight. After meeting Kakashi, they exchanged a glance, a tacit agreement, and nothing more was exchanged. So, until now, no one except Kakashi knew his identity. "Not unless you beat me." Naruto held his head high, his expression nonchalant. He truly had no interest in knowing who the opponent was. He simply wanted to fight. If, after the fight, he found out he was stronger, he'd want to know their identity without them even asking, giving him more targets to pursue. And if they were weaker, then there was no need to discuss anything. They could just part ways, forget about the world. No, forget about the ninja world. Ho ha ho ha, Upon hearing his response, Jiraiya suddenly burst into laughter. "Good boy, I'm starting to get interested in you." He stared at Naruto intently. He sensed a strong sense of confidence emanating from his words. It wasn't arrogance or conceit, but simply confidence, a fierce belief in his own abilities. In other words, this kid truly believed he had a chance of defeating him. He was curious what gave him such confidence. Was it the teacher he didn't know yet? He glanced subtly at Goku, who was grinning at the sidelines. Son Goku. This was the name the third Hokage had told him. He began to wonder how this man had trained Naruto. In that case, let me see your strength, little brat. Remember to give it your all, or don't blame me if you get beaten to tears later. Jiraiya grinned, his whole body emitting the same surging aura of confidence. Although he believed that Naruto was quite capable, he was more confident in himself. After all, his current strength came from fighting through the Second and Third World Wars. Now, if he activated the Sage mode, he would undoubtedly have the strength of a cage. I can't wait. Naruto twisted his neck and clenched his fists, making a crackling sound of cartilage. He stared at Jiraiya with excitement, his eyes full of fighting spirit. He hadn't fought for so many days, and his body was almost rusty. On the sidelines, as the two were about to fight, Goku suddenly glanced at Kakashi. "Hey, Kakashi, you two know each other, right?" Though it was a question, his tone was firm. Kakashi was stunned for a moment, then immediately realized who Goku was referring to by you. "I didn't expect you'd figure it out," he said with a wry smile, shaking his head. He and Jiraiya had only exchanged glances the entire time, and he hadn't expected Goku to pick up on them. "Haha, I just happened to notice," Goku said, rubbing his nose and grinning. "So, that's how it is." Looks like my feeling was right. Overhearing their conversation, Sasuke suddenly understood. He had previously felt something was amiss between Kakashi and Jiraiya, but he couldn't figure it out. Hearing they knew each other, he immediately understood the source of the quirk. "What are you talking about? Who does Kakashi-sensei know?" Karin was the only one left, bewildered, not understanding the riddle Goku and Kakashi were talking about. "Well, let me tell you first. The man Naruto was fighting is, boom." Before Kakashi could finish, a loud bang erupted from the field, causing him to pause and look toward the arena. "Smelly boy, how come you're so strong?" Naruto slammed the ground with a powerful blow, shattering it into pieces. Jiraiya, dodging the blow, was startled, feeling as if Naruto's figure overlapped with a figure deep within his own mind. This brat, his strength is almost as strong as hers. As if recalling some unpleasant memory, he felt a dull pain in his ribs. "Hey, you old pervert, you're not scared already, are you?" Naruto pulled his foot away, a teasing smile on his face. Little bastard, don't get too cocky." After the shock wore off, Jiraiya regained his composure and clapped his hands together, without so much as a single hand seal. "Fire style, flame bullet, whoosh!" A burst of scorching flames instantly erupted from his mouth, blasting towards Naruto with lightning speed. Good timing, the flames reached Naruto in an instant, exposing him to terrifying heat that threatened to incinerate him. But there was no fear on his face, for he had already prepared to dodge. Swish! His figure vanished like a bubble, and the flames passed through it, soaring into the uninhabited area behind him. "This kid's really fast." Seeing his evasive movement, Jiraiya's eyes flashed, and he found this fight even more intriguing. At the same time, he became more serious. If he wasn't careful, he could really make a fool of himself. Whoosh! After dodging the attack, Naruto tiptoed and shot towards Jiraiya like an arrow, clearly intending to engage in close combat. But Jiraiya, knowing Naruto's immense strength, wouldn't easily allow him to engage in a head-on close combat. With a puff of his lips, Naruto unleashed another flaming bullet. This time, due to the close distance and his own extreme speed, dodging proved difficult. So, he simply gave up. He instantly unleashed a burst of ki, shielding his entire body with it. Then, he swung his right hand at the incoming flames, attempting to disperse them. However, to his surprise, while his powerful gust of wind dispersed some of the flames, more clung to his arm like a thorn in his flesh, threatening to spread upwards. Wow! What kind of flames are these? Seeing this, Naruto quickly increased his ki output, ensuring the flames wouldn't burn him while simultaneously trying to extinguish them. However, his efforts proved ineffective. While the flames didn't burn him, he proved unable to extinguish them. So, in a moment of urgency, He gathered the flames together with his ki, then simply threw the portion of ki attached to the flames. This maneuver finally freed him from the flames. "Hey, old pervert, what kind of flames are these?" Having escaped danger, he stared at Jiraiya with a hint of fear. He'd dispersed flames before, so he felt reassured. He hadn't expected to be caught off guard this time, though. "Ha ha ha, brat, now you know how powerful I am." Jiraiya put his hands on his hips and laughed heartily. But inside, he breathed a sigh of relief. He hadn't expected someone to take his flaming bomb with their own body, and he'd been so frightened he almost thought something tragic was about to happen. Fortunately, Naruto, though clueless, had some defensive skills. He wasn't actually burned by his flames, and even managed to repel them. "Brat, didn't your sensei tell you to be cautious with any opponent and any attack?" After a hearty laugh, Jiraiya looked at Naruto sternly. He didn't know why Naruto had acted that way, but he felt he had to teach him a lesson. Otherwise, he'd suffer greatly in the future. "I know. I let my guard down this time. I won't do it again. Thank you for the reminder." Naruto could sense the kind words in the other person's words, and his impression of the old pervert began to improve. "HMPH, you admit your mistakes and correct them. You're a good boy." Seeing that Naruto had listened to his advice, Jiraiya raised an eyebrow, feeling somewhat relieved. It was rare for a child his age to listen to others' advice. "Alright, let's get on with it." Naruto's eyes fixed, and without further ado, he quickly formed hand seals with his hands, multiple shadow clone jutsu, bang, bang, bang. 7 or 8 of Naruto's shadow clones instantly appeared around him. Since the other party didn't want to engage him in close combat, he would force him to fight himself. He didn't believe that the other party could destroy all of his shadow clones at once with just a single firebomb. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Charge, take him down. The 7 or 8 shadow clones, along with his original body, spread out, forming a semi-encirclement and attacking Jiraiya. Seeing this, Jiraiya, a seasoned warrior, could not fail to guess his intention. He gave a powerful kick to his feet and leaped to his feet. Then, he clapped his hands in midair, random lion hair jutsu, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In an instant, his long white hair spread out behind him, resembling a lion's head. Then, multiple strands of hair rapidly extended, shooting towards each Naruto who had just struck him. What? Naruto was shocked, having never imagined such an ninjutsu existed. The weaker shadow clones were caught unawares and caught in the act. Then, a moment later, bang, bang, bang. The hair that had entangled them, like steel ropes, suddenly contracted, and the force it transmitted was enough to shatter stone, causing them to instantly dissipate into white smoke. "This is truly formidable. I found the right opponent this time," Naruto, who had leaped away, thought to himself as he watched this scene. The strength of his opponent only heightened his excitement, his blood boiling. "Hey! Did you dodge it?" Seeing Naruto, the only one left on the field, Jiraiya put on a teasing smile. "Little brat. You're still trying to use a human wave against him. Now let's see what you can do to me." The next moment, his smile froze. As Naruto retreated, a ball of energy suddenly condensed in his hand. "Is this a Rasengan?" The thought first crossed his mind, but he immediately dismissed it. "No, that's not right. It's not a Rasengan. It looks like one, but it's actually another type of energy attack." As one of the inventors of the Rasengan, he could immediately tell the difference. From his observation, the way this energy ball formed and operated was completely different from the Rasengan. Most importantly, it wasn't made of chakra, but a different type of energy. Is this the key the old man was talking about? He narrowed his eyes, thinking of the white aura surrounding Naruto earlier, and then recalled what the old man had said to him. His thoughts raced, and only a second passed in the outside world. A second later, the energy bullet in Naruto's hand had not only been condensed, but it had also reached his eyes, about to hide him. As a veteran of many battles, he naturally did not let his previous thoughts distract him. When the attack came, he immediately dodged. Boom. Then the energy bullet exploded on a tree not far behind him, blowing the tree, which was as thick as a man's head, into 2 pieces. It's quite powerful, and it can be thrown out, which is more convenient than the Rasengan. As he dodged, he glanced at it with his peripheral vision and made a conclusion in his mind. And then, when he looked in the direction of Naruto, his eyelids twitched and his pupils shrank. He saw Naruto condense energy bullets again and throw them at him, but this time it was not 1, nor 2, nor 3. Instead, it was dozens of bullets that almost filled his entire field of vision. "Look at my Naruto combo." Naruto, who had launched this combo, curled his lips and said excitedly. Chapter 152, Toad Immortal and Lustful Immortal. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of ki bullets flew forward, backward, left, and right, practically sealing off the space around Jiraiya. Jiraiya's eyes widened in disbelief. "No, how could you fire so many at once? This is outrageous." If he had any knowledge of traditional Chinese culture, he would have cursed, "Fuck you," but he didn't. After a moment of confusion, he could only quickly think of a response. The next moment, just as the ki bullets were about to strike him, he suddenly clasped his hands together, ninjutsu, needle jizo, swish, swish, swish. His hair, which had previously returned to its original shape, stretched out again, enveloping his entire body. Fueled by his chakra, it became as hard as iron, like a layer of armor. Clearly, he intended this move to withstand Naruto's numerous ki bullets. The next moment, boom, 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 boom. Dozens of ki bullets struck his hair or streaked past him into the trees behind him, exploding with dull, resonant explosions. After all this, Naruto didn't stop, but took the opportunity to attack Jiraiya, who was shrouded in white smoke and blinded by his sight. From his perception, he could tell his opponent's ki hadn't diminished at all. This meant he hadn't taken any damage from his attack. Given that, he didn't hold back and stood still. Whoosh! As he reached the white smoke, he seemed to sense something and stopped, crossing his arms in a defensive position. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the smoke. It was Jiraiya, who had emerged unscathed from the previous attack. His face was grinning, a blue chakra ball condensing in his hand. "Brat, this Rasengan is your return." Boom. He was swift, reaching Naruto in the blink of an eye and pressing the Rasengan hard against Naruto's shielding hands. With a bang, Naruto was blasted back by the Rasengan. His feet dragged two long grooves in the ground before he finally stopped. Shaking his numb arms, he grinned, "You old pervert, this won't do." "Oh? Nothing's wrong." Jiraiya narrowed his eyes, a touch of surprise. The Rasengan, a powerful ninjutsu he and Minato had developed over 3 years, naturally had more than just the ability to injure the enemy. Its most important effect was to temporarily disrupt the chakra of the victim, rendering them incapable of combat or even movement. And yet, from his perspective, Naruto was still alive and well, unaffected. At most, his arms were numb from the energy. It seems that so-called ki is helping him withstand the damage. He came to this conclusion almost instantly, watching the white aura emanating from Naruto once again. Otherwise, Naruto's effects couldn't have been limited to this. His guess was correct. Ki, a powerful energy source capable of both attack and defense, had played a significant role in the previous defense. Blocked by it, the Rasengan couldn't truly harm Naruto unless its energy was sufficient to breach the ki's defenses. To achieve this, a Rasengan of more than just an ordinary one would require a large Rasengan. However, Jiraiya's chakra wasn't sufficient to fire a large Rasengan, requiring him to activate Sage Mode. "Hey, what are you daydreaming about? If you don't attack, I'm going to," Naruto shouted, seeing Jiraiya standing still. His words brought Jiraiya back to his senses, and he smiled at him. "Boy, let's just fight here." He surveyed the surroundings, scorched by fire and the devastation from the ki bombs, and shook his head. "We're making too much noise. This isn't far from the Yun village. If we keep fighting, they'll probably send someone to investigate." Naruto was stunned when he suddenly heard the other party's proposal to stop the fight. "What? We're just getting started. Why are we stopping? If we're too close, why don't we just move farther away?" After the shock wore off, he frowned and said with a hint of annoyance. They had only fought for less than 5 minutes at most. That was nothing. It was just a warm-up at best. He had just started to feel a little hot and wanted to stretch his muscles, and he had never expected the other party to propose a ceasefire. "Haha, brat, we're not mortal enemies, are we?" Jiraiya chuckled, hands on his hips. "Of course not. Although I despise your behavior, it doesn't mean I have any hatred towards you," Naruto said without hesitation. "Pa." Upon hearing his answer, Jiraiya clapped his hands. "That's it, since we're not enemies, it's hard for us to fight with all our might. I could guarantee you wouldn't take too much damage with my previous attacks, but if we do, I can't guarantee that. I think you're probably the same." If Naruto were clearly much weaker than him, he wouldn't mind continuing the fight. Given the disparity in strength, he could guarantee he wouldn't seriously injure the opponent. But judging by the brief exchanges just now, Naruto's strength was clearly not much worse than his, or rather, on the same level. To truly determine the outcome, he would have to unleash some high-damage moves, potentially inflicting serious injury. Or, unless he activated Sage Mode and widened the gap in strength to a significant degree, he could still guarantee he wouldn't seriously injure the opponent. However, was there any need to make such a big deal out of a simple sparring match? So, after much deliberation, he decided to call it a day. He had a pretty good idea of Naruto's current strength, and even if he was holding back, it was probably pretty close. After hearing Jiraiya's explanation, Naruto fell silent. There was no denying his point. With his opponent constantly dodging and engaging him in close combat, he had few offensive options besides his ki bomb and multiple shadow clone technique. Only these two techniques guaranteed he wouldn't seriously injure his opponent. Techniques like ki kyune, ki slash, and kamehameha were powerful enough to either kill or injure. He couldn't use them against an opponent who wasn't his enemy. In other words, continuing the fight would just be a repeat of the previous scene. Is this really the end? Naruto said, scratching his face in anguish. With his fighting factor activated, he felt an itch all over his body, as if countless bugs were burrowing inside him, requiring a fight to slay them. Hey, Naruto, let me fight with you. I'm itching too. Just then, a voice suddenly interrupted the scene, bringing Naruto scratching to a halt. He glanced sideways to see Sasuke, arms folded, slowly approaching. It was clearly him who had spoken. Seeing him, Naruto's eyes lit up, like a thirsty man finding a refreshing spring. Great. Sasuke, it's been ages since we've clashed. He was deeply touched. With Sasuke, he could finally quench his nagging desire to fight. How? Sasuke chuckled softly, then glanced at Jiraiya, then at Kakashi, who was following behind him. But before we fight, let's hear from Kakashi-sensei about this person's identity, huh? An introduction. Naruto blinked, his expression bewildered. Clearly, like Karin, he hadn't noticed anything strange between Kakashi and Jiraiya. Ahem, let me tell you, this. Kakashi cleared his throat and was about to introduce Jiraiya to the crowd, but Jiraiya raised a hand to stop him. Wait, how can you tell me about this? I should be the one doing it myself, Jiraiya finished, straightening his appearance and posing with his hands. Listen up, everyone. I am the Toad Spirit, immortal Gaijin of Myoboku Mountain. It is the Toad Immortal. As soon as these words were spoken, 5 different expressions instantly crossed 5 different faces. Immortal? I say, you old pervert, you're flattering yourself too much. After a moment of confusion, Naruto twitched his lips, his expression speechless. Naruto, don't be disrespectful to Master Jiraiya, Kakashi quickly rebuked. Jiraiya? Why does that name sound familiar? Naruto scratched his head, feeling as if he had heard it somewhere before. Oh, you forgot. Kakashi-sensei once told us about the 3 ninjas of Konoha. We've met 2 of them, and the one we haven't met is exactly this name. Sasuke folded his arms, looking at Naruto with disdain. Oh, yes, I remember now. So you, old pervert, are another of the 3 ninjas. No wonder you're so powerful. After Sasuke's reminder, Naruto suddenly understood. Crackling. Jiraiya's clenched fists crackled. Unable to bear it any longer, his eyes etched with rage, he roared at Naruto. You brat, how many times do I have to tell you this? I'm just a novelist writing novels, not some old pervert. Tisk, a novelist? Who would believe that? Naruto remained skeptical, completely unconvinced. Kakashi. Tell him. Jiraiya tilted his head, snarling at Kakashi. That's right, Kakashi nodded, then spoke seriously. Jiraiya-sama is a great novelist. His novels are lively and engaging, beloved by readers. Huh? Naruto's expression froze at this remark. This old pervert was actually a novelist? Not only him, but also Sasuke, Goku, and Karin were surprised. Well, what novels has he written? Kakashi-sensei, tell me. After a pause, Naruto scratched his head, a look of curiosity and guilt on his face. It seemed he had truly misunderstood Jiraiya. Ahem, well, this time, Kakashi hesitated instead of answering immediately. Why not? Look, this is my novel. Jiraiya felt around in his arms, then pulled out a book, displaying his name on the cover for everyone to see. Emblazoned across the beautifully bound book cover were 4 large characters, Intimate Paradise. Huh? This isn't it, this isn't it. Naruto's eye twitched, and he pointed at it and shouted, "Isn't this the same risque novel Kakashi-sensei has been reading? What do you mean by source material? After all, you're still just an old pervert." He was speechless and indignant. He'd thought he'd wronged the other person, but to his surprise, the outcome was exactly what he'd said. No wonder Kakashi praised his novel so highly. He read it daily, so how could he not? "You bastard, say it again." Qualmy-toed sage, Jiraiya clearly wasn't ready to give up on correcting Naruto's address. "Got it." Pervert sage, Naruto didn't want to go along with him, but he also felt that pervert was a bit of a mouthful, so he went along with his words and gave him another name. After all the twists and turns, the name pervert sage reappeared in this time and space. Assigned to Jiraiya. Ha ha ha, the lustful sage is quite apt. Goku, who had been silent until then, chuckled. He recalled that his former teacher, Mutant, was known as Turtle Hermit, which also contained the character sage. Furthermore, he shared Jiraiya's lustful nature, a striking resemblance. Calling him the lustful sage would also be perfectly reasonable and appropriate. Come to think of it, I haven't officially met you, Mr. Son Goku. After Goku's intervention, Jiraiya didn't bother correcting Naruto's address. He looked at Goku and said sternly, "My name is Jiraiya, and I'm also a Konoha ninja. When Konoha was attacked, I arrived too late and couldn't help, but thankfully, Konoha is safe, and from what I understand, you've helped Konoha a lot, so as a Konoha ninja, I want to express my sincere gratitude." It might have been fine if he hadn't met Goku before, but now that he did, he felt compelled to thank him. Because not only had they helped protect Konoha, but they'd also indirectly helped him resolve a long-held concern, bringing Orochimaru back to Konoha. No, why are you all so polite? Haha. Goku patted his head and chuckled. Jiraiya was startled, then realized. Are you talking about Tsunade? He remembered Sasuke's mention of meeting the other 2 Sannin. Could Goku be referring to Tsunade? Ah, yes, it's her. You two are so polite in exactly the same way, Goku said with a grin. Tsunade, I didn't expect you'd run into her. After confirming this, Jiraiya felt a strange sense of emotion. It had been so long since he'd seen her. They'd both been roaming the ninja world, but neither had actively sought each other out, not even a chance encounter. It was as if they tacitly avoided each other. How's she doing now? Is her illness getting better, Kakashi? Jiraiya asked Kakashi, his eyes filled with longing, concern, and something else he couldn't quite put his finger on. He was well aware of Tsunade's hemophobia, a condition that had plagued her for over 20 years. He had considered whether there was a way to help her resolve it, but after much thought, he couldn't find a solution. Tsunade-sama is doing well now. There was a girl in our team, a disciple of Goku and me. After meeting Tsunade-sama, she passed her assessment and successfully became her apprentice, studying medical ninjutsu. Oh? And that's something. Tsunade is accepting another disciple. I thought Shizune was her only disciple for the rest of her life. Jiraiya was surprised, so much so that he even entertained the hope that Tsunade's hemophobia might be gone. What about her condition, however? Kakashi shook his head, dashing his hopes. Tsunade-sama's condition remains the same as before, showing no improvement at all. Oh, still the same, Jiraiya sighed. Sure enough, he should have harbored such hopes. Then, he changed the subject. So, what are you here for? Chapter 153 The Great Toad Immortal's Prophecy. Bang, bang, bang. Snap, snap, snap. In the open field, Naruto and Sasuke clashed fiercely. Each collision of their already muscular bodies produced a thunderous explosion, making the ears of those nearby ring. Each punch and kick unleashed a gust of wind, a violent gust of air sweeping across the ground, sending gravel flying and scattering with a crackling sound. Their taijutsu is truly remarkable. To be able to achieve such taijutsu at such a young age, I can only say that your teaching, Goku, is truly remarkable, Jiraiya, observing from the sidelines, exclaimed in genuine wonder. Remember, Naruto and Sasuke were only 13 years old, their bodies still immature. To possess such strength at this age, what would it hold for them in adulthood? He was also secretly thankful that he had made the right decision not to engage in close combat with that brat Naruto earlier. While his taijutsu skills were not bad, he usually relied primarily on ninjutsu in combat, leaving his taijutsu somewhat neglected. Fighting against someone as clearly excelling in taijutsu as Naruto would be a difficult task. Haha, no, no, Goku patted his head and chuckled, then his face straightened. This is all the result of their hard work. Naruto and Sasuke are both incredibly diligent in their training. If it weren't for that, no amount of my teaching would have helped. Goku is right. Naruto and Sasuke are truly hardworking, Kakashi echoed, his eyes filled with complexity. In the months since he became Goku's disciple, Naruto and Sasuke had barely missed a day of training. He saw that clearly. Otherwise, Naruto and Sasuke wouldn't have seen such a dramatic transformation in just a few short months. How, that's true, Jiraiya chuckled. By the way, you haven't told me yet what your purpose is in coming here. Naruto's eagerness to fight Sasuke had put his question aside, and he focused on observing the fight between Naruto and Sasuke. We are, Kakashi replied calmly. Oh, you're traveling, and you're going to other ninja villages to fight strong men, Jiraiya nodded calmly. The next second, his eyes suddenly bulged, and his head jerked 90 degrees, looking at the calm and composed Kakashi. What did you say, going to other ninja villages to fight? Kakashi nodded calmly, as if to say, yes, what's the problem? Little did he know that a few months ago, when he first heard the news, he had the same expression as Jiraiya. Swish. Jiraiya leaned over and looked at Goku to Kakashi's right. Goku, Kakashi said you came up with this idea. Goku scratched his head and looked at him blankly. Huh? Yes, I did. We've already been to Iwagakure village. This time we're going to. Goku rested his chin on his hand, thinking for a moment, then realized he had forgotten the name of his next destination. He scratched his head and looked at Kakashi sheepishly. Kakashi, what's the name of the place we're going to this time? The Hidden Cloud Village? We're going to the Hidden Cloud Village in the Land of Lightning, Kakashi replied, seemingly expectantly, the moment Goku finished asking. Oh, yes, yes. That's the name, Goku suddenly understood. Jiraiya, however, was already completely bewildered. He opened his mouth wide, pointed at Goku and Kakashi, and asked blankly, you've been to the Hidden Cloud Village? Then how did you? He had so many questions that he didn't know where to begin. So, Kakashi patiently recounted what happened in the Hidden Cloud Village. By the time he finished, Jiraiya's bewilderment had turned into a daze. Goku had defeated Inoki? And even withstood Inoki's dust release without a scratch? After so many years in the ninja world, he'd thought he'd seen enough. Nothing shocks him, not even the news of Orochimaru's attack on Konoha. But today, he'd heard news that shook him to his core. At that moment, he suddenly recalled something the third Hokage had said to him, and it dawned on him even more profoundly. It was this, Jiraiya, that man is very, very strong. A day later. Jiraiya-sama, are you still staying here? Kakashi asked Jiraiya at the entrance to the inn. Yes, as you know, I've been searching for the Child of Prophecy for years, but sadly, I haven't found him yet, so, I thought it would be better to stay in one place for a while. Maybe the Child of Prophecy will find us, Jiraiya chuckled, glancing at Goku and his companions. Little did he know, the so-called Child of Prophecy had indeed come, right before his eyes. But the Great Toad Sage's predictions were so lowbrow, without even a physical image. Otherwise, he would have recognized him right then and there. Tisk. Lecherous Sage, I think you just want to stay here and continue spying on others, Naruto said with disdain, crossing his arms. He didn't believe he was after the Child of Prophecy, he was definitely trying to continue his despicable and perverted behavior. How many times do I have to tell you, I was just gathering information. Gathering information, Jiraiya roared. Then he looked at Goku, what a shame. I can't have a good chat with that Kame Sennin whose name sounds so similar to mine. It's truly a regret in my life. Yesterday, during dinner, Goku mentioned an old man named Kame Sennin. Upon hearing that he shared his appreciation for beauty, he called him his confidant. He was also amazed to learn that he was also a man of action, feeling like a younger brother to him. He regretted not being able to exchange ideas and learn from him. Ha ha ha, Goku rubbed his head and laughed foolishly. He didn't realize that after his words yesterday, Kame Sennin, once so glorious and towering in Naruto's heart, had completely fallen to pieces. Goodbye, then. Have a pleasant journey, Jiraiya waved and turned to leave. Then let's go too. We just have to cross one more small country and we'll reach the Land of Lightning. After watching Jiraiya leave, Kakashi said solemnly. Yoshi. Let's go then. I heard that the Raikage of the Hidden Cloud Village is skilled in taijutsu. I can't wait to spar with him, Goku said with a grin. While he was interested in other strange techniques in this world, his greatest interest remained the physical techniques that could deliver a physical blow. Even if the opponent's strength was vastly inferior to his own, he didn't mind. After all, he knew that with his current strength, few could match him. So, they set off for the Land of Lightning, their destination, the Hidden Cloud Village. Elsewhere, after parting ways with Goku and the others, Jiraiya, like Naruto, resumed his usual obscene behavior. This time, however, his attention wandered as he admired the scene. Ah, it's been so many years. Who could this child of prophecy be? I used to think it was Nagato, but he's dead. Then I thought it was Minato, but he's dead too. Now, all my disciples are dead. Who could possibly be my new disciple? He clung to the wall with one hand, his chin in his hand with the other, feeling a sense of melancholy. He had searched for the prophecy given to him by the Great Toad Sage, the child of destiny who could change the course of the entire ninja world, for decades, yet he still hadn't found him. He felt a deep sense of frustration. The warm sunlight streamed down on him, illuminating his somewhat melancholic expression. Stay here for another month. If I still can't wait, he began to mutter, but his words abruptly stopped. Duh. A bird flying overhead caught sight of the scene below, its feathers nearly falling off in fright. Flutter. 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 Its heart trembled as it flapped its wings and fled. Below, the figure clinging to the wall vanished like a bubble, as if it had never been there. Far beyond the ninja world, in an unknown and beautiful place. Swish. Jiraiya suddenly appeared. What? A reverse summoning technique? Mount Myaboku, steadying himself, Jiraiya took in his familiar surroundings and immediately realized he had been reverse summoned here by a toad from Mount Myaboku. Wow, little Jiraiya, you're so old already, an old voice called from his feet. He looked down and saw it was none other than the long-lost Sennin Fukasaku. Clearly, he had been reverse summoned here. Ahaha. Sennin Fukasaku, it's been ages. He put his hands on his hips and laughed heartily. Sennin Fukasaku was a small green toad with a white beard, white eyebrows, and a wisp of white hair. Despite its small size, its power was among the strongest in Mount Myaboku. Seeing Jiraiya, whom it hadn't seen for a long time, it sighed with emotion. I've almost forgotten when we last met, and it's already been 40 years since you first came to Mount Myaboku. Ha ha ha, Jiraiya laughed heartily. If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have realized it was so long. Then his face straightened. So, Master Fukasaku, you suddenly summoned me here. Is there something urgent? In his opinion, someone would never summon him here for no reason. Something must be going on. He already had a suspicion. Was it related to the Great Toad Sage's prophecy? Sure enough, upon hearing his question, Master Fukasaku's face straightened as well, and he slowly said, that's right, little Jiraiya. Not long ago, the Great Toad Sage said that the prophecy it had given you. Master Fukasaku took a deep breath. It's changed, so you don't know what's changed in the prophecy? Jiraiya asked Fukasaku on the way to the temple deep within Mount Myaboku, where the Great Toad Sage resided. I don't know, Fukasaku shook his head. The Great Toad Sage said he'll tell you everything after he summons you, and not only has your prophecy changed, but the Great Toad Sage also dreamed of a new prophecy. Is that so? Jiraiya rested his chin on his hand, his brow furrowed in a knot. He had never imagined that the prophecy he had believed in and pursued for decades would one day change. What had happened to cause the prophecy to change? And what would this new prophecy be? He couldn't figure it out. He would have to wait and see the Great Toad Sage to find out. Don't worry too much, little Jiraiya. From what I've observed the Great Toad Sage, this change in the prophecy and the new prophecy shouldn't be a bad thing. Seeing the solemnity on his face, Fukasaku consoled him. Is that so? I see. Jiraiya felt a little relieved at that. After all, Fukasaku had accompanied the Great Toad Sage for many years, so his judgment was quite reliable. So, he stopped dwelling on the matter and turned to another question. Speaking of which, where's Shima Sage? Why haven't I seen him? Shima Sage was Fukasaku's wife, a purple-haired toad whose power and status were equally prominent in Myaboku Mountain. You mean the child's mother? She's home cooking. Well, Jiraiya-chan, it's been a while since you've been here. After you meet the Great Toad Sage, why don't you come over for dinner? Fukasaku Sage warmly invited him. Huh? Jiraiya's words instantly brought back memories of Shima Sage's colorful insect dishes. He would never eat that horrible thing again in his life. With a slightly purple face, he shook his head. No, next time, maybe next time, soon. They arrived at their destination. Looking at the temple before him, which remained exactly the same as it had been decades ago, Jiraiya felt a wave of emotion, and followed Fukasaku into the temple. Inside, a tall orange toad sat dozing on a throne in the center. It looked incredibly old, countless wrinkles covering its body, each one a testament to the passage of time. Looking at it was like witnessing time, witnessing history. Big Toad Sage, I've brought little Jiraiya, Fukasaku called out as he approached it. After a long moment, the orange toad, also known as the Big Toad Sage, finally awoke, his eyes opening a barely perceptible slit. It's Fukasaku. What's wrong, Big Toad Sage? I've brought little Jiraiya, Fukasaku repeated. Oh, the Big Toad Sage raised his head slightly, glancing at the figure behind him. Who's coming? Speechless, Fukasaku twitched his lips and grumbled, Big Toad Sage, is it fun that you always pull this tactic? Ha ha ha? Jiraiya put his hands on his hips and laughed. It's okay, Big Toad Sage. I'm Jiraiya. It's been a long time since we last met. Oh, it's little Jiraiya, the Big Toad Sage replied. Ha ha ha, it's me, Jiraiya continued to laugh. But his laughter faded as he noticed that the Big Toad Sage's eyes seemed to have closed again. Snap! Fukasaku covered his head helplessly. Ah, the Big Toad Sage has fallen asleep again. He spends most of his time sleeping now, and only very rarely is he awake. There's nothing I can do. I'll call him again. With that, he repeated his previous call. Great Toad Sage. When the Great Toad Sage awoke, it immediately said, I've brought little Jiraiya here. Didn't you say you'd tell him about the prophecy? Now you can. Oh, the Great Toad Sage replied softly, then looked at Jiraiya. This time, Jiraiya didn't give the other a chance to ask him a question, but spoke first. Great Toad Sage, I'm Jiraiya. Tell me about the prophecy. The Great Toad Sage, successfully brought to the subject, began to recall the prophecy. Yes. Prophecy. Didn't you say my prophecy changed, and then there's a new one? Let me think. That's true. Then tell me, how did the prophecy about me change, and what did it change to? Jiraiya stared at the Great Toad Sage, eager for the answer. I don't know why your prophecy changed. As for the change, it's about the Child of Destiny. The Child of Destiny? What happened to him? Jiraiya's pupils shrank. The old voice of the Great Toad Immortal slowly said, This Child of Destiny, he will not be your disciple. Chapter 154, Jiraiya's Confusion, Rapper Karibi. Rumble. Atop the peaks, beneath the vast sky, thunder roared like drums, shaking every inch of the earth. Here, the mountains stretched endlessly, towering into the clouds, seemingly teetering on the brink of kissing the sky. Deafening thunder echoed through the mountains, each creak a testament to nature's power and majesty. A timid person would likely feel a wave of fear, their legs trembling. But now, on the path at the foot of the mountain, a group of people, ignoring the might of the heavens, marched forward with such bravado, seemingly unfazed by the threat of nature. Oh no, some people were actually afraid. Among them, a red-haired girl clutched the hem of a tall man's shirt tightly, her face etched with nervousness as she listened to the intermittent roars of terrifying thunder. Kakashi, are we really going this way? Can't we try another route? Or, maybe wait until the thunder stops? Karin couldn't help but ask Kakashi, who was leading the way. You're not afraid, but I am. Do you know how terrifying this thunder must be for a young girl who's barely heard it? Kakashi turned around and gave her a helpless smile. Karin, it's not that I don't want to take another route, but this is the only way I know to reach the hidden cloud village. I can't guarantee anything else. As for this thunder, it's a characteristic of the land of lightning. It's said to resonate non-stop every day, and there's no way to wait it out. They had now successfully entered the land of lightning. The moment they entered, they witnessed a thunder that reverberated year-round. For Kakashi, this thunder was nothing. After all, he'd once used Chidori to cut through the lightning in the sky. Mere thunder wouldn't scare him. Naruto and Sasuke weren't frightened by the thunder either. Instead, they marveled at it, delving into the source of the thunder with great interest. As for Goku, needless to say, Those who understand know that the only things that frightened him were injections and an angry Chi-Chi. That left Karin utterly dejected. Rarely having heard the sound of thunder, and possessing the natural fear of most girls, she was terrified by it. She could only cling to Goku, seeking safety in his presence. "It's okay, Karin, don't be afraid." Goku placed his large hand on Karin's head, rubbing it briefly before smiling. Experiencing nature, understanding it, is also part of spiritual practice, but, Karin bit her lip, a hint of fear still lingering on her face. But as she met Goku's encouraging and caring gaze, she felt a surge of strength surge through her, slowly dissipating her fear. After a while, she slowly released her grip on Goku's shirt, took a deep breath, and attempted to walk alone despite the thunder. Seeing this, Goku smiled with relief and looked up at the sky, curious about the source of the thunder. After all, there were no thunderclouds in the sky. After a while, he couldn't figure out anything, so he shook his head and let it go. He'd be better off thinking about his next meal, since it was almost time. Far outside the ninja realm, in the lush forest of Mount Myaboku, Jiraiya sat alone atop the tallest tree, gazing at the horizon in a trance. The prophecy. Why did the prophecy change? Why won't the child of destiny become my disciple? After the great toad sage had told him this, his mind was in a tizzy, unable to comprehend the reason. Furthermore, the great toad sage couldn't offer an answer, leaving him feeling even more bewildered. If the child of destiny couldn't become his disciple, and he didn't need to guide them onto the right path, then what had all his years of hard work been for? Was it all just a dream? He rubbed his brow, feeling more lost than ever. And what does that new prophecy mean? He recalled the great toad sage's final prediction. It was that in the future, the ninja realm would experience a major upheaval, and within this upheaval, a yellow-haired figure would appear. The second half of the prophecy seemed completely baffling to him. He could understand the first half of the great upheaval, which simply meant something major had happened in the ninja world, like the previous Ninja World War. But the second half, the appearance of a yellow-haired individual amidst the upheaval, completely baffled him. What did this mean? Since it was a major upheaval, the impact would surely be widespread, so wouldn't it be normal for someone with yellow hair to be involved? Forget yellow hair, even the appearance of people with red, orange, green, blue, indigo, purple, or any other color wouldn't be surprising to him. But why did the great toad sage single out the appearance of a yellow-haired individual? Could this person be the mastermind behind the great upheaval in the ninja world, or a hero who'd help resolve it? Or perhaps, was this person the child of destiny he had been searching for? He asked the great toad sage this question, but he only replied, "I don't know." In other words, it was impossible to determine whether this person was good or evil, nor was it clear what role this person played in the great upheaval. The great toad sage's predictions are becoming more and more enigmatic. Jiraiya sighed helplessly. The prophecy he'd given him previously had at least accurately pinpointed the child of destiny to his own disciple. But now, it had inexplicably changed. And now, the scope of the new prophecy was too broad. There were countless yellow-haired individuals in the ninja world, and if he wanted to find this person, he had no idea how. There was no other information to pinpoint them. Furthermore, there was no telling what purpose he would serve. If, as he suspected, this person played a crucial role in the great upheaval, that would be fine. But what if they were just a random stranger, a random person in the great toad sage's dream? Then wouldn't searching for them be a waste of time? The more Jiraiya thought about it, the more his head sank. He didn't know what to do next. Should he continue searching for the child of destiny, who would no longer be his disciple, or should he look for the so-called yellow-haired individual? Or should he ignore both and simply inform the third Hokage of the great upheaval in the ninja world, so that Konoha could prepare in advance, and then he could just laze about his life? Oh, this is going to be tough. A few days later. We should be only a short distance from the hidden cloud village, Kakashi concluded, surveying his surroundings. We're finally almost there. I can't wait to clash with the formidable warriors within. Naruto rubbed his fists, his face brimming with excitement. Ahem, be polite when you meet the Rankage later, as he's a fiery individual. While we're not afraid of him, it's best to avoid confrontation, Kakashi advised, his fist to his lips. Unlike the Iwagakure village, while they had rescued their ninjas from outside and established a good foundation for communication, this visit to the hidden cloud village was like a showdown, and the Rankage was a fiery individual. He feared he'd consider them enemies at the slightest disagreement. I know, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto said with a grin. Not far from Goku and his companions lay a place called Kumo-Rakage Gorge. Here, towering mountains, shrouded in mist, and eagles wailed. It felt like a paradise on earth. Halfway up the mountain, on a vast, artificially carved platform, a wooden house stood quietly. Suddenly, a hand lifted the curtain. Immediately afterwards, a large man with sunglasses, light yellow hair, dark skin, and 7 long swords slung across his back flashed out in a strange posture. Damn, it's so late, idiot, Berkelu, bastard, Kuneolu, he hummed a strange melody, as if he were rapping. And he was the 8-Tails Jinchuriki of the Hidden Cloud Village, the partner of the 4th Raikage, and a funny man who loved rap, Killer B. After Killer B walked out, he stretched out his thumb, index finger, and pinky finger, made rap gestures, and then twisted his body wildly. He hummed as he twisted his body forward, starting training this morning. I'm so hungry, my favorite thing is rap. What's for lunch? Braised pork belly. Oh yeah. As his rap ended, his body suddenly stopped and struck a pose. Huh? As he stopped moving, a reflection seemed to flash off his sunglasses. I think I've discovered something. He stared intently ahead. A few hundred meters ahead, he saw 5 people advancing along the mountain path. They were none other than Wukong and his companions. They're heading towards the village. Oh. Then let me meet them and find out why they were here. The strange rhythm of the rap began again, and he shook his head. Then he sped forward. He reached the cliff and kicked his legs hard. Boom. He shot out like a rocket, aiming directly at Wukong and his companions. At the same moment, Goku and the others, who were advancing, seemed to notice something. Turning their heads, they saw a large, bizarre-looking man crashing down in front of them like a meteorite. Everyone was puzzled, wondering why a person had flown so close. When the dust cleared, revealing the man's true appearance, Kakashi's gaze fixed. Kirabi from the Hidden Cloud Village. As a participant in the Third Shinobi World War, he naturally recognized Killer-B, the renowned Jinchuriki of the Hidden Cloud Village. Back then, the duo of Killer-B and the 4th Raikage, with their Zetsugayu Raipei Katsu, defeated numerous powerful foes, earning them a formidable reputation in the ninja world. Notably, they had also battled their master, Minato Namake's, to a draw. Minato had even praised Killer-B's moves as those of a ninja killer. A ninja from Konoha? Killer-B folded his arms, surveying the group before him. His sunglasses obscured his expression, making it impossible to discern his true expression. Uncle, you seem very strong. When neither side spoke, Naruto stepped forward, looking at Killer-B and shouting excitedly. He sensed the powerful aura the old man exuded upon landing, stirring the fighting spirit within him. Killer-B looked at Naruto, puzzled. Why was this brat so excited? Suddenly, a gruff voice echoed within him. B, this brat is the 9-Tails Jinchuriki. It was none other than the 8-Tails Ushiki within him who spoke. This further bewildered Killer-B. Why would Konoha's 9-Tails Jinchuriki come to their place? And he's just a brat. Wasn't Konoha worried about him getting into trouble out there? Thinking of this, he raised his hands, shaking them, and rapped in a strange rhythm. Yo. Konoha ninjas, what are you doing here? 3 brats, 2 adults, what a strange combination, eh? Oh? 5 identical expressions crossed Goku and his companions' faces. Naruto's mouth twitched, his eyelids twitching. What a strange accent, Sasuke and Karin's sweet dropped. What a strange way of speaking, Goku, after a moment of surprise, curled his lips. Ha, I've never heard anyone speak like that before. Kakashi suppressed his speechless silence, stepped forward, and said solemnly, You're curious, Rabbi. We come here in friendly terms? We've been traveling around the ninja world, and this time we've come to you to have some fun. We also have some small goals that require the approval of your village's Raikage. Look, could you introduce us to your village's Raikage? He was already mulling over how to successfully enter the hidden Kumo village and meet the Raikage. Now, with Killer-B's help, they could surely achieve both goals. Travel? Purpose? What kind of purpose? Let me hear it, yo. Killer-B shook his head. Kakashi ignored his strange tone and, after a moment's hesitation, said, Well, we'd like to spar with the mighty ones in your village. He didn't mention that this meant the other village's Raikage. After all, that was too taboo, and bringing it up now would likely provoke hostility. Sure enough, Killer-B was surprised by his response, but his expression didn't betray any hostility. You want to spar with the mighty ones in our village? Is it you, The copy nin Kakashi, or this guy? Killer Bee pointed at Goku. In his opinion, only these two adults could spar with the mighty ones. As for the three brats, while one of them was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, given their age, they were probably still too young to control the power of the tailed beasts. They were at best Chunin, and sparring with the mighty ones was out of the question. Kakashi was about to respond when Naruto spoke up, his voice snarling, "Hey! What do you mean, ignoring me? I want to spar with the strongest, okay, huh?" Killer Bee looked at him, his strange tone reappearing. "Bakero, Kuneru, strange brat, yellow-haired brat, what kind of courage makes you say that? Is the Nine-Tails within you?" Oh yeah, Naruto's mouth twitched. Unlike Kakashi, he wasn't immune to the other's strange way of speaking yet. After a few seconds of pause, he pointed at him and said excitedly, "You know I have the Nine-Tails within me, so you must be a Jinchuriki too. How about we have a Jinchuriki showdown?" "Oh? You've mastered the Nine-Tails power?" Killer Bee's expression grew serious, and he dropped his tone. "No," Naruto replied without a trace of guilt. "But even if I haven't mastered it, I'm still very powerful. Don't underestimate me." "Oh?" Killer Bee narrowed his eyes under his sunglasses, and for the first time, he carefully examined the yellow-haired kid. But after watching for a long time, he didn't see anything special about him. But since he was challenged to a fight, he wouldn't back down. He would just treat it as a little exercise before dinner so that he could eat better later. "Yo. Weird little kid, belligerent little kid, your challenge, I accept it, yet." Writing about Killer Bee's speech in this chapter gave me a headache. Chapter 155, the first appearance of Gale Balm. The mountain peak, like a sword, pierced the clouds. A hazy mist swirled around the peak. Within this hazy veil, a massive, man-carved platform stood midway up the mountain. In the center of this platform, two figures stood facing each other. A gentle breeze rustled their clothes. But they remained motionless, staring at each other silently. Soon, one of the figures stirred. He shook his head, his voice emitting a strange cadence. Yo, Nine-Tailed brat, our battle is about to begin, now is the time to regret, if you don't, and I beat you to tears, don't blame me for not warning you." Yeah, across from him, Naruto's face was itched with a frown. This guy was incessant, his tone laced with almost every word. He felt his ears were being subjected to an unprecedented level of noise pollution. "Enough of the nonsense, let's get started." He pointed at the other person and spoke with fighting spirit. However, the other person didn't respond, instead looking to the side. There, Goku, Kakashi, Sasuke, and Karin stood quietly, looking at them. "Hey, blue-clad brat, cold-faced brat, your eyes are full of fighting desire, why don't you come up and fight this yellow-haired brat in me?" Killer Bee shouted, pointing at Sasuke. Huh? Sasuke froze at the sudden call. He was right, he really wanted to fight him, too. But since Naruto had spoken first, and the other party had agreed to fight Naruto, he didn't bring it up again. Hey, what do you mean? This is a fight between the two of us. Are you looking down on me by calling Sasuke up? Naruto frowned, his face furrowed. He was also thinking to himself that he would give the other party a lesson later, showing him that he was no slouch. Seeing Naruto's exasperated expression, Sasuke's lips curled into a smile, and he replied to Killer Bee. "Hell, I'll let it go. Let's just let that guy have a good fight first." Seeing this, Killer Bee shrugged and spread his hands. "It's a shame you're reluctant. In that case, His voice stopped abruptly. Question marks rose in everyone's heads. What happened? Why did this guy suddenly stop? Did he suddenly realize his accent was unpleasant and strange? But the next second, everyone's mouths twitched. Killer Bee said expressionlessly, "Yeah, bit my tongue?" Naruto was speechless for a long moment before asking again, "Say, shall we begin?" Killer Bee nodded. "Begin, little brat. Let me see what you're made of." Crack, crack, crack. Naruto clenched his fists, his blood boiling again. "Then I'll go." With that, he kicked off with his right foot, shooting straight at the opponent like an arrow. Boom. A dull thud echoed, and Naruto's right leg slammed into Killer Bee's shielding left arm. "Hey, little brat, weak strength, is that what you're trying to show me?" Killer Bee taunted in his odd voice. "It's more than that, watch this." Naruto wasn't enraged. He retracted his leg, then flashed behind him, delivering a powerful punch. However, Killer Bee seemed to anticipate the blow, dodging it with a whoosh. Seeing this, Naruto didn't hesitate, towing up to catch up, his fists raining down like a torrential downpour. Bang, 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 bang. Killer Bee struck just as swiftly, blocking every blow. Dragon-like power erupted from the clash of fists and kicks. For a moment, the field resounded with a rapid, intense sound of flesh clashing. After more than a dozen rounds, a glint of light flashed off Killer Bee's sunglasses. Then, he suddenly increased his speed, aiming for a gap in Naruto's defense and sending him flying. Whoosh, boom. Naruto arced through the air before crashing hard into the mountain wall behind him. After this, Killer Bee shook his head and rapped again, powerful strength, radiant charm, I am the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, yellow-haired brat, aggressive brat, you got sent flying, making a fool of yourself right at the start of the battle, yeah, crash. When he finished, Naruto rose from the rubble, twisted his neck, and rubbed his stomach where he had just been kicked. You're quite strong, man, he said, removing the weighted wristband from his hand. Bang! Bang! 2 loud bangs followed, sending dust billowing from the ground. Oh? Are you wearing weights? Killer Bee raised an eyebrow, a look of interest flickering across his face. 3 more loud thuds followed, and Naruto removed the weights from his feet and the weighted vest. Huh? That makes it easier. After removing the weights, Naruto did a few stretches, and a crackling sound echoed through his body. He had long since adapted to the weights, becoming one with them, so he'd forgotten to remove them before the fight. Alright, let's get started. He clenched his fists, excitement on his face. A gust of wind swept across the field, and his figure suddenly vanished. The next moment, he appeared before Killer Bee. Oh? So much faster. Killer Bee was a little surprised, but he remained calm. He raised his hand and caught Naruto's powerful attack. Then, fists and feet flashed frantically between the two. Bang, bang, bang. Clap, clapping. Thunderous crashes echoed across the field. The 2 men moved with incredible agility and speed, each strike leaving a dazzling afterimage. Dimples appeared on the ground at a visible rate, as if testifying to the intensity of the battle. Suddenly, Naruto shouted, and a white aura surged. The next second, with his sudden speed and power, he sent Killer Bee flying. Bang! This time, it was Killer Bee's turn to slam into the mountain wall, creating another massive hole in the poor thing. Well, did you see my strength? Naruto wiped his nose, a smug grin spreading across his face as he gazed at the vast hole shrouded in smoke and dust. With a sound of falling stones, Killer Bee emerged from the hole. He dusted himself off and looked at Naruto for a few seconds. Then, as if nothing had happened, he twisted his body around and rapped again, yo. Yellow-haired brat, aggressive brat, your strength is not bad, but not enough for me. If that's all, then surrender now, so that I can. His voice cut off again. Naruto's mouth twitched. Did you bite your tongue again? Killer Bee shook his head. No, I can't think of a word that rhymes. Bang. Naruto fainted. Then he climbed up, his eyes blazing. It seems you still have some strength hidden. Why don't you use it now and show me just how strong you are? Oh, really? A light flashed off Killer Bee's sunglasses. Of course. Come on, Naruto grinned. Killer Bee thought for a moment. He was not only skilled in taijutsu, but also in swordsmanship. Otherwise, he wouldn't be carrying 7 swords. But using a sword was too dangerous right now. After all, his opponent wasn't an enemy, just a sparring partner. Accidentally killing him would be disastrous. So, he decided to use the power of the tailed beasts. This 9-tailed brat said he couldn't master the power of the tailed beasts yet. So, he'd teach him a lesson, show him the terrifying power he possessed. Thinking of this, he silently chanted, Gyuki, within him. The 8-tailed Gyuki, already a telepathic connection, instantly responded, got it, fight. The next second, boom. Red-tailed beast chakra suddenly emanated from his body. This was also known as the tailed beast coat. Whoosh! Powerful and violent energy shook the air, sending powerful gusts of air surging in all directions. Under the influence of these gusts, the sand and gravel that had been lying quietly on the ground began to roll and even bounce. Feeling this surging momentum, Naruto's face grew solemn. But at the same time, excitement grew. This was the formidable opponent he'd been searching for. With a thought, he once again radiated white energy from his entire body, emitting an equally powerful aura. Boom! The 2 energies collided, intensifying the already powerful currents. Countless waves of energy erupted and swept across, rustling the clothes of Wukong and the others watching from the sidelines. After a brief silence, the two men on the field, seemingly in tacit agreement, moved in unison. The next moment, two iron fists, brimming with immense power, collided violently like meteorites colliding. Boom! A deafening crash echoed. Waves of energy erupted from their fists, sweeping outward with immense force. The next second, boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Rapid, equally deafening collisions echoed in rapid succession. Observing from the sidelines, one could only see two balls of light, one red and one white, rapidly intersecting, the figures within them barely discernible. Suddenly, the ball of white light was blasted away, slamming into the mountain wall like an arrow. Ahem, Naruto climbed from the rubble and wiped the blood from his mouth. This guy is really strong. Feeling the pain in his body, he couldn't help but grimace. Then, he formed hand seals with his hands, multiple shadow clone jutsu, bang, bang, bang. A large cloud of white smoke quickly rose. When the smoke dissipated, a dozen or so Naruto clones suddenly appeared on the field. Oh, Killer Bee raised an eyebrow. Watch my Naruto combo. Dozens of Naruto clones leaped into the air, and then their hands simultaneously gathered energy bullets, pouring down on Killer Bee as if they were free. Boom, boom, boom. Killer Bee didn't dodge, but stood still, controlling the eight-tailed beast chakra tails behind him, swatting the energy bullets one by one. It's useless, after all. Watching this, Naruto's original form, stationed behind him, grew increasingly stern, yet he remained unfazed. For at that moment, he was condensing a technique he'd developed 2 weeks prior, infusing wind-style chakra into a ki bullet. He'd named it Gale Bullet, a powerful move. After 2 weeks of practice, his speed had improved significantly compared to his previous slow pace. Even so, it still felt slow during combat, which was why he created shadow clones to help him buy time. Hey! You little brat, you aggressive brat, your moves are like tickling me. After taking Naruto's torrent of ki bullets without injury, Killer Bee taunted him with a strange tone. Damn it! Don't underestimate me, let's fight. Naruto's shadow clones, enraged, launched a massive attack, attacking Killer Bee. However, despite their numbers, their quality was insufficient. How could these clones rival Killer Bee's strength? Moments later, all of these shadow clones were sent flying by Killer Bee, dissipating into white smoke in midair. But at that moment, Naruto, having condensed his Gale Bullet, charged at Killer Bee, raising his hand high and hurling the Gale Bullet in his hand. Whoosh! With a shrill, air-piercing sound, the Gale Bullet slammed into Killer Bee with lightning speed. Boom! With a resounding explosion, Killer Bee was flung backward by the immense energy, instantly leaving 2 deep scratches on the ground. This one hurts a bit. Killer Bee lowered his crossed arms, a serious expression on his face for the first time. The moment the Gale Bullet struck him, he felt as if countless imperceptible blades had brutally pierced through the tailed beast's outer garments and pierced his body. If it weren't for the immense healing power of the tailed beast's chakra, he would have been seriously injured by now. Hey! What's your name, nine-tailed brat? Naruto's strength had earned his respect, and for the first time, he'd wanted to know his name. Hey, listen up. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto grinned. Seeing Killer Bee unscathed, he wasn't surprised at all. He'd long known that Jinchuriki, possessing tailed beast chakra, possessed immense healing abilities. This was why he felt confident unleashing the Gale Bomb, fearless of seriously injuring the opponent. Uzumaki Naruto? I've got it. Your strength is recognized. Then, next, I'll show you the even greater power of a Jinchuriki. Yet, after the strange tone subsided, Killer Bee rapidly gushed out even more tailed beast chakra. This chakra quickly solidified, changing from orange-red to dark red, emitting an even more terrifying and violent aura. This form, seeing this, Naruto was instantly reminded of his clash with Han in the Iwagakure village 2 months prior. Back then, Han, in this form, had defeated him with overwhelming strength. Now, after 2 months of diligent training, Naruto's strength had greatly increased. While he couldn't guarantee defeating Han in this form, he certainly wouldn't be defeated. Unfortunately, the opponent he faced wasn't Han, but Killer Bee. From his perception, Killer Bee's aura was significantly stronger than Han's. This meant this battle would be a difficult one. But it was also one that made his blood boil. He bowed slightly, clenched his fists, and let out a low roar. Immediately, a white aura swelled from his body like a flame fueled by fuel, emitting an even more powerful aura. At this moment, he had clearly unleashed his full strength, ready for a hearty, passionate fight with Killer B. Uncle, let's have a good fight. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156 Kamehameha's anger at the tailed beast ball in AI. Atop the peaks, the wind howled, and clouds thickened. A massive circular structure, anchored by several steel frames embedded deep into the surrounding mountains, stood firmly in midair. It held the air of unwavering composure, unmoved by the wind and rain. Not far to its side, numerous buildings towered atop a lofty mountain. This was the site of the hidden cloud village in the land of lightning. At this moment, in the office of the Raikage, a middle-aged man in a white cape and possessing an exceptionally muscular build, the fourth Raikage AI, was furrowing his brow as he went about his daily tasks. Suddenly, he slammed his hammer down on the table, exclaiming in an impatient tone, "Damn it! Why do I have to deal with these trivial matters every day? Sackclothes! Sackclothes!" he shouted outside the office. Thump, thump, thump. Soon, the rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed from outside the door. Immediately afterwards, a beautiful, dark-skinned woman with a slender figure pushed open the door and walked in. "What's the matter, Raikage-sama? What are your instructions?" Mabuai asked AI calmly. "Don't let me handle these matters from now on. You can handle them yourself." AI tossed the documents at her. Mabuai quickly took them and quickly scanned through them. As the Raikage's secretary, she naturally had the authority to handle matters on his behalf. She was already accustomed to this scene, as AI had thrown many tasks he didn't want to handle later in the past. "I understand, Raikage-sama. Any other instructions?" After scanning them and confirming that they were all matters she could handle independently, she nodded and asked again. "No, okay, Raikage-sama, I'll take my leave." Mabuai grabbed the documents and tried to leave. But just then, an Anbu suddenly appeared in the office, knelt on one knee, and addressed AI in a deep voice, "Raikage-sama, we have an emergency to inform you of." Seeing this, Mabuai didn't rush out. Normally, after the Anbu informed AI of the news, AI would call her in for a consultation. After all, besides being AI's secretary, she was also his wise counselor. As expected, AI didn't let her out. Instead, he looked at the Anbu and muttered, "What emergency? We previously detected faint movement coming from the direction of Yanlei Gorge. We initially thought it was the sounds of Hai-sama training, but just in case, we sent our sensory ninjas to investigate. We discovered 4 new chakras near Hai-sama, and we also discovered that Hai-sama was activating the chakra of the tailed beasts. We suspect Hai-sama has likely been attacked by an unknown enemy." Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, AI abruptly stood up, eyes as sharp as copper bells, and angrily shouted, "What did you say?" B was attacked. Already irritated by work, he was now furious. As his partner and sworn brother, Killer B had long been considered a family member. In the original story, it was Killer B's capture that led to the invitation of the cages of the other 4 villages to the 5-cage conference, demonstrating just how much he valued him. "Yes, Raikage-sama," the Anbu confirmed. "Damn it. Anyone who dares to attack B, I will not spare them, no matter who they are." Confirming Killer B had been attacked, he was furious, his first instinct being to rush over. But his secretary, Mabuai, stopped him. "Raikage-sama, please calm down. You know how powerful B is. He won't be easily defeated. We need to confirm there are no other enemies now. Otherwise, if this is a trap, hoping to lure you out and then kill you or attack the village, that would be disastrous." Mabuai calmly analyzed. "HMPH. Who dares to attack me?" AI's brows furrowed, an aura of tyranny emanating from him. He had always been confident in his own strength, so he wasn't worried about anyone trying to kill him. His father, the third Raikage, had fought his way through legions of ninja warriors, so as his son, he naturally shared that confidence. As for an attack on the village, with Yurkido and the others in the village, it'll be fine, but you're right. We need to confirm whether there are other enemies nearby. Go get Zai and have him form a sensory team to conduct a comprehensive survey of the village, and I'm heading to Yanlei Gorge now. I want to see who dares to attack B." After giving his orders, AI leaped from the window and sped towards Yanlei Gorge. Mabuai, who remained in the office, shook her head. As expected, she knew that when it came to B's safety, the Raikage wouldn't completely obey her. Therefore, the next move would fall to her. Go tell the other Jonin to gather here, she ordered the Anbu who had just arrived to report the news. At that moment, in the Cloud Thunder Gorge, Naruto and Killer B were engaged in a fierce exchange. Wow, amazing, Karin's mouth opened into an O shape as she stared blankly. However, with her strength, she could only see two luminous after images swiftly passing by. Goku, on the other hand, could clearly see every detail of the exchange. Naruto's losing ground, Goku thought to himself. Just then, boom. A figure crashed fiercely into the mountain wall. Looking at its face, it was Naruto, whom Goku had judged to be losing ground. Hiss. That hurts? After emerging from the gaping hole created by the collision, Naruto gritted his teeth and touched his body, feeling the sharp pain radiate from multiple locations. Facing this immensely powerful opponent, Killer B, he was ultimately no match for him. In that case, this is the only move I can use. With a serious expression, he shouted at Killer B, hey. You're very powerful, so I'm going to use my ultimate move now. Be careful. Oh? An ultimate move? Killer B was a little surprised, and two streams of white air spurted out of his nostrils. Naruto, kid, you're quite powerful. What's your ultimate move? Show me. Seeing this, Naruto grinned and stepped forward with his left foot, assuming a lunge stance. Hey, just watch. With a swish, he placed his hands at his waist in the shape of a calyx, and a blue ball of light instantly condensed and manifested. Not enough. After condensing it, Naruto continued to inject energy into it, making the aura it emanated increasingly powerful. What is this? Killer B's expression grew serious, clearly sensing the power of this energy ball. So he silently muttered, Jayuki, let's use that move, no problem, fight. The two sides reached an agreement, and the next second, a miniature purple black-tailed beast ball condensed in front of his mouth. Whoosh! As the two energy balls appeared, the atmosphere on the field surged. Though the two energies hadn't yet collided, an invisible clash was already underway through the air, creating a sense of oppression and unease among everyone present, save for Goku. What an astonishing energy! Kakashi's face was solemn. As if he could already foresee the shocking collision that would ensue. Tailed beast ball? Just what I want. Seeing Killer B condense the tailed beast ball, Naruto's face grew even more excited. The last time he saw this thing was when Shukaku unleashed it during the attack on Konoha. That time, the terrifying energy ball had left him trembling with fear, and he felt completely powerless to resist. Now, after several months, his strength had greatly improved. While he still couldn't handle the full-tailed beast ball, he was confident he could handle this miniature. Hey! Are you ready, Naruto-chan? This is my unstoppable move as a Jinchuriki, Killer B said in a strange voice. Hey! Here it comes. Naruto curled his lips, and sent a blue ball of light condensed with surging energy forward. Look at my Kamehameha wave. At the same time, white air emanated from Killer B's nose. He raised his head and fiercely flung the tailed beast ball out. Roar! Take this tailed beast ball. Whoosh! Two balls of energy, wrapped in a raging aura, flew straight out with unstoppable force. The next moment, they collided violently like meteorites. Hiss! Hiss! The two completely different energies clashed fiercely in midair, emitting a sharp buzzing sound. The wind howled, sand and rocks flew, and countless waves of air erupted from the collision point, sweeping in all directions. Crackling. Crackling. Rocks flew, and holes were carved into the surrounding mountain walls. Goku released his ki, enveloping Karin and protecting her from harm. Kakashi and Sasuke, on the other hand, released their own ki to protect themselves. Meanwhile, atop a mountain hundreds of meters away, the Raikage, AI, had arrived and witnessed the clash of two energy balls. They've managed to force B to use his tailed beast balls. It seems the enemy is quite skilled, but that's not all. I'm going to beat the living crap out of you bastards. He clenched his fists, the size of sandbags, his muscles bulging, his eyes blazing with murderous fury. Returning his gaze to the arena, he saw a purple-black energy ball and a blue energy ball locked together, like two wrestling bulls, neither conceding. Where they collided, the overflowing energy caused sparks to flash all around, a terrifying sensation. When the clash of the two energies reached a critical point, Naruto and Killer B's faces changed. Not good. They sensed that the two energies, overly evenly matched, had lost their stability after countless clashes and were about to collapse and explode. Sure enough, just as this thought occurred to them, the two energy balls, which had been locked in a stalemate for a long time, suddenly exploded on the field, as if reaching a consensus. Boom! A deafening roar erupted. For a moment, the air around them seemed to freeze, only the deafening explosion spread, echoing across the area and reaching far into the distance. The next moment, a dazzling light seemed to overwhelm the sun, making it impossible to look directly at it. A whoosh, whoosh! The wind howled, and countless gusts of air swept in all directions like a tidal wave, uprooting all the surrounding trees and hurling them high into the sky. Furthermore, the powerful force unleashed by the two energy balls engulfed everything around them, causing the area to tremble as if utterly annihilating it. Under such intense, close-quarters impact, Naruto and Killer Bee were forced to place their hands in front of their bodies, radiating energy throughout their bodies to protect themselves from harm. Goku, on the other hand, kept things simple. He continued to release his aura, enveloping Karin, then folded his arms across his chest, watching the unfolding events with the composure of an old dog. As the residual energy gradually dissipated, a cloud of dust and dirt enveloped the area. Cough, 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 cough. Soon, two coughs echoed simultaneously from the smoke. As the smoke gradually dissipated, revealing the scene within, two dust-covered, disheveled figures emerged. They were clearly Naruto and Killer Bee. Phew. I was so scared. I almost thought I couldn't stop it. Naruto patted his chest with lingering fear. The combined force of these two energies was far greater than he had imagined. Furthermore, he was so close, bearing the brunt of the impact, that he nearly thought he was about to be shamefully injured by the aftermath. Wow. Energy colliding, with astonishing power, Master Killer, I'm very dissatisfied with this. Huh? Dissatisfied? Naruto was puzzled, then noticed Killer looking at a certain spot, so he looked in the same direction. Is this where you live? Sorry, the house where Killer had once trained had been shattered by the energy onslaught. The roof had flown away, leaving only the shattered remains of the walls barely holding it together. Naruto scratched his head sheepishly, a wry smile on his face. It would be so embarrassing to challenge someone and end up collapsing their house. Suddenly, he sensed something, his brows furrowed, and he looked upwards. A black dot rapidly expanded before his eyes, its trajectory clearly indicating it was heading towards him. He quickly dodged. The next second, boom! A figure slammed down where he had been standing. What the hell? Naruto, having dodged just in time, was stunned and cursed. When the dust kicked up by the fall cleared, a burly, middle-aged man came into view. Who are you? He demanded, pointing at him. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he would have been smashed into pulp. Unlike him, Killer Bee was stunned. Brother! Why are you here? The man was none other than the Raikage, eager to save his brother. Ai glanced at Killer Bee and said unhappily, I came to see if you're dead. He had rushed over at lightning speed out of concern for the man's safety. The fact that he was asked why he was there made him wonder if he was concerned about the wrong person. However, now that he was on the field and had a clear view of everything, he realized that the situation might not be what the Anbu had reported. The one battling Killer Bee was actually a Konoha brat, and 4 of his men were watching, not taking any action. If he were an enemy, would he be so arrogant? Although he was impulsive, that didn't mean he was clueless, otherwise, he wouldn't have been the wreckage. Seeing this strange situation, he didn't rush to attack. Instead, he watched Goku and the others and asked Killer Bee, tell me, Bee, what exactly happened? Why did you start fighting with them? Oh. Well, big brother, listen to me and tell me slowly. Hey, Killer Bee shook his head and began to rap again, a vein popped in the eye's forehead. He fought back the urge to beat him up and gritted his teeth, stop that weird accent and speak normally. Oh, Killer Bee's neck shrank. Faced with his big brother's authority, he chose to surrender. He then recounted everything that had happened. After listening to it, Ai frowned. So, was this really a misunderstanding? Did he and the Anbu, unaware of the situation, instinctively assume that the enemy was attacking Killer Bee? At this moment, Kakashi also stepped forward and took out a letter written by Sarutobi Hirozen. Lord Raikage, this is what's going on. This is a letter from our Lord Hokage to you. I believe after reading it, you will understand that we come with good intentions. He still remembered that Inoki had warmly welcomed them into the Hidden Rock Village after seeing the letter. So, he subconsciously assumed that after reading the letter, the Raikage would also show them a friendly attitude. But unexpectedly, the situation was completely different from what he expected. Tear. After reading the letter, AI tore it up with a sneer on his face. HMPH. That old fellow, the third Hokage, does he want to start a war with us? Chapter 157 Super Saiyan 2? A cool breeze blew through Yunlai Gorge. The hazy mist that had lingered between the peaks dissipated after the devastating explosion, revealing the long-hidden peaks. Halfway up one of the peaks, several large pieces of paper, carried by the wind, flew out from a man-made platform, drifting into the distance until they vanished. Seeing the fury on the Raikage's face and hearing his words, Kakashi was bewildered. No, what was going on? Why was the Raikage's attitude so different from that Sasuke's after reading the letter? Could it be that the two letters from the Hokage contained different contents? Even so, it wouldn't lead the Raikage to believe that Konoha was about to go to war with Kumagakure. What's wrong, brother? What's in the letter? Killer Bee asked, equally bewildered. HMPH. Did you know that they not only want to spar with our Kumagakure ninjas, but also with me? AI folded his arms and snorted coldly. He felt that such a request was undoubtedly a provocation. It would be fine if the Hokage of his equal status was seeking a sparring match, but sending some unknown to fight him was an insult, a stigma that only matched his strength against these individuals. Furthermore, this act of courting a fight made him suspicious. Could it be that Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that Kumagakure was weak and was using this opportunity to test their strength and then start a war? Oh? You're looking for a sparring match with me, big brother? That's quite interesting. Killer Bee didn't dwell on it, nor did he seem angry. Instead, he teased with a hint of gloating. He had never imagined that one day, his belligerent and tough brother would be approached by someone specifically asking for a sparring match. Ahem, Raikage-sama, I don't know why you're angry, but we come here in a friendly manner. Kakashi frowned, about to offer further explanation, but was interrupted before he could finish. Don't say anything more. It's you or that brat who wants to spar with me. I'll grant your wish now. AI clenched his fists, a sneer curling his lips. Although it was beneath him to do so, he had been simmering with anger. Even though it had dissipated considerably after learning the truth, he was still irritated. And now, since the other party wanted to fight him, the Raikage, he would grant his wish, and thus vent his frustration. As for testing his strength, how could he, the mighty Raikage, fear a test? He hadn't fought in years, and now it was time to show that old man Sarutobi Hiruzen his even greater strength. Oh, Kakashi blinked. Unexpectedly, things were going smoothly. Although the other party still looked annoyed with him, it didn't matter. As long as he was willing to spar, everything would be fine. Thinking of this, he shook his head. It's not me or Naruto, but he turned to look at Goku, only to see him approaching. He smiled at AI and waved, Yo. Hello. My name is Son Goku, and it's me who wants to spar with you, huh? Son Goku. AI narrowed his eyes, feeling that the name sounded familiar. He quickly recalled the intelligence that had come from Konoha months earlier. The mysterious man who had defeated the One Tail? It turned out that this was the man who wanted to spar with him. What was Konoha planning? He began to wonder if there was another purpose behind this sparring match. But no matter what the opponent's purpose was, he could crush it with his strength. It wasn't just about defeating the One Tail. In his youth, he had been able to fight the more powerful Eight Tail and even cut off a corner of it. Now that he was in his prime, his strength had improved immeasurably, making him even less afraid of the opponent. Thinking of this, he boomed, Sun Wukong, huh? Then let me see your skills. Thank you very much. Wukong, seemingly oblivious to the hostile aura emanating from him, clasped his hands together, and bowed with a smile. What a strange man. AI's eyes twitched, and he suddenly found himself somewhat puzzled by his opponent. Soon, the irrelevant people stepped aside, leaving only Wukong and AI alone on the field. Although the ground had become cratered from the clash between Naruto and Killer Bee, and the previous explosion had created a larger crater, this was no problem for the two men about to clash. As long as there was a place to stand, they would fight. Crack, crack, crack. After flexing his wrists a few times, AI said in a deep voice, Son Wukong, let's begin. Across from him, Wukong, who had twisted his neck a few times, straightened his head, extended his hand, and beckoned. Come on, HMPH. Feeling provoked, AI's nostrils blew two streams of white air, and then he kicked the ground hard. Bang! With a resounding bang, The figure shot towards Wukong like an arrow from a bow. Wukong stood still, motionless. Waiting for the opponent to reach him, he crouched slightly, reaching out with his right palm. Crack! AI's punch was firmly blocked. AI wasn't surprised at all. This was just a warm-up, after all. He suddenly raised his knee and leg and kicked at Wukong. Bang! With a resounding bang, the two separated. Then, as if in tacit agreement, they attacked simultaneously. Bang! Boom! Boom! Bang! Boom! Boom! The clashing, like the sound of drums, continued. The two clashed and separated, clashing again, and separating again, dazzling the onlookers. After a while, AI retreated a distance, and Wukong, seemingly in tacit agreement, also stopped. Warm-up time, AI said expressionlessly. Good, Wukong smiled back. Then, the next moment, a sizzling sound, blue chakra energy suddenly emanated from AI's body, and lightning swirled around him, making him look like the god of thunder descending. Hey! It's here, Big Brother's lightning chakra mode. Killer B, watching from the sidelines, shook his head. Lightning chakra mode, Naruto was curious. Kakashi explained, lightning chakra mode concentrates lightning chakra throughout the body, energizing the body and significantly improving physical fitness. He was also curious. AI had used this technique to increase his speed almost to that of Minato Namikaze's flying thunder god speed. So, after all these years, had he improved further? Son Goku, take this. On the field, AI, having completed his physical activation, suddenly flashed, appearing before Goku like a flash of blue lightning. Heavy flow, he concentrated a large amount of lightning chakra into his elbow, leaning sideways, and slammed his right elbow, condensing the force of a thunderbolt, into Goku. Bang! With a resounding thud, Wukong's feet plowed 2 furrows into the ground. Quite a bit of power, Wukong grinned. By this point, he'd suppressed his chi to a level comparable to AI's, yet his arm felt a slight numbness, a testament to the sheer force of AI's attack. HMPH. Some impressive skill. AI's eyes shot up, and he flashed again. Yilei Shen Fury Thunder Axe, he leaped to his feet. His right foot swung up, and like an axe, it slashed down at Wukong below. Bang! Wukong crossed his hands above his head to block the blow. The next moment, boom! The ground beneath him collapsed and shattered as if struck by a meteorite. Instantly, a massive, cracked crater formed across dozens of meters, adding to the horrific devastation. Whoosh! Waves of energy erupted, sweeping in all directions. The violent gusts of air swept up countless pieces of rubble, blinding the spectators. Wukong shouted, exerting force with both hands, sending AI flying high into the air. The next moment, he flashed and landed above AI's head, raising his foot and slashing down with equal force. Bang! AI, mid-air and without any support, was struck by the blow, his body slamming to the ground like a meteorite. Big Brother, Killer B, who had been acting unfazed, was startled, having never expected his big brother to take such a heavy blow so easily. With a crashing sound, AI climbed out of the crater, shaking off the rubble, seemingly unharmed. HMPH. Son Goku, you've got some tricks. He clenched his fists, his eyes fixed on Wukong like bells. If he hadn't activated his lightning release chakra mode before taking this blow, he would most likely have been seriously injured. But now, with the power of this mode, his defenses were greatly enhanced, so he took virtually no damage. In response, Goku simply rubbed his head and chuckled. Swish! AI removed his now tattered white cape and tossed it aside. Then, with a thought, he activated his lightning chakra to its fullest potential. Boom! Crackling. In an instant, the chakra energy surrounding him surged ever more fiercely, a monstrous wave of momentum sweeping across his body, sending a chilling feeling through the air. The changes in him were also noticeable. His light yellow hair stood up like a Super Saiyan, and the lightning swirling around him grew increasingly dazzling, leaving Goku stunned. My goodness! If his eyes hadn't turned green, and his aura hadn't been so different, he would have mistaken him for a Saiyan 2, now a Super Saiyan 2. Seeing Goku's stunned expression, AI thought he was frightened by his own transformation. He sneered inwardly. Humph! Looks like nothing more than that, son Wukong. He didn't take advantage of Wukong's momentary daze to launch a surprise attack. Instead, he clinked fists and said gravely, Son Wukong, are you ready? Come on. Wukong snapped back to his senses, clenching his fists and eagerly asking. Seeing this, AI's eyes fixed. Then, swish! A bolt of blue lightning streaked across the field. AI, reaching Wukong with lightning speed, thrust his right hand like a guillotine across his body, slamming into him fiercely. Thunder release, thunder plow, hot blade, bang! This strike was even faster and more powerful than before. Hastily, Wukong only had time to bring his hands to bear before being hurled back. Whoosh, boom. After a shadowy afterimage in midair, Wukong made a fierce, intimate contact with a mountain wall. Boom. Under such a violent impact, spiderweb-like cracks rapidly appeared and spread across the mountain wall. Rocks ranging from small to large fell like a rain of boulders, stirring up a choking cloud of dust. A few seconds later, as the dust gradually cleared, the entire mountain wall was revealed, as if someone had gouged it out with a giant spoon, revealing a massive depression. Within the depression, a large amount of rubble of various sizes piled up on the ground, forming a small hill that completely covered Goku's body. Goku-sensei, although she already knew Goku was powerful and would be fine, Karin couldn't help but exclaim at the sight. Hurry and save him. He must have broken many bones after being hit by Big Brother's Thunder Blade. Killer Bee, uncharacteristically joking, stopped laughing and spoke seriously to Naruto and the others. He was well aware of the power of AI's Thunder Blade. Most people would die instantly after being hit by it. Given Goku's previous display of strength, he didn't expect a single blow to kill him. Even so, he felt he'd likely suffered numerous broken bones and be severely injured. Huh? Naruto blinked in confusion at his kind warning, then realized what was happening and waved his hand playfully. Ha ha ha, uncle, you're overthinking it. Goku-sensei is incredibly strong. He wouldn't lose like that. Now it was Killer Bee's turn to be confused. No, where do you get the confidence that Goku's okay? But then, seeing Kakashi and Sasuke's equally nonchalant expressions, he narrowed his eyes and began to take things seriously. Could it be that guy was truly alright? With this thought, he glanced towards the spot where Goku was buried, examining it intently. At that moment, the previously silent pile of rubble suddenly trembled, sending a cascade of debris careening down. Then, boom. As if a bomb had exploded, rocks flew like bullets. The next moment, Wukong, radiating a white aura, appeared before everyone's eyes. Huh? This guy, AI narrowed his eyes, fixated on his opponent, who had been sent flying. He was surprised to find no injuries on his body. Could he be hiding his true strength? Or perhaps possessing extraordinary self-healing abilities? Well, that hurt a bit. Wukong suppressed his aura and crackled his neck, making a crackling sound. By suppressing his aura to a certain level, his physical body naturally declined to the same level, naturally feeling the pain. He had achieved this state of returning to nature years ago. By suppressing his aura, his various functions declined to a corresponding level. If he could suppress his aura to the same level as an ordinary person, he would be no different from an ordinary person, suffering the same injuries as an ordinary person. The reason he hadn't sustained any injuries earlier was that he'd boosted his chi at the critical moment, preventing the broken bones he'd predicted. Interesting, son Goku, it seems you're still hiding your strength. After observing him for a while, AI finally ruled out the possibility of his own remarkable self-healing abilities and concluded that he was concealing his strength. You caught me, Goku said, scratching his head with a grin. HMPH. Are you underestimating me, son Goku? Confirming this, AI clenched his fists, a flicker of anger crossing his face. How dare you hide your strength in a fight with me? Who do you think you're fighting? He, the mighty Raikage, had condescended to fight him, only to be looked down upon. Who could tolerate this? Furthermore, his pride was far stronger than that of an ordinary person. Even if the opponent, a former god of the ninja world, dared to look down on him like this, he would raise his fist and teach them the consequences of such contempt. Ha ha ha, sorry, Goku clasped his hands together and gave an apologetic smile. His expression then straightened, and a white aura emanated from him. Now I'm going to get serious. Some have always assumed that Goku's body was bulletproof as a child, and that he must be even more powerful now in GT. But I argue that ki is the determining factor in physical strength. Given the potential debate and the widespread belief that GT Goku is a master, it's only natural that he's reached the state of returning to nature. This state of returning to nature allows him to strengthen or weaken his body by controlling the intensity of his ki. In other words, if his ki is strong, his body is strong, and if his ki is weak, his body is weak, Everything depends on his control of ki. No matter how powerful he was as a child, or how bullet-resistant he was, he's reached this point now. As long as his ki is the same as an ordinary person's, he can still be injured by bullets. So, there's no need to worry about how he can hold his own against people like my guy. P.S. That being said, there's definitely no point in having a plot where Goku is ambushed by someone less powerful than him. Chapter 158, AI's Pride, Wukong's Thoughts. Sunlight streamed down like fine golden particles, illuminating the cratered ground. Countless cracks spread across the pockmarked ground like spiderwebs, as if beholding the fierceness of the battle. A gust of wind whipped across the field, its force blinding even the most ordinary. Yet, even in this gust of wind, two energy blazes, one blue and one white, remained unmoved, steadily releasing their powerful aura. Another gust of wind blew past. Whoosh! The two energy blazes suddenly moved, colliding at speeds exceeding the speed of sound. Bang! The shrill, piercing sound of the air, which arrived a step late, was drowned out by the earth-shaking crash. At the center of the collision between the blue and white energy blazes, two fists the size of sandbags pressed together like needles against wheat spikes. Energy raged, sparks flashed, and a fierce clash erupted. The unleashed might of the collision shook the surrounding air. For a moment, a fierce wind howled, sending sand and rocks whirling. "Is this your true strength, Sun Wukong?" AI said expressionlessly amidst the blue energy. Who knows, amidst the white energy, Wukong raised an eyebrow and spoke in a riddle. HMPH, AI snorted, unwilling to engage in further discussion with the Wukong. Regardless of whether or not the opponent had unleashed his true power, he swore he would give him a beating. With a thought, he gathered a massive amount of lightning chakra in his free left hand and launched a fierce blow at Wukong. Raidao ninjutsu Tao Da Itao, bang! Wukong raised his right hand, firmly catching the thunderous blow. Then, lifting his knee and leg, his right leg swept across like an iron whip. Swoosh! AI, sensing the situation was dire, stomped his foot, instantly launching himself into the air. Not only had he avoided the perilous blow, but he also managed to break free from Wukong's restraints. Immediately, after performing a backflip over Wukong's head, his feet, like 10,000-pound iron pillars, launched a powerful kick towards Wukong's back. Good timing. Wukong's eyes flashed with a gleam of brilliance, as if he had anticipated it. Before AI's attack could even reach him, he somersaulted forward several times, dodging it perfectly. Immediately afterwards, with a fierce kick of his feet against the ground, he instantly pivoted and charged towards AI like an arrow from a bow. Swoosh! Facing this lightning-fast blow, AI activated his leg cells to the utmost, then dodged with a swift swish, leaving Wukong's attack with only a fleeting afterimage. Furthermore, he took the opportunity to swerve around Wukong's back, turning defense into offense and unleashing a fierce blow. But Wukong was no pushover. Seeing his target missed, he suddenly kicked the ground, soaring into the air, and then launched a fierce attack at AI below. Bang! This time, AI had no time to dodge, and could only cross his arms above his head to shield himself from Goku's powerful blow. At the same moment, the already shattered ground beneath his feet gave way again, sending him plummeting. Hey, shouldn't we move away? This mountain feels like it's about to collapse at any moment, Naruto, watching from the sidelines, said in amazement as he felt the trembling beneath his feet. This mountain had already withstood the ravages of his and Killer Bee's battles before. Now, Goku and AI's battle was even more intense. Under such intense impact, the mountain might actually crumble. That makes sense. Let's go over there, Kakashi said, pointing to a peak they had come from. It was a short distance away, offering a clear view of the scene and making it a perfect vantage point for watching the battle. They set off immediately, and after a moment's deliberation, Killer Bee decided to follow. The battle on the field continued, undeterred by their departure. Boom! In another clash, Wukong and AI clasped their palms, wrestling like bulls. Zzz. Blue and white auras clashed fiercely, their fierce clash producing countless sharp, shrill buzzing sounds. Bang! 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 The ground collapsed again and again as the two wrestled. From above, it was like watching a boulder crash into water, sending out ripples one after another. Ho ho ho! AI gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his face and arms, and he uttered meaningless sounds of exertion. His already immense muscles swelled even more at this moment of unleashing his full strength, like a berserker emerging from the arena. Across from him, Wukong's muscles bulged, but his expression remained more relaxed. Clearly, Wukong had the upper hand in this clash of strength. Damn it! He's actually stronger than me, AI roared inwardly as he exerted all his might. He hadn't expected his immense strength, so proud of itself, to be so vulnerable. He looks like a win this round. Wukong smiled faintly, then, as AI's pupils shrank, he twisted his waist and exerted force with both hands. Wow! AI was actually being held in his grasp, spinning in circles. Whoosh! 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 After a few circles, he swung AI violently, sending him careening towards the mountain wall like a cannonball. Bang! Boom! The mountain wall, already battered multiple times, crumbled under this immense impact. Instantly, the ground shook, and the entire peak rumbled. The right side of the mountain wall was visibly transformed into countless boulders, crashing down towards the base. During this process, AI escaped just in time, avoiding being crushed by the rocks and falling to the bottom of the mountain. Who? AI panted, staring intently at Goku, who stood there waiting for him calmly. While his lightning chakra mode greatly enhanced his physical capabilities, he couldn't sustain it for long at this full strength burst. This meant that if he couldn't defeat Goku within a short period of time, this sparring match would end in his defeat. As the Raikage, how can I lose here? His eyes burned with a fierce fighting spirit. By now, he viewed this battle not as a minor exchange of venting emotions, but as a battle to uphold the dignity of the Raikage title. Come on, let's continue. Goku saw the fighting spirit in his eyes clearly and smiled, signaling him. AI's eyes widened in anger, and he desperately squeezed the limited lightning chakra in his body, using it to stimulate and activate his cells. The blazing blue aura suddenly grew even more intense, the lightning swirling around him growing even more dazzling. Bang! A resounding roar echoed, and AI appeared before Wukong, slashing down with his sword-handed hand. Thunderbolt horizontal chi-oh-my, bang! A massive wave of energy erupted, raging in all directions. This terrifying move, capable of easily severing the horns of the eight-tailed ox, was firmly blocked by Wukong's iron arm. AI's eyes widened in fury, his body, suspended in midair, pressed down frantically towards Wukong. Wukong's clothes fluttered, his hair billowing back in the wind. He raised his right hand, also firmly holding Wukong with his sword-handed hand. Damn it! This move won't work on him. Watching Wukong in a stalemate, AI felt a surge of resentment, and a rare sense of powerlessness. He'd already used nearly every one of his special moves, yet they still hadn't inflicted any significant damage. So, how could he possibly win this battle? Crack! Somehow, this time, the ground didn't immediately collapse and crumble under such immense impact. Instead, there was only a numbing cracking sound. AI paid no attention to this, and upon realizing he couldn't stop the blow, he quickly withdrew. Then, with a flash of lightning, he instantly circled behind Goku and attacked again. As long as there was a shred of opportunity, he wouldn't give up. This was his pride as the Raikage, no, as a man. Bang! 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 Under his intense and fierce attacks, the field resounded with a deafening sound of flesh clashing. Each of his attacks was powerful enough to shatter mountains and shatter the earth, but against Goku, these violent attacks were like gentle breezes and drizzles, effortlessly received by him. From Naruto and the others atop the nearby mountain peak, all they could see were two flashes of blue and white light, appearing now on the left, now on the right, a dazzling display. Who on earth is this Son Goku, capable of fighting Big Brother like this? Killer B had already stopped his hip-hop routine, his arms folded across his chest, his face solemnly fixed on the field. He usually trained here, rarely returning to the village. AI, to ensure his concentration, hadn't shared any information about other villages to distract him. So, this was his first encounter with Son Goku, with no idea of his origins or past achievements. Even so, he considered himself somewhat familiar with the powerful figures of the ninja world, so he couldn't figure out how this powerful figure had appeared. Why do they seem to be quieter? Naruto rubbed his eyes, thinking he'd been staring too long, his vision blurring. But when he looked again, the situation remained the same. Although the fight between Wukong and AI was still fierce, the thunderous clash of blows echoed everywhere. But the ground beneath their feet, already shattered and scarred, leaving everyone heartbroken and tearful, remained much the same. This was strange. The previous fight between Wukong and AI had caused the mountain to crumble and shake. He had assumed that if Wukong and the others continued fighting like this, the mountain would eventually collapse. But now, the situation was completely different. Could it be that Wukong and AI had held back? But that was impossible. The fierce battle he had witnessed, and the powerful aura he sensed, both of which were almost as strong as before, clearly indicated that they had not held back at all. So, what was the reason? Hurry! Lord Raikage is fighting the enemy. We need to support him. On the road from Kumagakure village to Kumagakure Gorge, a dozen Kumagakure ninjas were speeding along. Leading them was none other than AI's trusted subordinate, Daru, who would later become the fifth Raikage in the original story. Under the command of Sakbu, they left the village after confirming there were no other enemies around and quickly headed for Kumagakure Gorge. Even if they believed in their own Lord Raikage's prowess, they couldn't just sit there and wait. If the Raikage stumbled, Kumagakure would be in turmoil. Putting aside the hastily arriving Kumagakure ninjas, the battle between Goku and AI continued. Bang! The battle-hardened AI, no one to be trifled with, finally seized an opportunity and, with all his might, delivered a powerful punch, powerful enough to split mountains, that struck Goku in the face. But Goku, surprisingly, took the blow and merely tilted his head back slightly. Then, seizing the opportunity, he delivered a powerful counterattack. Bang! As the punch slammed into AI's incredulous face, AI's body flew backward like a cannonball, shattering the left side of the mountain wall, just as the right had before. Boom! The turmoil this time was noticeably greater than before. While the right side had previously disintegrated, it had only partially broken apart, with the remaining portion still clinging to the left. This time, as this remaining wall began to crumble, it had no other support. So, the remaining wall completely disintegrated, shattering into countless boulders that tumbled to the base. Thus, the entire mountain was completely shaved, leaving only the half beneath Wukong's feet, still struggling to hold on. Looks like it's almost done, Wukong smiled, looking at the ground below. At that moment, AI, having escaped the falling rocks, leaped high and raised his sword. The high-intensity current of lightning chakra from his hand blade emitted a sharp, shrill hiss. With his eyes wide open, he swooped down at Goku, unleashing the same attack once more, Thunderbolt-level Chiaiomai, the hand blade, gathering his final strength and condensing his unyielding will, seemed to be sublimated at this moment, its power surpassing any previous one. Like a retribution from the Thunder God, like a peerless weapon capable of severing the heavens and earth, it slashed down towards Goku. Seeing this, Goku's expression grew serious, the white aura around him rising sharply. He then crossed his arms and raised them in a defensive stance. The next moment, boom! A roar far louder than any before echoed in all directions, causing the Kumo ninjas, still 1,000 meters away, to stop in shock. What's going on? What's happening up ahead? A whoosh whoosh whoosh. A violent current of air, like a herd of roaring wild horses, whipped its hooves in all directions. 100 meters away, on another peak, Naruto and his companions felt an invisible, giant hand pushing them, forcing them to slide backwards. Naruto and Sasuke, one on each side, grabbed Korin's arms, while Kakashi stood behind her to support her. Damn it! What's going on? Naruto shielded his eyes with his free hand, shielding them from the flying sand and gravel. He squinted, straining to see the scene. But the dust clouded the air, making it impossible to see clearly. Boom! The earth-shaking sound continued, and they felt the mountain beneath them tremble slightly. After a long moment, the sound gradually faded, and the mountain returned to calm. They opened their eyes, and after the dust gradually cleared, they finally took in the scene. The sight made them all stare with wide eyes and open mouths. This? What is this? Before their eyes, the mountain where Wukong and AI had battled had vanished, even the remaining half of the mountain had vanished completely. In its place, there was a pile of rubble, a mass of countless rocks piled on the ground, and various stones rolling around. Atop the pile, two figures caught their eye. Wukong, supporting the staggering AI, waved at them. Yo. We're done. Chapter 159, Rebellion against Cheyenne Gang. 2 days later, in the Hidden Cloud Village. Inside the hospital, AI tore off his bandages, donned the white cape he'd ordered, and strode out of the ward, ignoring the doctor's attempts to stop him. Raikage-sama, why are you out? Daru and several other Kumo ninjas, who were guarding the ward, exclaimed in astonishment. HMPH. I'm fine now, why should I stay here any longer? But didn't the doctor say? Daru glanced at the helpless doctor following AI, as if understanding something. What did the doctor say? How can a doctor understand my own body as well as I do? AI glanced at Daru and said angrily. As he'd said, he knew his own body perfectly well. He hadn't suffered any serious injuries in the battle 2 days prior. The reason he'd been hospitalized for 2 days was because he'd overused his lightning release chakra to activate his cells, causing some damage. Now, after 2 days of treatment in the hospital, he felt he no longer needed to stay in this infuriating place. Yes, infuriating. Even now, he couldn't get over the fact that he'd lost. Even though the man, the ever-smiling Son Goku, said that since the arena had vanished, the match was a draw, he knew he had already lost. After that final blow, his body had reached its limit, leaving him unable to continue. Meanwhile, his opponent remained vigorous and even managed to rescue him from the crumbling mountain. For this reason alone, he refused to accept the notion of a draw. Loss was loss, victory was victory. As a man who had become the Raikage, he possessed a deep sense of pride and would never try to cover up for the sake of face. Accepting his defeat, he became furious. Was it because he had slacked off since becoming the Raikage, not practicing as hard as before, that he had lost this match? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He felt that if he had continued to practice as diligently as he had in his youth, the outcome of this match might have been different. So he didn't want to stay in the hospital for a moment. He decided to return early and quickly tackle the backlog of the past 2 days. He would delegate any tasks that could be assigned to Mabu Ai, and any that couldn't be handled by him would be quickly handled himself. And after all that, he would train, making up for all the training he'd missed. Eventually, until the day he felt the time was right, he would fight the man named Son Goku again and reclaim his dignity and honor. What are those Konoha people doing today? AI asked Daru on the way back to the Raikage building. Just like the last 2 days, Son Goku first took the others on a feast in the village, then trained those 3 brats in the training grounds, and the copy ninja, Kakashi, has been accompanying them the entire time and hasn't behaved suspiciously, Daru said gravely. Is that so? I see. Withdraw the Anbu. There's no need to monitor them anymore, AI said, frowning and pondering for a moment before ordering. 2 days ago, after the misunderstanding was cleared up, he had agreed to let Goku and his companions stay in Kumagakure. After all, if they truly intended to harm Kumagakure, Goku wouldn't have needed to rescue him when he was about to be buried by the collapsing mountain. Even so, for the safety of the village and to mitigate any mishaps, he had dispatched Anbu to monitor them. Now, after 2 days of confirmation, he had finally put his concerns to rest. But, is this okay? Raikage-sama, Daru looked at him, somewhat puzzled. It's fine. Aren't we accompanying them during the day? That's a form of surveillance, too. As for the night, I don't think they'll do anything awful. Thinking of the ever-smiling, seemingly innocent man, AI narrowed his eyes, convinced that his feeling was correct. As for the copy nin Kakashi, he knew his strength, he wouldn't be able to cause any trouble in Kumagakure. And the remaining 3 brats were even more of a threat. One was a delicate little girl, and the other 2 were exhausted and tormented every day on the training grounds. How could they possibly have the energy to do anything illicit at night? Achoo! Goku suddenly sneezed in the training grounds, causing him to scratch his head in confusion. Why had he sneezed again for no apparent reason? Shaking his head, he let it go. He looked at Killer Bee, panting in front of him, and said with a smile, Yo. Let's keep going, B. Not far away, Naruto and Karin put their hands to their mouths, making trumpet-shaped gestures. Come on, uncle. You were just so close to hurting Goku-sensei, huff. 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 Killer Bee panted heavily, sweat dripping from his body, his usual playful demeanor gone. He stared at Goku with a solemn expression, his heart filled with shock. What? How could this be possible? How could he not even hurt Goku with a single blow? But the story had to start from before. For the past 2 days, he'd been serving as Goku and his friend's village guide and companion, taking them to taste the village's specialties into the training grounds. During the training, he'd witnessed Naruto and Sasuke's terrifying training methods, and he'd been in awe. No wonder Naruto, at his age, possessed such strength without the aid of a tailed beast within him. Perhaps that's how he'd trained. After witnessing their training for 2 days, he'd suddenly had an idea. to ask Goku to be his sparring partner. He'd want to practice his swordsmanship, which hadn't improved in a long time. The main reason was that he hadn't found a suitable sparring partner. His good brother Ai would have been a good fit, but as the Raikage, he was constantly busy with official duties, so how could he have the time to spar with him? And now, a perfect sparring partner had appeared, one as skilled as, or even stronger than, his good brother. So, what was he waiting for? Was he just going to watch Naruto and Sasuke train so diligently? He had proposed this idea to Goku not long ago, and Goku had readily agreed. To ensure Goku's safety, he had originally planned to train with a wooden sword. But Goku insisted that this was unnecessary, urging him to attack with his most skilled sword, as that would provide the best training results. He was stunned and repeatedly refused. Unexpectedly, just then, Naruto, who had finished training and was about to take a break, approached and said, "Uncle, don't worry, you'll never be able to hurt Master Goku." Wow! His competitive spirit was instantly aroused. He immediately offered Naruto a huge bet. If he could successfully injure Goku, Naruto would help sell tickets for his solo concert in 2 weeks. If he couldn't, he would promise Naruto a favor he could do. With the bet settled, his sparring with Goku officially began. He drew out the 7 long swords he carried and held them in a strange position, one in his mouth, one between each elbow, one between his right shoulder and neck, one under his left armpit, one between his right thigh and stomach, and one on the inside of his right knee. This bizarre and strange grip amazed Wukong. "Hey, B, can you really fight like this?" He then improvised a rap, stating that it was perfectly fine and asking Wukong to take a good look at his own uniquely created Arakawa no Heron blade. Then, confidently, he attacked Wukong. Then, tragedy struck. He was cautious at first, holding back his full strength, fearing Wukong would be seriously injured. But as Wukong skillfully dodged his attacks time and time again, he began to increase his power, increasing it from 50% to 70% and then to his full strength. But after unleashing his full power, he was stunned to discover that, far from damaging Goku's hair, he hadn't even scratched the hem of his clothes. Damn it! Bakearo, Kuneru, how much of his strength did he hide during his clash with Big Brother? Killer B thought, gritting his teeth as the image of his previous defeat flashed through his mind. He felt a long overdue wave of aches and pains throughout his body. By this point, he had launched tens of thousands of full-strength attacks at Goku. Even as a tailed beast Jinchuriki, with his constant training and exceptional stamina, he was beginning to feel the strain. "What's wrong, B? Are you exhausted?" Seeing that Killer B hadn't attacked again for a long time, Goku put his hands on his hips and, with a grin, said something heartbreaking. It wasn't that he was being rude, but rather that he felt Killer B wasn't yet at his limit, so he deliberately provoked him, allowing him to burn his will and push to the limit, thus finding a chance to break through. And sure enough, it worked. Goku's provocation ignited Killer B's aura, a dangerous glint flashing across his sunglasses. Bakearo. Kuneru. You're still too early. His body seemed to be refueled, brimming with endless power. He adjusted his stance, correcting any previous flaws, then, supporting himself on one foot, thrust his left leg against the ground, launching himself towards Goku. Swish, 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 swish. The 2-meter distance was covered in an instant. He twisted his body, wielding his 7 long swords with unpredictable swiftness, slashing, slashing, stabbing, and slashing at Goku. Any ordinary person would have been doomed by such a skill. In the original story, Sasuke, after training under Orochimaru, was pierced by 6 long swords when he encountered this skill. If not for Karin's rescue, he would have perished at Killer B's hands. Even Uchiha Itachi, with his even greater physical prowess, could only retreat, daring not to engage head-on. But now, this unpredictable, unstoppable swordsmanship proved helpless against Goku. Blades flashed brilliantly across the battlefield, pouring down like a stream of silver light. Amidst the shimmering blades, Goku's expression remained unchanged, his form a phantom, perfectly dodging each strike, rendering the longsword's attacks ineffective. Killer B gritted his teeth, attacking relentlessly. His muscles tensed, his mind racing, faster, faster, faster. However, every time he increased his speed, seemingly on the verge of injuring Goku, Goku would increase his speed as well, rendering his attacks as ineffective as before. Damn it, he roared inwardly. How could I, great Killer B, not even touch the hem of someone's clothing, if the opponent had dodged by gaining distance. It would have been understandable that he couldn't reach the edge of his clothes. But now, he stood there, not even taking a step back, dodging his attacks like an adult toying with a 3-year-old. How could he accept this? Tick tick. Tick tick. Sweat formed into streams, dripping frantically onto the ground, forming a small puddle. After swinging his sword countless times, he felt his body reaching its limit. His muscles tensed like chains about to break, groaning under the strain. Damn it. I can't fall here, I must hide him, even if it's just the edge of his clothes. The veins on Killer Bee's face bulged, and his eyes beneath his sunglasses seemed to blaze with fire. Wu Kuang keenly noticed this change in him, and couldn't help but wonder, B, can you break through your limits and surpass yourself? After an indefinite amount of time, Killer Bee suddenly felt himself entering a mysterious state. He seemed to see a simple, ancient door appear before him. Its meaning spoke for itself. The moment he saw it, he knew it represented his current limit. Breaking through it would allow him to enter a new realm. So, dragging his exhausted body forward, he struggled. After what seemed like a moment yet an eternity, he reached the door and swung his long sword fiercely at it. Boom! The door swung open, the light within illuminating his face, brimming with fatigue yet resolute. At the same moment, in reality, swoosh! Killer Bee suddenly stopped swinging his sword and stared blankly ahead. Goku raised an eyebrow and glanced down. He saw a piece of orange cloth, about the size of a fingernail, swaying in the air before falling to the ground at an incredibly slow pace. Then, carried by a gentle breeze, it flew away, drifting off into the distance. I hit it, Killer Bee gasped, his brain momentarily unable to react. Ah, that's right, B, you hit it, Goku smiled in approval. Then, clutching his head, he grinned, though you still didn't hurt me, bang. With that confirmation, Killer Bee fell backwards. Wow. Strong, powerful Uncle Killer Bee, surpassing yourself, joy and excitement made him rap again. That's incredible, Uncle. You actually managed to chop the hem of Goku-sensei's clothes. Naruto walked over and gave him a thumbs up. Boom. Killer Bee sat up abruptly, pulled a stack of tickets from his pocket, and handed it to Naruto. Naruto, kid, please, huh? Naruto reached out to take it, only to realize it was a stack of tickets for Killer Bee's solo concert. Uncle, you lost. What does that mean? He was confused, unsure of what Killer Bee meant by handing him these tickets. Didn't I win? Killer Bee said with feigned composure. How did you win? Naruto asked with a puzzled look on his face. Ahem, cutting Goku's clothes should be considered a win, Killer Bee said shamelessly. Naruto blinked, shocked by his audacity and speechless for a moment. Then he gritted his teeth and said, what are you talking about? You weird uncle, ha 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 ha. Next to him, Goku put his hands on his hips and laughed at the scene. Chapter 160, Friend or Foe? Akatsuki's first appearance. The cool moonlight fell across the earth, like a thin, silvery veil, gently covering everything on the ground. In the night, a resounding, incredulous cry echoed from the Raikage's building. What, are you serious, B? In the Raikage's office, AI rested his hands on the table, staring intently at his adopted brother, Killer Bee. Although he'd been discharged early today, he was determined to finish the backlog of work from the past 2 days. Unfortunately, the backlog was too overwhelming. Even though he'd already handed over much of the work that could have been handed to Mabuai, he still hadn't left work. And while he was working overtime, his beloved adopted brother visited him with news even more heartbreaking than the news of not being able to leave on time. This news was that Goku had concealed far more power than he'd imagined during their battle. Yes, brother, it's hard to believe, but it's the truth, Killer Bee spread his hands. Today, he'd personally fought and suffered the consequences. Nothing could be more true. How could this happen? AI's eyes glazed over, his inner Dao cracking, his mind on the verge of collapse. He knew the full power of Killer Bee's swordsmanship. Even if he unleashed his full strength, there was no way he could stand still and avoid all of Killer Bee's attacks unscathed. Not to mention Killer Bee claimed his swordsmanship had improved in the final moments, only catching the edge of Goku's clothing. Later, thinking about it, Killer Bee even vaguely felt that the fact he'd only been able to touch Goku was because Goku had let him off. Listen, is that even human? AI had originally believed that while he was weaker than Goku, he shouldn't be much weaker. That's why he'd been training diligently, hoping to one day exact revenge on Goku. But now, less than a day after making that decision, he was told he was wrong. The other party's strength wasn't just slightly superior, the gap between them was enormous. Who wouldn't be devastated by this? It was only because he was approaching 50 and possessed a remarkable temperament that he was able to maintain his composure. Snap! He sat back down somewhat limply, leaning back in his chair, his brow furrowed. After a long pause, he muttered, "That guy, where the hell did he come from?" Killer Bee stared at him, speechless. The next day, Goku and his companions, as they had done the previous few days, first savored the food in Kumagakure village, then watched Naruto, Sasuke, and Karin practice at the training grounds. Having tasted success, Killer Bee, as usual, requested Goku to serve as his sparring partner. "Not bad, B. Your moves today are much more powerful than yesterday," Goku praised, dodging. Swish, 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 swish. Killer Bee didn't respond, concentrating on his attacks. When his body reached its limit, he paused, breathlessly saying to Goku, "This is all thanks to you, Goku." Truly, he was especially grateful to Goku now. Without Goku's sparring partner, it would have taken him countless years to reach a breakthrough in his swordsmanship, perhaps even forever. "Is there anything I can do for you, Goku? As long as it doesn't endanger the village, I'll do it for you." As a man who always repays a favor, he certainly wouldn't just offer words of gratitude. "Ha, no, just take me to eat some delicious food here." Goku rubbed his head and waved with a grin. His goal of coming to Kumagakure to fight the Raikage had been accomplished, so the only thing left was to sample the local delicacies. "Leave this little thing to me." Killer Bee paused, then patted his chest. He truly admired Goku. He had made such a solemn promise, but Goku hadn't paid any attention, merely offering to take him to eat something delicious, something that seemed effortless to him, or more like a joke. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Over the past 2 weeks, Goku and his friends had grown close to Killer Bee, becoming close friends. Yo! Passionate rap, improvisational rap, my good friends, Killer Bee's first solo concert is about to begin, you all must come and support him. Killer Bee produced 5 concert tickets and quickly thrust them into Goku's hands. Without giving Goku time to respond, he vanished. "Huh? These?" Goku lowered his head, scrutinizing the tickets, scratching his head before glancing at the people around him. Naruto, Kakashi, and Karin all shook their heads. "I'm not going." Goku-sensei, you go." While Sasuke remained silent, the disdain on his face was clear, making it clear he wasn't going either. They'd agree to support anything else, but attending Killer Bee's solo concert was a death sentence. Although they'd become largely immune to Killer Bee's occasional rap, enduring 2 hours of it was something completely different. "I don't want to go either, but I've already got the tickets." Haha. Goku rubbed his head and laughed awkwardly. "That's your problem, Goku-sensei. I don't believe you couldn't react just now," Naruto and the other two said in unison. "These days, you've been Killer Bee's sparring partner, and you've managed to keep him from getting hurt. Your reaction speed is so much faster than his. So how could you not react when he just thrust the tickets into your hands?" "Ha." Goku scratched his head and laughed. Then he clasped his hands together and said, Go ahead. You're our friend after all." Ultimately, under his persuasion, Naruto and the others reluctantly accepted the offer. However, their sadness didn't last long before they beamed with joy. Because on the day of Killer Bee's solo concert, less than a minute into his rap, whoosh! A flying kick unleashed from nowhere, sending Killer Bee flying like a savior, destroying the stage in the process. "Damn Bee! You're killing me." Rikage, the master of the sky kick, glared at the wrecked stage. "Ha. Good kick, uncle. I forgive you for that sneak attack." Naruto laughed most heartily. He had been fuming about how AI had fallen from the sky and nearly smashed him into pulp during their clash with Killer Bee. Now, he'd decided to forgive him, for saving his ears from 2 hours of noise pollution. 2 days passed, and Goku and the others decided to leave. The reason? Well, there wasn't much. They'd been in Kumagakure for quite some time, and Goku had accomplished his goal of tasting delicious food, so he naturally wanted to leave. Yo. Goodbye, B, AI. At the village entrance, Goku waved to Killer Bee and AI. Then, he and Naruto left, gradually walking away. When their figures disappeared from Killer Bee and AI's sight, AI suddenly asked, "Beehive, what do you think of Son Goku?" His eyes were deep, as if he was lost in thought. Killer B, noticing his elder brother's serious expression, didn't laugh, but instead rested his chin in his hand, pondering for a moment. After a moment, he replied, personally, he's a friend worth associating with, but if we consider the village, and the possible war in the ninja world in the future, he'll be a formidable enemy for us. He paused, then added, well, provided he firmly sides with us. After hearing his answer, I remained silent, gazing off into the distance, sighing inwardly. Friend? Enemy? Son Goku, you've really given me a difficult question. Sunlight filtered through the sparse clouds, dappling across a lush forest. The tall, straight trees in the forest, their branches like umbrellas, shielding them from the scorching heat and bringing a refreshing coolness. Cicada. Cicada, chirp. Chirp, the relentless chirping of cicadas and the melodious chirping of birds intertwined like a grand symphony. But amidst these sounds, if one listened closely, one could detect a discordant note. Rustle, rustle, snap. It was the sound of human footsteps on the earth and the crackling of dead wood. In the shadows cast by the trees, two figures, one tall and one short, walked at a leisurely pace. Their attire was strikingly different from that of ordinary people, not ninja attire, nor civilian clothing, but rather, a long robe with a black background and red clouds. Haven't we arrived yet? The tall man asked. Almost. We'll be there once we're out of this forest, the other man replied leisurely. That's fantastic. It won't be long before I see my old friend again. I just wonder if he'll be willing to join us. The tall man grinned, revealing shark-like fangs. If he doesn't agree, I'll be very sad. A cold look flashed across his face. Because then, I'll have to kill him myself. Beside a small village, golden ears of rice swayed gently in the wind, like a surging golden ocean. In the fields, two figures worked furiously, swinging sickles. Suddenly, a strong wind blew through, rustling the rice paddies and sweeping away the long-built head of the two men. One of them straightened up and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Then, looking at the fruits of his labor, a happy smile spread across his face. Then, he glanced at another figure not far away, noticing they were still working hard, and smiled again. This time, it was a smile of happiness. That's wonderful, Zabuza-sama. The one smiling was none other than Shiro, who had been separated from Goku and the others for over 6 months. Since parting ways with Goku and the others, he and Zabuza had gone into hiding, leaving land behind and living on a little-known island in the sea. No one knew them here. Thanks to his naturally appealing appearance, he and Zabuza had successfully blended into the small village, becoming two ordinary villagers, working from dawn to dusk like everyone else. While this life might seem boring and exhausting to ordinary people, Shiro saw it as the most relaxing and joyful period of his 20-plus years. Here, there was no fighting or fear of being killed. Hey, Shiro, why are you slacking off? That's not like you. Zabuza, who had been working, noticed the cessation of movement around him and looked over, meeting Shiro's absent-minded eyes. The simple, peaceful life of the past 6 months had washed away his hostility, and his expression, less cold and ruthless than before, now held a hint of a smile. Huh? No, something just came to mind. I'll get back to it. Shiro, startled from his memories, waved his hands away. Like a student caught daydreaming in class. Ha ha ha, Zabuza laughed heartily, a doting expression on his face. It's okay, Shiro, even if you're lazy, I won't blame you. After all, he muttered to himself, after all, I owe you a debt of gratitude for all this time. If it weren't for Shiro, he wouldn't have experienced the beauty of life, nor would he have been able to savor this rare and peaceful time. The two smiled at each other and prepared to continue their work, completing their tasks for the day. But just then, Zabuza seemed to sense something and looked off into the distance. He saw two figures suddenly emerge from the distant forest. Though distant, he could clearly tell they weren't dressed like villagers. He narrowed his eyes, studying them closely, noticing one of them looked familiar. Finally, as the two men drew closer, his pupils suddenly constricted. He realized that the familiar figure was none other than his former companion, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Hidden Mist village, wielder of the great sword Samehoda, Hashigaki Kisame. Why is he here? Looking for me? What's his purpose? Who's with him? They're dressed identically. Are they from the same organization? A multitude of questions suddenly surged through his mind, but he remained calm and composed. He addressed Shiro, who, due to his angle, hadn't noticed what was happening. Shiro, I'm suddenly feeling a bit hungry. Could you go back and get me the flatbread I made yesterday, huh? Shiro looked up, somewhat puzzled. Did Zabuza-sama have a full lunch? It's only been less than an hour, so why is he hungry? Although he felt a little puzzled, he didn't dwell on it. He responded, put down his scythe, and headed back toward the village. All the while, he didn't notice the two uninvited guests approaching from behind him. Zabuza watched Shiro enter the village from the corner of his eye, then focused his attention on the uninvited guests, now less than 100 meters away. I want to see what your purpose is. His face was solemn, and he looked down at the only sickle in his hand. After a flash of hesitation, he still rushed towards the woods on the side. There was no other way. In order to fully integrate into the life, he sealed his old companion beheading sword and no longer carried it on his back. The sword was sealed in the house where he and Bai lived in the village. There was no way to get it now, so he could only take the only sickle in his hand and go into battle. Whoosh! After seeing him rushing towards the woods, the two uninvited guests immediately changed direction and chased after him. Then he was sure in his heart that they came for him and had nothing to do with Bai, and the heavy stone in his heart fell half. Chapter 161 joined the Akatsuki organization. The sky was clear, the air gentle, and the breeze gentle. Sunlight danced like elves across the shimmering sea, casting a captivating golden halo. The sea breeze blew in gusts, bringing with it the unique salty, damp smell of the sea. Seagulls circled in midair, sometimes swooping down to the water, stirring up waves, and sometimes sailing alongside a ship, like its escort. It was a medium-sized sailboat, slowly and steadily moving, driven by the sea breeze. The gentle lap of the waves against the hull was like nature's lullaby, inviting sleep. But at that moment, two people on board refused to sleep. They were pale, covered in cold sweat, like patients suffering from a serious illness. They were Naruto and Sasuke. Kakashi-sensei, how long will it take until we arrive? Naruto asked weakly, sprawled on the deck, his expression dazed. Since leaving the land of lightning, they had been heading south, preparing to reach the land of water. Since the land of water was located on a large island in the ocean, they chose to travel by boat after arriving at the coast. As for why they didn't fly there by air dance, it was because, of course, travel should look like it, flying was nothing. Furthermore, Naruto, Sasuke, and Karin had never seen the real ocean, so they naturally wanted to enjoy it from a boat. Note that this refers to the real ocean, the kind with the rolling waves and a boundless expanse. Although they had previously sailed on a mission to the land of waves, that was an inland sea, crossed in less than half an hour using a small wooden boat, and the seas were calm, completely lacking the true atmosphere of the ocean. The land of lightning, on the other hand, lay between the land of water and the land of lightning, a truly vast ocean, requiring at least a day's sailing. In the event of strong winds and waves, this would extend even further. Back to the point. Naruto and the others excitedly boarded the boat, ready to see the seascape. But before their excitement could last long, Naruto and Sasuke tragically discovered they were seasick. The two immediately unleashed a flood of sour, smelly vomit on the boat, infuriating the captain. Ultimately, Kakashi summoned Boss Jin to resolve the situation. We should be almost there. I asked the captain earlier, and he said about half an hour, but it's already more than halfway there, Kakashi replied with a hint of amusement, leaning against the boat. Before boarding the boat, he hadn't expected Naruto and Sasuke to get seasick. They'd never experienced seasickness on the previous trip to the land of waves. But now, perhaps it was the choppy seas here, causing the boat to rock violently, that had caused them to experience this. That's great, Naruto replied weakly. Not far away, Sasuke, less distraught than he, sat leaning against the boat. Hearing Kakashi's response, he too breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't expect I'd be inferior to a girl in yet another area. Watching Karin strolling freely around the ship, glancing around like a curious child, he scoffed inwardly. Not long after, boom. I'm finally back to full health. As the ship reached the harbor, Naruto was the first to jump off, standing on the solid ground, hands raised high, tears streaming down his face as he shouted. Boom. Sasuke, who jumped off second, saw many people at the harbor looking over at the noise and silently distanced himself from Naruto, acting like he didn't know this guy. Ha ha ha. On the bow, Goku watched the scene, hands on his hips, bursting into laughter. Then, he, Kakashi, and Karin disembarked. Yoshi. Kakashi-sensei, where's the hidden mist village? Let's go. Seeing them disembark, Naruto, now fully refreshed, spoke with energy. At this, Karin and Kakashi gave him pitiful looks. What's wrong? Naruto's high-spirited smile froze, somewhat confused by the looks these two men were giving him. Oh, what an idiot. Sasuke, beside him, clutched his forehead in silence. Swish. Naruto, stare, looking like he was about to turn into thug. Haha, did you forget? We'll stop at a small island en route, and we won't reach the land of water until our second landing. Huh? What? Naruto's eyes bulged instantly, as if struck by a bolt of lightning, his mind going blank. Sasuke's right, we're on a cargo ship, and they'll be stopping at this island for a while to sell and restock their goods. That's plenty of time, so we can disembark and explore the surrounding area. Kakashi's comment was like the straw that broke the camel's back, sending Naruto plummeting. Bang! Naruto lay on the cold floor, his mouth agape, like a lost fish. At this moment, on the other side of the island, in a secluded forest, Zabuza was facing off against two uninvited guests. Kisame, how did you find me? He narrowed his eyes, staring expressionlessly at his former companion. HMPH, Zabuza, you're still as cold and ruthless as ever. You didn't even bother to catch up with me, an old acquaintance. First, Hashigaki Kisame folded his arms across his chest, baring his fangs. HMPH. Kisame, we know each other well. There's no need for such nonsense, Zabuza snorted. No, I'm still the same person as before, but you seem so unfamiliar to me. Hashigaki Kisame looked Zabuza up and down, his face full of interest. I'm very curious about your current attire. The once ruthless Kurigakure has now fallen into the trap of a country bumpkin. If I tell anyone about this, I'm afraid everyone will laugh their heads off. Honestly, after receiving the mission, he had assumed his former companion was a tyrant hiding out on an island. But he hadn't expected him to transform into something he had never imagined. This surprised him, wondering if he had hit his head. Don't worry about that, Zabuza asked, not answering. How did you find me, and what do you want from me? Oh, you're as boring as ever, Hashigaki Kisame grinned, then straightened his face. We're here to invite you to join a great organization. The leader of the organization told us about your whereabouts. An organization? As expected. Zabuza narrowed his eyes, confirming his earlier suspicions. But he hadn't expected this organization to invite him to join. What organization? He asked calmly. Hashigaki Kisame smiled and slowly uttered three words, Akatsuki. Akatsuki? Zabuza pondered the question, but realized he had never heard of the name. Without further questioning, he simply said, sorry, I refuse. He had now made up his mind to withdraw from the ninja world and live in seclusion with Haku, so he certainly wasn't interested in this organization that had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. HMPH, I knew you'd say that, but don't be so quick to refuse. Let me first explain to you the great things this organization is about to accomplish, Hashigaki Kisame chuckled. With his personality, anyone else would have beaten the man into submission long ago. But with his former comrade, he still had some patience and was willing to use words to persuade him first. Listen carefully, Akatsuki. He then briefly described the Akatsuki's purpose and the reason for inviting him to join. Zabuza listened silently without interrupting. Zabuza raised an eyebrow and shook his head. Creating a world of permanent peace and tranquility? I don't think that's possible. Sorry, I still don't want to join. I feel my current life is quite peaceful. Hashigaki Kisame was silent for a few seconds before a ferocious grin broke out. He actually knew even more. He was one of the few people in Akatsuki who knew about the Moon Eye project. But the man claiming to be Uchiha Madara had told him to keep it secret, so he couldn't reveal it now. So, he had no choice but to kill Zabuza. After all, before they arrived, Akatsuki leader Pain had told them that if he refused to join, he would have to be killed for the sake of Akatsuki's secrecy. Zabuza, I had thought you could be my companion again. He pointed the bandaged, large sword Samehoda, which he carried on his back, at Zabuza, a fierce look flashing across his face. Huh? What, you still want to kill me? Seeing the others move, Zabuza narrowed his eyes, and he felt even more certain that he had made the right decision not to join this organization. After all, what organization would kill people to silence them at the slightest disagreement? However, he had prepared for battle before coming here, so he was not afraid at all. Seeing Hashigaki Kisame's blade pointed at him, he calmly tightened his grip on the scythe. As long as you join the organization, I won't kill you, Hoshigaki Kisame bared his fangs. Haha, you say it as if you can kill me. Although I haven't killed anyone in a long time, I don't mind seeing blood today. Zabuza's eyes narrowed, and the murderous aura that had been hidden deep within him, long hidden from the world, seemed to be activated and released violently. Very confident, Zabuza, Hoshigaki Kisame smiled cruelly. Then, with a thought, his great sword, Samehoda, instantly pierced through the bandages, revealing a deep blue blade covered in barbs. Mist concealment technique. Seeing this, Zabuza took the initiative, immediately forming hand seals to create a thick fog. There were two opponents, and even if the third one had remained silent and showed no signs of attacking, he couldn't ignore it. He had to treat it as an enemy. In a one-on-two situation, a head-on confrontation would definitely not work. While he appeared tough, declaring his intention to kill Hoshigaki Kisame, he knew deep down that the opponent's strength was likely superior, not inferior. Not to mention that his beheading sword was currently unavailable, reducing his strength. Then I have to outsmart him. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, hidden within the fog. The mist concealment technique, combined with his silent killing technique, was his most powerful means of killing. He would resolve this battle this way. Mist hidden technique, Zabuza. Let me see the full extent of your abilities, you, the hidden demon of the mist. At that moment, Hoshigaki Kisame's voice rang out from the thick fog. He stood still, seemingly unfazed by the dense fog that obscured his vision. As you wish, Zabuza replied, then remained silent. A moment later, with a swish, a flash of sword materialized from the dense fog and swung toward Hoshigaki Kisame's back. With a clang, Hoshigaki Kisame seemed to have eyes on his back, extending his 2-meter-long Samehoda muscles backwards, easily blocking the blow. How could that be? Zabuza's pupils constricted as he emerged, bewildered by the other's ability to block him so precisely. HMPH, is that all you've got? Hoshigaki Kisame tilted his head, a scornful smile curling his lips. With a swish, Zabuza vanished into the fog once more. This time, he didn't rush to attack. Instead, he created a water clone. They then lurked in front of and behind Hoshigaki Kisame, respectively. Immediately, the water clone picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it at him. Meanwhile, the real body, behind him, seized the opportunity and silently advanced. Swish! The blade flashed again. He was filled with confidence, as if he could already see Hoshigaki Kisame spurting blood. But what followed horrified him. Bang! Crack! A puff of white smoke suddenly erupted before his eyes, and then, with a confident blow, he struck a thick log. Substitution jutsu, he blurted out, sensing the imminent danger. But he was too late to react. And then, bang! With a resounding bang, he flew forward like a kite with its string cut, crashing heavily to the ground. Cough, 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 cough. He pushed himself to his feet, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with disbelief. How could it be possible? How on earth had the other party discovered him? Hey, Zabuza, don't you understand? Your mist concealment technique is completely useless to me. Hoshigaki Kisame, who had dealt Zabuza a critical blow with Samehoda, approached from behind and teased the shambles on the ground. My Samehoda can sense your chakra, he said. He stroked Samehoda, who nuzzled him affectionately. Samehoda has a natural chakra-consuming ability and possesses the ability to sense chakra within a certain range. However, it can only sense, it cannot determine if the opponent's chakra is to its liking, it can only know after taking a bite. Back to the point. For Hoshigaki Kisame, wielding a weapon with perceptive abilities, Zabuza is naturally untouchable. After all, the mist concealment technique can only obstruct vision, not chakra perception. Haha, it looks like I'm really going to die here. Zabuza's heart sank after hearing Hoshigaki Kisame's explanation, and he chuckled self-deprecatingly. Besides the mist hidden art and the silent killing technique, his greatest skill was water style. But his opponent was also skilled in water style, possessing a vast chakra pool like a tailed beast. Expecting to defeat him with water style was unrealistic. Furthermore, he was already severely injured from the recent attack, adding insult to injury. In this situation, what chance did he have of victory? I'm a little reluctant. His eyes glazed over. Although he had long ago lost his fear of death, after experiencing the good life of the past 6 months, he suddenly felt a little afraid of death. It seems you've given up fighting. Hoshigaki Kisame looked down at him. For the sake of our former companions, I'll give you one last chance. Join the organization and you'll live. I'd rather die than join now. Zabuza sneered. Then there's nothing I can do. Although I don't want to kill you, I have to. Hashigaki Kisame raised Samehoda and prepared to swing it down. Water escape technique, 1,000 killings water flying. At this moment, a large number of senbon shot out from the woods at a rapid speed. Hoshigaki Kisame saw this and stepped back, avoiding these senbon, while looking in the direction of the senbon. He saw a figure rushing out from the woods, whooshing in front of Zabuza, looking at him with a murderous expression. If you want to hurt Master Zabuza, first step over my dead body. Chapter 162 Stupid Hao Dao Dao, long time no see. A gentle breeze rustled the branches, like the whispers of nature. The fresh scent of earth washed over him, refreshing his soul. Nearby, the gurgling water brought a touch of coolness to the scorching summer heat. Goku, his hands clasped behind his head, strolled leisurely, savoring the rare tranquility. Beside him, Kakashi, Karin, and Sasuke did the same. Their minds cleared as they breathed in the earthy fragrance, their minds seemingly washed away by the heavy, salty, damp smell of the sea. However, one person stood out from the crowd, slumped at the back of the group, his eyes seemingly devoid of hope. That person was Naruto. Puff, Karin glanced back, caught sight of Naruto's expression, and couldn't help but laugh. Naruto, you've really failed this time, a teasing smile played on her face. In the past, Naruto had always seemed fearless, gritting his teeth to overcome any obstacle. Unexpectedly, this time, when it came to the boat ride, the other person actually failed, becoming soulless. Greek letter pi. Naruto raised his head and said weakly, Karin, you don't understand. Seasickness is truly horrible. It's completely impossible to resist. He had considered relying on willpower to fight the seasickness while on the boat, but the more he tried, the worse it got. In the end, he could only lie on the deck, resigned to his fate. So now, he envied Karin. It was both of them being on a boat for the first time. No, strictly speaking, it was his second. That was even worse. Why didn't the other person show any signs of seasickness, while he was so severely affected? It was all just that there were insurmountable differences between people's physiques. It's okay. You weren't used to it the first time, but maybe you will be able to get used to it the second time. Karin smiled, her adorable dimples showing. Is that so? Hearing her reassurance, Naruto finally perked up a bit, no longer feeling so sluggish. Of course. If you don't believe me, just ask Goku-sensei. Karin tugged at the hems of Goku and Kakashi's shirts, grinning. Huh? Goku turned, blinking, and meeting Karin's gaze, grinned. Ah, that's right. Kakashi tilted his head, his right eye curved into a crescent. Karin's right, Naruto? Really? Naruto's body trembled at the confirmation of his two teachers, his spirits suddenly brightening. Ho ha ho ha. I knew this little problem would be defeated by Naruto-sensei. He put his hands on his hips, a triumphant smile on his face. How, idiot. Sasuke, walking ahead, observed this scene and couldn't help but grumble inwardly. Wow. The air here is really nice. Freed from the seasickness, Naruto returned to his natural self, enjoying the island's soothing nature with Goku and the others. As he walked, a thought suddenly struck him, and he spoke. By the way, I remember Haku and that demon Zabuza used to be from the land of water, right? I wonder where they ended up. Back then, after resolving their differences, Haku and Zabuza stayed with them at Yasuna's house for a few days. During that time, he learned of Haku's past and felt a pang of sympathy for this man whose life was even more tragic than his own. They had a long conversation, and though it was brief, they became friends. After their separation, he hadn't seen each other since. Now, approaching the place where the man had grown up, he couldn't help but think of him again. Yes, they were from the land of water, and Zabuza was once a ninja from Kirigakure. Kakashi replied. As for where they went, I don't know, but I imagine it was somewhere very secret. Zabuza was a Kirigakure renegade ninja, constantly hunted by Kirigakure, so he had to find a secluded place to escape their pursuit. Hey, Goku-sensei, do you remember their chi? If so, how about seeing where they are now? Naruto suddenly thought of this and jumped in front of Goku to ask. He was curious about where the two were living now. He also thought that if he knew their location, he could visit them someday if he had the chance. Goku scratched his head. I do have some memory. We can give it a try. Naruto's eyes lit up. Yosh. Goku-sensei, then give it a try. Goku smiled slightly, then raised his sword finger to his brow and began searching for Zabuza and Haku's chi. Huh? In less than a second, he blinked and lowered his sword finger. What's wrong? Naruto was puzzled. It was over so quickly. Did they find their chi? They're pretty close to us. They should be on this island too. Goku's face was filled with surprise. Huh? Naruto's eyes widened and his mouth dropped open. They're on this island too. What a coincidence. Kakashi and Sasuke also looked surprised, having similarly anticipated this. Well, then, don't we have time to go see them now? Naruto said excitedly, regaining his composure. No wonder he'd suddenly thought of them. Perhaps it was the close proximity that triggered a telepathic connection. That's not a problem, but they don't seem to be doing well right now. One's aura is very low, and the other's aura is fluctuating wildly, battling an unfamiliar aura, Goku said, his chin resting on his hand. Low aura? Battling an unfamiliar aura. Naruto was stunned. Then, anxiously, he said, Goku-sensei, why didn't you tell me earlier? Let's go. A few minutes ago, on the other side of the island. Huff. Huff. Shiro panted, staring at Hashigaki Kisame with a look of formidable foe. He was covered in mud, his face a mixture of dirt and blood. Furthermore, his tied-up hair was disheveled, making him look extremely disheveled. Not far behind him, Zabuza collapsed to the ground, his body littered with signs of struggle. Damn it, Shiro, get out. They're targeting me, not you, Zabuza shouted with his last remaining strength after struggling repeatedly to no avail. He had been somewhat surprised by Shiro's arrival. He had deliberately distanced himself from the village, and with Shiro's abilities, even if he could find them, he wouldn't have arrived so quickly. But now, he had no time to question how Shiro had gotten there. He gritted his teeth and joined him in the battle against Hashigaki Kisame. However, during the fight, Hashigaki Kisame seized the opportunity and used Samehoda to drain most of his chakra. Already severely injured, he struggled to his feet, unable to muster the strength to rise. He could only watch helplessly as Shiro continued to fight alone, suffering repeated injuries. Now, unable to bear it any longer, he desperately tried to get Shiro to abandon him and escape. Zabuza-sama, please stop talking. I will not abandon you and flee alone. Shiro didn't look at him, his tone filled with determination. Since returning to the village, he'd felt something was amiss. Having spent years with Zabuza, he knew him intimately. Given his appetite, it was impossible for him to be hungry so quickly. So, when he was still some distance from their home, he turned back. Once outside the village, he saw the fields were empty, and there was no sign of Zabuza. He was horrified, knowing something had happened. He quickly followed a trail Zabuza had left. Finally, he caught up with Zabuza in his most critical moment and successfully rescued him. That moment filled him with utter fear. If he hadn't realized something was amiss, had waited until he'd retrieved the bread from home before returning, he would have missed the opportunity. He would have regretted it immensely. But now, even though the situation remained dire, with a high probability of death for both Zabuza and himself, he felt no fear, no regrets. Because he could guarantee that, before his final moments, he had repaid Zabuza's kindness. He had once pulled him back from the brink of death, and he would repay him with his own life. Thus, even if he ultimately failed to change anything, he would die without regrets. What a moving sight. Hashigaki Kisame watched the imp before him, repeatedly sent flying by him, only to repeatedly struggle back to his feet and stand before him, feeling a surge of admiration. So much so that he couldn't help but want to give Zabuza another chance. Hey, Zabuza, I'll give you one last chance. If you agree to join the organization, I won't kill you, and this imp won't die because of you. This time, Zabuza hesitated. Looking at the precarious Shiro before him, he gritted his teeth, the hesitation on his face melting into determination, and he was about to agree. But before he could say anything, Haku spoke first. Zabuza-sama, please don't change your decision for me. I don't know what organization they want you to join, but since you refused before, it's not a good one. You must not change your mind. After all, at this point, Haku glanced back at Zabuza, a gentle smile on his face. A man's decision shouldn't be easily changed. That's what you taught me, Zabuza-sama. Zabuza's pupils constricted. After a few seconds, he recovered and smiled helplessly. Huh? I didn't expect you to teach me a lesson before I die, Haku. It's all thanks to Zabuza-sama. Watching the two exchange, Hashigaki Kisame knew that the other would never join. He shook his head, inwardly appreciating his courage, but a fierce look flashed across his face. Then let me send you both to the underworld. Without hesitation, He swung Samehada at Haku. Haku! Watch out! Bang! Haku tried to block, but his injured body was no match for the powerful blow. Like a kite with its string cut, his body arced through the air and landed heavily in front of Zabuza. Haku! Zabuza's eyes raged. Ahem! Haku stumbled to his feet, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, but he smiled at Zabuza. I'm fine, Zabuza-sama, you're quite the tenacious brat. Hoshigaki Kisame's admiration for him grew. Without mercy, he swung Samehada at Haku again. And just then, swoosh! Several figures suddenly appeared beside Haku. One of them, upon seeing Hoshigaki Kisame's attack, reached out and grabbed hold of the barbed Samehada. Hoshigaki Kisame's pupils suddenly constricted, and he quickly pulled out his Samehada and leaped back. Who are you? He instantly noticed that 3 of the men were wearing Konoha forward protectors, and he wondered why anyone from Konoha was here. Furthermore, he hadn't even noticed them. Equally shocked were the rescued Haku and Zabuza. Son Goku, Zabuza, sprawled on the ground, stared wide-eyed. Unable to believe he was seeing the man who had once knocked him out with a single punch. He'd thought he was dying, and his vision was blurry. Goku. And Naruto, how are you here? Haku stared at the people around him with his mouth wide open, his mind blank for a moment. Hey! Are you alright? Goku ignored Hoshigaki Kisame, who pulled his sword from his grasp and backed away. He turned to look at Haku and Zabuza, raising his palm in a classic greeting. Son Goku, it's really you. What's wrong with you? Zabuza finally confirmed he wasn't seeing things, and his disbelief deepened. Don't talk for now. You seem quite weak right now, Goku interrupted, then pointed his palm at him and channeled a stream of energy into him. What is this? Zabuza was increasingly shocked. He felt his body suddenly regain strength, no longer utterly weak. He hurriedly tried to get up again. This time, although it was still a bit difficult due to his injuries, he eventually succeeded. After channeling energy into him, Goku channeled another stream of energy into Zashiro, then asked, what happened? Who are you fighting? I know this person. He's Hoshigaki Kisame, a rebel ninja from the Hidden Mist and a former member of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen. Kakashi narrowed his eyes as he looked at Hoshigaki's expression of confusion. And the other one? He then stared at a figure a few dozen meters away, sitting leisurely under a tree. He was dressed like Hoshigaki, but his face was obscured by a conical hat. For some reason, he felt that this person was very familiar. But because he couldn't see the face clearly, he couldn't identify the other person. And the one who felt the same way, no, perhaps even more intensely, was Sasuke beside him. This person, Sasuke stared intently at the faceless figure. Since arriving here, he'd noticed this person the first thing he'd noticed, and then, oblivious to everything else, he'd been staring at them intently. His heart pounded, and he had a strong feeling that this person was the man he'd been searching for. The man he'd vowed to defeat. Finally, the unseen figure grasped the front of his bamboo hat with slender fingers and slowly removed it, revealing a pair of cold, ruthless 3 Magatama Sharingans beneath. Sasuke, and Hatake Kakashi, it's really, long time no see. Yesterday, while typing, I'd forgotten that most of the Akatsuki didn't know about the Moon Eye project. Hoshigaki Kisame knew, but he couldn't reveal it. So, when introducing Zabuza to the Akatsuki, he couldn't tell him that they were trying to achieve peace through dreams. This modification slightly changes the subsequent plot. Those who subscribed yesterday can go back and read it again to avoid any contradictions in the later chapters. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163 Uchiha Itachi, I'm going to kill you. The roaring wind suddenly calmed, and the surrounding birds ceased their chirping, as if sensing the impending storm and fluttering their wings to flee. What's going on? Who is he? When the man beneath the tree removed his bamboo hat and said it had been a long time since they'd seen each other, Naruto sensed something was amiss with Kakashi and Sasuke. He glanced left and right, then suddenly exclaimed, Hey, this guy, why does this guy look so much like Sasuke? And his eyes, he clearly saw the 3 Magatama Sharingan in the man beneath the tree, exactly like Sasuke's. In an instant, he understood. Could this man be the one Sasuke had been thinking about? The next moment, Kakashi confirmed his suspicions. Uchiha Itachi, I didn't expect to see you here. Kakashi stared solemnly at the man beneath the tree, a man he knew so well, Uchiha Itachi. He had been the one who had brought him into the Anbu, so he knew him intimately. He had never expected to encounter this man, who had vanished from sight since defecting from Konoha years ago, in such a remote place today. It was quite unexpected for me, Uchiha Itachi replied calmly. He was, in fact, feeling much the same as Hoshigaki Kisame, equally surprised by Goku and his companion's sudden appearance. However, he was known for his composure, remaining impassive in most situations, so his face remained silent. It seems you've joined an organization. I'm curious about what it is and why you're here, Kakashi said, his eyes narrowed. Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame were dressed identically, a fact only possible if they were part of the same faction. Therefore, he became curious and wary of the mysterious organization that could recruit these two dangerous individuals. After all, the fact that they could recruit these two meant it must be very powerful, and he had never heard of such an organization before. It would be unbelievable to believe that such a powerful and venomous organization didn't have some ulterior motive. Put aside your curiosity, Kakashi, knowing too much will kill you, Itachi Uchiha replied, his expressionless face unchanged. He then turned to Goku and slowly asked, your name is Son Goku? Yes, my name is Son Goku. Goku nodded, his face devoid of his usual playful smile. After confirming the man's identity, Itachi Uchiha's mind quickly flashed through his intelligence, a mysterious man with exceptionally powerful physical skills. And now, there was another piece of information, he could release mysterious energy to restore the energy of others. Akatsuki leader Pain had warned them that if they encountered this man, they should avoid provoking him unless absolutely necessary. And now, that was clearly not the case. After all, the existence of Akatsuki had long been known to the Cage of the major nations, and killing Zabuza would only prevent Akatsuki from becoming more exposed. So, he decided to retreat, even though upon seeing Sasuke, he had harbored the urge to test his opponent's current strength. Let's go, Kisame. He stood up and beckoned Hoshigaki Kisame to depart. Hoshigaki Kisame nodded obediently. But at that moment, a voice, piercing with cold murderous intent, suddenly rang out, Stop, Uchiha Itachi, I'm going to kill you. Time flashed forward to the moment when Uchiha Itachi removed his bamboo hat. Boom. The moment Sasuke saw the man's face clearly, his pupils constricted, and a thunderous explosion erupted in his mind. It's really you, Uchiha Itachi. Suddenly, he felt as if time had stopped, and all external sounds faded away. His eyes could no longer see anything else, only the man's figure. How many days had passed? He couldn't remember how long it had been since he'd vowed revenge on this man for murdering his entire family. 4 years, he'd constantly urged himself to train diligently, so that one day, when he met this man, he could avenge his grievances with his own strength. And now, this day had finally arrived. His body trembled uncontrollably, brought on by extreme excitement and euphoria. His mind was almost blank, with only one goal, to kill the enemy before him, immediately, at any cost. But, just as he was about to be overwhelmed by the hatred that surged within him, letting it dominate his actions, several scenes flashed before his eyes. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, our training requires not only strengthening our bodies, but also our minds. On the hills behind Konoha, Naruto, and Sakura sat cross-legged on the ground, listening attentively to Goku's instructions. Tempering our bodies will strengthen us, while cultivating our minds will allow us to practice better and better control our growing strength. You could say that cultivating our minds is an essential and crucial step in our training. Without it, our practice will be hindered, Goku admonished them with a serious expression. Swish. The scene shifted to the second scene. Looking at Sakura, who had already successfully mastered the art of ki sensing, he was filled with anxiety. Damn it! Why can't I succeed? He clenched his fists, bitterly annoyed at his own incompetence. He was going to defeat that man, but now he was being left far behind by a girl during training. How could he even defeat him? Snap! A large, warm hand rested on his head, stunning him for a moment. Goku had unknowingly sat cross-legged in front of him, looking at him gently. Sasuke, do you know why you keep failing? He shook his head blankly. I don't know, actually, you have an advantage in this area, Goku said, pointing to Naruto, who sat on the ground not far away, scratching his head. I have an advantage. He was a little confused. He, like Naruto, had never been able to learn, so how could he have an advantage? Yes, you do, Goku smiled. Your advantage is that you have a quiet nature, allowing you to quickly calm down and settle into a state of mind during training, unlike Naruto, who is restless and can't sit still. Then why do I keep failing? He asked sullenly. Goku smiled again, then his face turned serious. Don't you understand? The reason you keep failing is because of the hatred in your heart. I can sense the hatred within you. It's so immense that it's constantly affecting your practice. Do you remember what I said before? Cultivation requires cultivating the mind. If your mind isn't strong enough, if you can't shake off the influence of inner hatred, then your practice will definitely be hindered. Swish, the scene shifted again. Beside the stream, he and Wukong sat cross-legged and quietly. Each of them had a fishing rod, the line swaying erratically with the current. After an indeterminate moment, he began to frown, puzzled, and asked, Teacher Wukong, does this really work? Besides, how can you catch fish without bait on the hooks? The two hooks, bobbing in the river, were devoid of bait. No wonder they hadn't caught a single fish for so long. Calm down, Sasuke. Cultivating the mind isn't a one-day job. I can't explain the profound meaning, you need to experience it carefully. As for fishing, who says you can't catch fish without bait? Goku closed his eyes, his face a look of leisure and composure. So he had to patiently learn to close his eyes, listening to the world with only his ears. After an unknown amount of time, he suddenly entered a mysterious state. Although his eyes were closed, the sound of flowing water, the rustling of leaves in the breeze, the buzzing of insects in the trees, and every other audible sound seemed to become tangible, allowing him to construct the entire scene in his mind. It was as if he had a 360-degree, unobstructed vision, observing everything around him. And then, suddenly, he realized that in the world he was observing, Goku was nowhere to be seen. It was as if Goku had completely vanished from the world. He opened his eyes in shock, only to find Goku still sitting beside him. If he listened closely, he could even hear his faint breathing. Hoo-la-la! At that moment, a splashing sound, unlike the previous one, echoed from the river. He turned and peered, only to discover that the sound originated from a large fish. This fish, now clutching Goku's hook, was desperately thrashing. It seems you're beginning to understand, Sasuke. Goku opened his eyes, tossed the hooked fish into the bucket, and smiled at him. The following sentence appears unrelated and likely a translation error. Swish. The image faded, and the figure he hated with such intensity appeared before his eyes again. But this time, he took several deep breaths, suppressing the hatred that had been pounding at his brain. Calm down. If I want revenge, I can't let hatred control my body. He breathed deeply, giving himself this mental reminder. He knew that if he couldn't calm down, he wouldn't be able to unleash his full potential in battle, and his opponent might even easily exploit his weaknesses, leading to a miserable defeat. This was something he couldn't allow. Thanks to his previous training, after taking several deep breaths, he finally suppressed his hatred and regained his usual composure. It was then, seeing the man about to leave, that he finally spoke. Stop, Uchiha. I'm going to. I'll kill you. Uchiha paused. After a brief pause, he tilted his head slightly, revealing a cold, ruthless Sharingan. I'll play with you next time, Sasuke. With that, he turned around and tried to leave. But, whoosh! As he turned, a gust of wind blew past him, causing his clothes to rustle. Sasuke suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his path. Uchiha, now that we've met, don't even think about escaping. Sasuke, radiating a murderous aura but maintaining a remarkably calm expression, stared at him and spoke. That's your little brother, a real fearless young man. Hashigaki Kisame bared his fangs, a look of amusement on his face as he gazed at Sasuke standing in front of him. He looks pretty fast, though. He must be close to your youth. Sasuke's speed had surprised him. Such speed at his age was extremely rare in the ninja world. Not even close, Uchiha said expressionlessly. That's not good. Are you being so harsh on your own brother? Hashigaki Kisame gave him a teasing smile. Get out of my way, Sasuke. I'm not interested in you right now. Uchiha ignored his teasing, still looking at Sasuke calmly. HMPH, you said it's not even close, right? Sasuke's lips curled slightly as he began to unload the weight from his body. Bang! Bang! The two wrist guards were removed. Uchiha remained expressionless, and Hashigaki Kisame raised an eyebrow. Bang! 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 After the weights were removed from his feet, Uchiha remained expressionless, while Hashigaki Kisame began to pique his interest. Bang! When the weighted vest was removed, Uchiha Itachi's eyes finally flickered, while Hoshigaki Kisame's expression of surprise was palpable. Hey, come on, he's carrying so much weight. That speed he displayed just now was only possible with so much weight. I take that back. His speed should be comparable to yours when you were younger, maybe even surpassing it. Hoshigaki Kisame stared at the deep hole in the ground, astonished. He couldn't believe a teenager in his early teens could carry so many weights and still move freely, even achieving speeds far exceeding those of an average person. Could it be that all of Uchiha Itachi's lineage was such freaks? The older brother was a freak, and so was the younger brother. A flicker of emotion flashed in his eyes, and Itachi Uchiha continued to stare at Sasuke expressionlessly. Oh? Sasuke, is this what you've achieved over the years? I'm disappointed, HMPH, don't try to provoke me. While I don't know how strong you are now, I know exactly how much I've improved. Had Sasuke been blinded by hatred, he would have charged forward with a roar, launching a chaotic attack, only to be easily and brutally defeated by Itachi Uchiha. But now, Sasuke, capable of remaining calm under immense hatred, remained unmoved, not even aroused. Only then did Itachi Uchiha finally feel a flicker of surprise. His younger brother truly seemed different. But, if he couldn't be provoked, if his hatred couldn't be amplified, he couldn't fully activate the Sharingan's power. It seemed he should take this opportunity to further infuse his brother with the hatred he had harbored in the past. With this thought, he stopped thinking about leaving immediately. Instead, he looked at Sasuke coldly and said, "Since that's the case, let me see how far you've come over the years. Let me see if you're still as weak and pathetic as you were back then, wanting nothing more than to escape, only to watch helplessly as everything unfolds." Sasuke's eyes twitched, and he recalled his own incompetence. But for a moment, he suppressed these distracting thoughts and, looking at Uchiha Itachi, gave him a cold smile. "That suits me perfectly." Elsewhere, seeing the two men about to fight, Hoshigaki Kisame didn't choose to leave himself, but instead made room to watch with interest. He didn't relax either, his peripheral vision warily watching Goku, who remained silent and motionless nearby. This man was terrifying. This was his judgment, informed by the keen intuition honed through years of life and death battles. Just as Pain had said, this man should not be provoked lightly. And in this situation, would he attack? He wondered to himself. Just then, Naruto, who had figured out the situation, saw Sasuke preparing to fight. Not wanting to be left behind, he pointed at Hoshigaki Kisame, who was about to eat melons, and shouted, "Hey, it's you weird guy who looks like a shark. It was you who injured Haku and the others. Sasuke wants to fight that guy, so come and fight Uncle Naruto. I'm going to beat you up and let you know that Uncle Naruto's friends, they are not easy to bully." I originally wanted to write the fight in the next chapter and post it together, but I found that this part of the plot is indeed a bit difficult to write. It requires careful thinking and polishing, so I can only let everyone wait for another day. Private Marseilles, just a quick question, is this chapter well written? Anyway, the author himself feels quite good. Chapter 164, The Shocked Itachi. Hey, Naruto, don't be impulsive. That guy is incredibly powerful. Even when Lord Zabuza and I attacked together, we barely hurt him. Hey, Naruto, Mr. Goku, stop him. Seeing Naruto so full of energy, ready to fight Hoshigaki Kisame, Haku quickly spoke up to stop him. In his memory, Naruto was much weaker than him. When they first met, he single-handedly defeated both Hoshigaki and Sasuke. So how could the other side possibly defeat an enemy that neither he nor Zabuza could defeat? But, no matter how he tried to dissuade him, Naruto ignored him, his gaze fixed on Hoshigaki Kisame. So, he could only focus on Goku, hoping that Goku could stop him. Don't worry, Haku. Naruto's current strength will surprise you. Goku folded his arms, a faint smile on his face. Mr. Goku. Bai was stunned by Goku's response, then stared at Naruto's back in disbelief. Could it be that Naruto, in the past 6 months, had grown tremendously in strength, surpassing not only him but also Zabuza-sama? "Oh? Brat, you want to fight me?" Hoshigaki Kisame, who had only wanted to watch, hadn't expected to be approached. He looked at Naruto with some surprise as he stood before him. Of course. Sasuke's already fighting, how could I just stand by and watch, and I'll settle the score with you for injuring Bai. Crack. Crack. Naruto clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming with fighting intent. Interesting, Hoshigaki Kisame grinned, revealing his fangs. His Samehada told him that this brat possessed a vast amount of chakra. Combined with the name Naruto, he immediately concluded that he was Konoha's Nine Tails Jinchuriki. The reason he could draw this conclusion from the name was because Akatsuki leader Pine had once wanted them to capture the Nine Tails Jinchuriki and had told them the name. However, before the operation could truly begin, Pine cancelled the capture plan. He hadn't expected to encounter his target here, despite the cancellation. This was truly intriguing. "Kid, fight me, be prepared to die, bang boom boom." Before he could finish his harsh words, his pupils suddenly constricted. Naruto, like Sasuke before him, had unloaded multiple weights from his body, smashing the ground into a deep crater. Coming to his senses, a hint of seriousness finally appeared in his eyes. "You seem like quite a capable kid, too. In that case, I'll have some fun with you." Elsewhere, a gentle breeze blew between Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi, ruffling their languishing hair. Their eyes met, their faces bearing the same cold, ruthless expression. A murderous atmosphere spread rapidly between them. Suddenly, the black pupils in Sasuke's eyes rapidly changed, transforming into the same three Magatama Sharingan as Uchiha Itachi's. Then, with a single step, he was instantly before Uchiha Itachi, unleashing a powerful punch brimming with hatred. Swish! Uchiha Itachi dodged with a sudden kick, a hint of surprise filling his heart. Sasuke, he's already reached the three Magatama Sharingan. He remembered that last year, when he'd secretly observed Sasuke, fresh out of the Ninja Academy, he hadn't yet opened his Sharingan. And now, in less than a year, he'd already opened it and evolved it to the three Magatama level, truly astonishing. "How are they? Did my eyes live up to your expectations?" After his strike failed, Sasuke withdrew his hand and stood still. Seeing the fleeting look of surprise in Uchiha Itachi's eyes, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. At this point, he hadn't yet learned that the three Tama Sharingan possessed the main Gekyo Sharingan, so it's no surprise that he felt somewhat complacent, believing his eye power had reached the same level as Uchiha Itachi. His three-level jump in less than a year wasn't entirely due to emotional stress, as in the original story, but largely stemmed from another factor: spiritual cultivation. As mentioned earlier, Goku taught them a training method called meditation, which is a form of spiritual cultivation. This method can strengthen a person's willpower, making it stronger and more resilient, while also allowing a wisp of spiritual consciousness to be separated. After being able to separate his consciousness, Sasuke stumbled upon the possibility that his Sharingan could be channeled through this consciousness to stimulate its evolution. This discovery overjoyed him. Although each injection was extremely draining, as long as he rested through meditation at intervals, he didn't have to worry about a mental breakdown from the excessive drain. Thus, after discovering this method, he continued to use it to further the Sharingan's evolution, successfully evolving it from a single Magatama to its current three Magatama state. Three Magatama Sharingan? That's far from enough. Uchiha Itachi's expression returned to its calm state. "Let me show you the Sharingan's true power." With that, the three Magatama pattern in his eye spun wildly. Swish! In less than a second, the three Magatama transformed into a giant windmill. "What is this?" Sasuke's pupils constricted, staring intently at the man's eyes. He could sense the immense power within them, a power clearly surpassing his own three Magatama Sharingan. "It seems I don't know enough about the Sharingan." The slight smugness he'd felt before vanished in an instant, replaced by a hint of solemnity. It seemed he'd underestimated the man's strength. However, he wasn't overly worried. For him now, the Sharingan was merely a supplementary tool. His true strength lay beyond that. Whoosh! He closed his eyes, locked onto the man's position using his aura, and attacked. Bang! This time, Itachi didn't dodge, but met the blow head-on. Several close-quarters blows ensued, before each retreated. How did he see my movements? Itachi's unwavering gaze flickered again. He couldn't understand how the opponent could interpret his movements with his eyes closed. Judging his position by sound was one thing, but could he accurately determine his movements? Little did he know, this was a skill Sasuke had cultivated during his mind training. Even without seeing, he could construct a mental image of his surroundings through sound, observing his opponent's every movement within that context. Whoosh! After a brief retreat, Sasuke stomped his feet and charged at Itachi once more. Bang boom boom! Bang boom boom! Besides the power of his Sharingan, Itachi's taijutsu skills were clearly exceptional, and he engaged Sasuke in a back-and-forth battle, evenly matched. During this process, the perceptive Uchiha Itachi noticed something. While Sasuke's defensive speed was incredibly fast, there was a slight lag when he attacked. Clearly, even if the opponent could detect his movements with his eyes closed, it was still somewhat affected. An ordinary person might not notice this, but for him, with his Sharingan, the observation was undeniable. And so, after another exchange, he instantly formed a hand seal with one hand, fire style. Great Fireball Jutsu. Feeling the sudden, terrifying heat coming from him, Sasuke was startled. Not good. In the original novel, even Kakashi, with his Sharingan activated, couldn't see Uchiha Itachi's hand seals clearly, so you can imagine how fast he was. So, at this moment, Sasuke, so close yet affected by the slight lag, was clearly unable to dodge in time. Boom! With a resounding explosion, Sasuke was struck head-on by a massive fireball, instantly engulfed in the searing flames. Sasuke, Shiro, watching the battle from a distance, let out a startled cry, his pupils narrowing as he tried to rush forward to save Sasuke. But a large hand restrained him. Turning back, he saw Goku gazing up at the spot where Sasuke was engulfed in flames. He said seriously, "Don't worry, Shiro. He'll be fine." A whoosh! A gust of wind swept past, dispersing the thick smoke from the arena. Where Sasuke had been struck by the fireball, the ground was charred black, as if to testify to the devastation of the blow. Amidst this charred earth, a figure stood shielded with crossed arms, wisps of white smoke rising from their arms. Ahem! Sasuke lowered his hands, a wave of fear building within him. If he hadn't summoned his ki at the last moment before the fireball struck him, he would have been severely injured. A serious injury would have meant the end of his long-cherished battle of revenge. This was something he absolutely could not allow. Damn it, he found that flaw so quickly. He opened his eyes, staring intently at Uchiha Itachi. Although he could visualize his surroundings in his mind, there was a slight delay in receiving information, so the changes he observed in his mind's eye were slower than those in the real world. This caused a slight delay in his attacks. This was also his weakness. As long as the opponent's attack was fast enough, he wouldn't have time to react. Now that the flaw had been discovered, he couldn't use this move again. Otherwise, he might not be so lucky next time. Ordinary illusions wouldn't faze me, but I wonder what kind of illusions those eyes can conjure, he pondered rapidly. He had closed his eyes immediately before because he was worried he'd fallen for a Jinjutsu. After all, the opponent's pupil power far surpassed his own. Now that he had to open his eyes, he had to think of a new countermeasure. Got it. Use that one. His eyes lit up as he thought of a move he had never used since learning it, the Sun Fist. This move was a powerful, insidious weapon. As long as the eyes were open and unobstructed, they would be affected. He had avoided using it in previous battles, having focused on self-improvement. But in this fight, he wasn't motivated by self-improvement, but by victory. So, he had no qualms about using it. But, just as he was making up his mind, Uchiha Itachi, who was watching him calmly, suddenly spoke. "Sasuke, do you know what Tsukuyomi is?" Sasuke was startled. Although he didn't know what Tsukuyomi meant, he had a bad feeling and instinctively tried to close his eyes. But, too late. If he met Itachi's eyes, even for a moment, he would fall victim to his Jinjutsu, the terrifying Tsukuyomi. Swish! In an instant, Sasuke felt the scene before him drastically change. No longer the familiar forest or meadow, but a world filled with an ominous blood red. A blood-red moon hung high in the sky. The entire world was dead silent, cold, and filled with a sense of endless terror. What is this? He found himself tied to a cross, unable to move. In front of him, Uchiha Itachi held a knife, staring at him expressionlessly. "This is Tsukuyomi, the power of my main Jakaya Sharingan. For the next 24 hours, I will stab you repeatedly with this knife, letting you fully experience the power of Tsukuyomi and understand, the gap between you and me is too vast to bridge," Uchiha Itachi said coldly. Because Sasuke had already activated the three Magatama, simple emotional stimulation could no longer cause his Sharingan to evolve further. So, instead of letting him wallow in the memories of the night of genocide, he chose to pull him into Tsukuyomi's dimension, allowing him to experience the power of the main Jakaya Sharingan and simultaneously stimulating his inner desire to become even stronger. Sasuke's pupils constricted, and then he suddenly lowered his head. A low laugh echoed from below. "Haha, so this is the power of the main Jakaya Sharingan. I was worried about the terrifying illusions it could create, but it seems I was wrong." Uchiha Itachi stopped stabbing, feeling a sudden sense of bewilderment. Oh no. Could it be that he'd stimulated the other person too much, driving him insane? But that didn't make sense, he hadn't even started stabbing yet. The next second, his pupils suddenly constricted, and for the first time, a look of shock crossed his face. Boom. The cross before him collapsed, and Sasuke, previously bound to it, had escaped. How could this be possible? In this dimension, he was the master, no one should be able to escape his control. Surprised, right? Honestly, I'm surprised too. The freed Sasuke stretched his limbs and said calmly, stretching his joints. After practicing meditation for so long, I had no idea my mental strength was this strong. He'd been a little nervous when he'd discovered he was bound. But then, he suddenly realized his mental strength was enough to break free. This truly astonished him. But upon realizing this, he regained his composure. Although his pupil power was inferior to the other person's, he had easily been drawn into this dimension. But, isn't this space exactly the same as the spiritual space they can create after practicing meditation? Normally, he and Naruto can separate their spiritual consciousness and fight in this spiritual space. So now, can't he also have a spiritual battle with Uchiha here? It's just that on normal days he only separates a wisp of spiritual consciousness, and if it is injured or even shattered, it will not have much impact on himself. But here, he contains all his spiritual consciousness, and if he is injured, it will cause greater damage to his spirit. And if it is shattered, at best he will be in a coma for life, at worst he will die on the spot. Isn't this better? He clenched his fist, making a creaking sound like in reality, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Fighting in this more dangerous place can stimulate him to exert more powerful strength. If nothing unexpected happens, the battle should end in the next chapter. Chapter 165, The Battle in Tsukuyomi Space. Samehoda, boom. Hoshigaki Kisame shattered a massive rock instantly. Damn it. Is this still a sword? Why are there so many thorns? And it even has a mouth. Leaping away, Naruto grimaced at the bizarre-looking Samehoda, over 2 meters long. He had already exchanged blows with Hoshigaki Kisame for several rounds, and the bizarre weapon in his hand was giving him a headache. He had no way of hitting it, and even with his current defense, he wouldn't be able to withstand the blow without getting hurt. Kid, you used to be so formidable, but now you're just dodging and evading. Hoshigaki Kisame pointed Samehoda at him, grinning playfully. HMPH, you shark-faced freak. Stop getting cocky, Naruto snorted, his eyes rolling as an idea struck him. If he couldn't take it, then forget it. Just watch how he could send this lousy sword flying. In a flash, he instantly gathered multiple ki bullets in his hand and blasted them towards Hoshigaki Kisame. Huh? What's that? Hoshigaki Kisame was a bit confused after witnessing this technique, which could be unleashed multiple times without hand seals. But as a seasoned warrior, he wouldn't lose focus in the heat of battle. He reacted in a split second. Samehoda, eat them. He aimed his maw at the incoming ki bullets. Unaware that this energy wasn't chakra, he paid it no mind. After all, pure chakra-like energy, Samehoda could absorb any amount. Crack. Samehoda's maw opened and closed, completely uncontrolled by Kisame, swiftly twisting its body to devour the incoming ki bullets. Gah. But after consuming them, Samehoda froze in shock, its mouth gaping open, its tongue lolling out. Huh? What's wrong, Samehoda? Hoshigaki Kisame was the first to notice something was wrong and couldn't help but ask. Samehoda ignored him, still in a daze. Meanwhile, Naruto's eyes widened when he saw his ki bullet being swallowed by the strange weapon. Degree Cyrillic letter D degree. It ate the ki bullet. It's no wonder he was surprised. The sword looked strange enough to begin with, and now it could eat his ki bullet. Anyone who saw it would be stunned. Huh? This sword is quite interesting. Not far away, Goku noticed this scene and raised his eyebrows. Next to him, Kakashi was also a little surprised. The great sword Samehoda, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Hidden Mist Village, is said to absorb chakra. I didn't expect it could even absorb ki. This could be a bit of a problem for Naruto. Just then, Samehoda, stunned for a moment, finally snapped back to his senses, his body flailing wildly. Hey! Samehoda, what's wrong with you? Hoshigaki Kisame was bewildered. Samehoda hadn't reacted this way before after consuming chakra. Was there something wrong with the chakra? Wait, that's not right. Samehoda's emotions. He was acutely aware of the change in Samehoda's mood towards him, and he was startled. The next second, Samehoda, struggling to break free, turned its head 180 degrees and opened its mouth to bite his arm. Samedhoda, normally, he would have let Samedhoda bite him, because Samedhoda would inject the chakra it absorbed from its opponent into his own body. But now, something was clearly wrong with Samedhoda, so he had to loosen his grip to avoid being bitten. Snap! Freed from his restraints, Samedhoda fell to the ground, then unexpectedly bounced towards Naruto. 3 question marks popped up in Naruto's head. What was going on? This knife, no, this strange thing. What was it trying to do by getting so close to him? Whoosh! He immediately jumped back, putting some distance between him and Samedhoda. But Samedhoda continued to pursue him. He changed direction again, dodging to the side, but Samedhoda also turned and pursued him. Hey, hey, hey! Shock-faced weirdo, what the hell are you trying to do with that knife? Seeing Samedhoda clinging to him like a piece of sticky candy, Naruto cursed at its owner, Hashigaki Kisame. He simply couldn't understand why this knife was chasing him. And the fact that a knife could chase him like that on the ground was truly outrageous. At this moment, Hashigaki Kisame's expression was unusually grim. Seeing Samedhoda's behavior, he harbored a nagging suspicion that Samedhoda had betrayed his master. After all, ever since he had acquired Samedhoda, it had always obeyed him, never before acting out of his control. Furthermore, Samedhoda had clearly intended to harm him. And now that it was constantly chasing Naruto, it seemed to be reclaiming Naruto as its new master. Samedhoda. Seeing it couldn't catch up to Naruto, Samedhoda uttered a few words of frustration. Hey, you, what's wrong? Naruto paused, staring at it and swallowing. He suddenly realized he could sense Samedhoda's emotions. In other words, the sword was truly alive. Samedhoda. Seeing him stop, Samedhoda chirped a few more times with joy, then cautiously hopped over. This time, realizing the other party meant no harm, Naruto hesitated for a moment before not dodging, and instead stood there waiting. Soon, Samedhoda leaped over to him and nuzzled him affectionately. Over 2 meters tall, it seemed like a child next to Naruto, who stood a little over 5 feet tall. Naruto froze, somewhat bewildered. Then his eyes flickered, as if he'd heard something, and he asked in astonishment, Huh? You said you wanted to follow me, Samiji. Samedhoda nodded cheerfully. Do you still want that energy, Samiji? Samedhoda nodded again. It was the most delicious energy it had ever tasted, even more delicious than the tailed beast chakra, which was why it hadn't hesitated to turn its back on Hashigaki Kisame. After all, in the original story, it had betrayed Hashigaki Kisame for Killer Bee's tailed beast chakra, let alone now. Naruto scratched his head. I'd give you a little more, but I don't need you following me. He didn't wield a sword, so what good would Samedhoda do for him? Samedhoda immediately rubbed against him like a pitiful puppy, aggrieved, giving him goosebumps. Okay, I'll take you, won't I? Naruto sighed, watching Samedhoda leap for joy beside him. Alice, he was such a soft-hearted and kind-hearted person. But then, a sudden thought struck him. Hey, shock-faced weirdo, your sword ran away with me. Are you mad? Ha ha ha, he taunted the lonely, slightly gloomy Hashigaki Kisame, laughing so hard he couldn't stand up. Just now, this guy was so arrogant with Samedhoda, but now he had Samedhoda kidnapped. It was more refreshing than his summer ice cream. HMPH. Brat, don't get cocky, kid. Even without Samedhoda, I can still kill you. A fierce look flashed across Hashigaki Kisame's face. He wasn't called a tailless beast solely because of Samedhoda, he possessed the ability to absorb chakra, storing vast quantities far beyond those of ordinary humans. While the loss of Samedhoda would reduce his combat effectiveness, it wouldn't be a significant loss. Is that so? Then let's give it a try. Naruto, unfazed, rubbed his nose with a grin, his face brimming with fighting spirit. However, just as they were about to clash again, they both seemed to notice something and glanced to the side. At the same moment, Karin's exclamation echoed across the field. Sasuke, time flashed back to the previous second. In the Tsukuyomi dimension, Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi stood facing each other. After a brief moment of shock, Uchiha Itachi's expression returned to its calm demeanor. But that was only on the surface. Deep down, his heart was still swirling with turmoil. How could it be that his Tsukuyomi couldn't suppress the opponent? This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Let's end this here, Uchiha Itachi, Sasuke said expressionlessly. Without waiting for a reply, He swooped down and attacked. Swoosh. Seeing this, Uchiha Itachi quickly dodged, muttering, "Even if you can move, so what? Don't you understand, Sasuke? I control everything here, including time, location, and weight." At these words, Sasuke's pupils constricted, and his body abruptly stopped. He felt his body suddenly become extremely heavy, a heaviness identical to that experienced during his gravity training in the Hidden Rock Village. In other words, the opponent had instantly increased the gravity of this space. "Tisk, you have such a power," he chuckled softly. Then he looked up at Uchiha Itachi, his eyes filled with contempt. "This kind of gravity is useless to me." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 energy bullets condensed in his hands and blasted towards Uchiha Itachi. Not only that, the body that had just stopped was moving again, attacking the opponent as well. A mere triple gravity, and you think you can stop him? Remember, during his training in Iwagakure, his limit was quadruple gravity plus the several thousand kilograms of weight he was carrying. "Can I still move?" Uchiha Itachi thought to himself as he calmly dodged 2 kilos of energy. Considering Sasuke's weight, he had increased the gravity to triple instead of double. Unexpectedly, he still made a mistake. So, with a sudden impulse, he decided to go all out and adjusted the gravity again, increasing it to 30 times. Buzz! An invisible humming sound echoed. Sasuke was only halfway through his attack when he felt his body sink again. This time, the weight was far greater than before, causing him to lose control and fall forward heavily. Boom! With a dull thud, he was pinned to the ground, as if a mountain were bearing down on him. Crackling. The invisible, powerful gravity made his bones creak. Not only that, it made breathing difficult. Damn it! How could I fall here? His eyes bulged with anger, veins bulging across his body. He exerted all his strength, desperately fighting against the gravity on his body, trying to climb back up. "It's useless. Even if you can still get up, I can increase the weight." Uchiha Itachi slowly approached, standing in front of him and speaking condescendingly. "Do you understand? This is the power of Tsukuyomi. This is the gap between you and me. You're still far from catching up to me." The cold, ruthless voice was like an icy thorn, piercing Sasuke's heart. This was exactly what Uchiha Itachi had hoped to achieve. But he failed. Sasuke was no longer the same person he was before. How could he be so easily defeated? "Haha, are you so confident?" After struggling many times and failing to stand up, Sasuke used all his strength to roll over, staring at him with a determined, blazing gaze. Then, with difficulty, he moved his hands, bringing them to bear on his temples. Throughout this process, he stared at Sasuke expressionlessly. He then drew a kunai from his body, slowly crouched, and raised his hand, ready to plunge it into Sasuke's body. But at that moment, Sasuke, who had been staring at him intently, suddenly closed his eyes. Then, he shouted, "Sun Fist!" A blinding light, as dazzling as sunlight, suddenly emanated from Sasuke. What? Itachi Uchiha, who had remained impassive, suddenly felt his pupils shrink, and then his eyes were filled with a glaring light. HMPH, the blinding light felt like countless needles, piercing his eyes and causing them to sting. This pain was unprecedented in his life, a surge like a tsunami, crashing through his brain in waves, causing him to groan. Under this agony, the gravity he had previously increased could no longer be maintained, and with a bang, it returned to its original state. Hell, that's what you get for being overconfident. After the gravity restraints were lifted, Sasuke gritted his teeth and climbed to his feet, a sneer curling his lips. He then took 2 steps back, his hands resting on his waist in a calyx shape. "Time for the final closure," he said, looking at Uchiha Itachi, who was still clutching his eyes in agony. Kenpai-ki, a blue ball of light emerged from his palm. Even in this mental realm, he could still perform this technique. However, while concentrating, he suddenly staggered. "Damn it, hold on," he gritted his teeth, a cold sweat pouring down his body. Waves of piercing pain shot through his body. This was all caused by the 30 times gravity just now. The intense gravity, coupled with his fall to the ground, had broken bones in numerous places. "I must kill this man." His eyes widened in anger, and he forced himself to concentrate his Kamehameha wave. Without hesitation, he thrust his hands forward. Kamehameha wave, whoosh! As if carrying his will, the blue ball of light blasted towards Uchiha Itachi, who was within reach, with unwavering, unstoppable force. "Kill him!" Sasuke stared fixedly ahead, his vision seemingly catching sight. But then, With a swish, the scene suddenly shifted, transforming into a gloomy forest scented with the grass and earth. What? His pupils constricted, instantly realizing that Uchiha Itachi had cancelled his Tsukuyomi. Before he could process, waves of pain, even more intense than the previous, washed over him. Furthermore, a dizziness washed over him, forcing him to half kneel on the ground. Sasuke! Karin gasped in shock at seeing Sasuke, who had been holding his ground against his enemy just a moment ago, reduced to this state the next. At the same moment, Naruto and Hoshigaki Kisame also looked over. Hey, Sasuke, what's wrong with you? Itachi, are you okay? Naruto rushed to Sasuke's side, his face anxious. Hoshigaki Kisame also quickly came to Uchiha Itachi's side, looking solemnly at the two streaks of blood flowing from his tightly closed eyes. Your eyes, stop talking, take me away right now, Uchiha Itachi said, his body shaking. Hoshigaki Kisame's eyes fixed, and without hesitation, he lifted the other's body and fled. Hey, don't leave. What did you do to Sasuke? Seeing that they were trying to escape, Naruto disagreed. He didn't know Sasuke's condition yet, so how could he let him escape? He was about to give chase. But then, snap! A hand grabbed him. He turned around and saw that it was Sasuke who was pulling him. Sasuke raised his head, his eyes as determined as ever. Don't chase him, his opponent is me, we are tied this time, but next time, the next winner will definitely be me. Chapter 166 Awakening in Coma. Bright sunlight streamed through the window, evenly falling on the bedside. The golden light, like a gentle hand, caressed the slumbering figure, as if trying to awaken them. Chirp! Chirp! Coo! Coo! From outside, the melodious chirping of birds occasionally echoed, as if joining in the awakening. At some point, the slumbering figure fluttered their eyelids, their lips uttering an unconscious murmur. A moment later, their heavy eyelids slowly lifted, revealing a pair of dazed eyes. What am I? Taking a slow breath, the awakened figure frowned, and began to recall the events before falling asleep. But this memory sent a sharp pain through his brain. Hiss, he gasped, but stopped recollecting, propping himself up against the headboard, resting his head on his hands to soothe the pain. After a moment, feeling better, he resumed his memory. This time, while the stinging sensation still lingered, it was milder, so he just frowned and endured it. Swish! Scenes flashed through his mind, one after another. From landing on the island with Goku and the others, to rushing to find Haku and Zabuza in danger, to discovering his enemy, Uchiha Itachi, and engaging in a fierce battle. And finally, after the battle, when he collapsed from the damage to his mental power, everything came back to him. Huh? So that's how it is. He lowered his hand, looked up, and gazed out the window. The sunlight streamed down, illuminating his face. It was Sasuke. In a forest, Naruto, who had gone hunting with Goku, was carrying a large wild boar. He asked Goku with some concern, "Hey, Goku-sensei, Sasuke's been unconscious for 3 days. Is he really okay?" 3 days ago, after Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame left, Sasuke had suddenly collapsed and hadn't woken up since. Although the two often bickered and occasionally fought, they were inseparable, close friends, sharing affection and affection. Naturally, he was deeply concerned about his opponent's situation. It's okay, Naruto. Didn't I tell you? Sasuke's mentally damaged, but it's nothing serious, just a good night's sleep and some meditation to recover, Goku replied with a grin, carrying 2 large wild boars. I know, but 3 days is too long, Naruto muttered, still a little worried. The two soon emerged from the woods and reached a village. This village was where Haku and Zabuza lived. 3 days prior, after the battle, with Sasuke unconscious, Goku and his companions hadn't returned to the harbor to board the ship to the land of water, but had settled here temporarily. The villagers were friendly and not only didn't reject them, they even made room for them in an empty house. Hey! You're back. You've landed another big game today. That's incredible. Yes, Mr. Goku and Mr. Naruto are truly amazing. Even the strongest men in our village couldn't manage to hunt something like this. In the village, upon seeing Goku and Naruto each carrying a wild boar, the passing villagers greeted them and gave them a thumbs up in admiration. Uncle Dong, Aunt Nan, and all the other uncles and aunties, this wild boar is for you. Naruto lowered the boar from his shoulders and pointed at it, grinning. Oh, how embarrassing. We've already taken it so many times these past few days. The middle-aged woman, known as Aunt Nan, waved her hands. Aunt Nan, Just share it with the other villagers. We're leaving. Goku smiled back, then beckoned Naruto to leave. Thank you so much. I wish Goku-san and the others could stay here forever, a young villager said gratefully as Goku and the others left. His food had improved significantly over the past 2 days thanks to Goku and the others. What are you thinking? Goku-san and the others are obviously important figures. They're just staying with us temporarily. How can they possibly live with us forever? Aunt Non tapped him on the head in annoyance, then directed the other villagers. What are you all standing there for? Get your weapons. This wild boar weighs at least 1,000 pounds. We need to dismember it. Yes, the villagers said in unison. We're back. Naruto pushed open the door and walked into a small courtyard. Kakashi-sensei, Karin, Shiro, you? Naruto was greeting everyone when he suddenly saw a familiar figure. Sasuke, indeed. Besides Kakashi, Karin, and Shiro, there was another figure in the courtyard who hadn't been seen before, Sasuke, lying unconscious in bed. Swish. Naruto flashed to Sasuke's side, circling him, looking him up and down. What are you doing, Naruto? Sasuke twitched his lips. After waking up, he left his room and met Kakashi and the others guarding the courtyard. He learned about his 3-day coma. You're really awake, Sasuke, confirming that the person before him was actually Sasuke. Naruto slapped him on the head and said with a grin. That hurts. You idiot. Sasuke's head fell forward from the sudden slap, veins popping at the corners of his eyes. He stood up and chased Naruto. What? I'm sorry, Naruto yelled, running around the courtyard. Ho ha ho ha, the others watched in amusement. For a moment, the courtyard was filled with joyful laughter. Hey, Kakashi, why do I feel like Sasuke's changed? After a few chuckles, Karin, observing Sasuke's behavior, seemed a bit different from before, quietly asked Kakashi beside her. Maybe the burden's lighter now. Kakashi's eyes shone with a hint of depth. Sasuke had carried a deep hatred since childhood, diligently training to become strong enough to seek revenge. Now, while his vengeance remains unrequited, the battles of the past 2 days have proven that all his years of hard work have paid off. He's successfully caught up with that man, and with just a little more time, he'll be able to exact his revenge. What news could bring him greater relief than this? Meanwhile, in a dark cave within the Land of Fire, 4 ghostly, transparent figures stood in each corner. They shimmered with a rainbow of light, their eyes piercing with a chilling coldness. An ordinary person would likely mistake them for legendary ghosts and freak out. But it wasn't actually a ghost, but an illusion created by the phantom body technique. This technique is one of the abilities of the Rinnegan, and only one person in the current ninja world can use it, Nagato, the leader of the Akatsuki organization, who appeared on the stage as Pain. Pain listened expressionlessly to the tall man across from him. This is the situation. We failed. Zabuza refused to join us, and we couldn't kill him, and the one who caused all this was Son Goku, the man you told us not to mess with. Pain, he suddenly appeared just as we were about to kill Zabuza, so to avoid a confrontation, we retreated. The man was none other than Hoshigaki Kisame. He spread his hands, implying that the mission's failure had little to do with him. Where's your teammate, Uchiha Itachi? Pain didn't question the mission's failure, but instead asked another question. Uchiha Itachi was supposed to participate in the discussion, but he was nowhere to be seen. About this, Hoshigaki Kisame grinned. That's the second thing I want to say. Although we chose to retreat immediately, someone on the other side refused to let Itachi go. I think you all know who it was. Yes, it was his younger brother, Uchiha Sasuke. I didn't see the details of their battle because I was busy with another brat. We'll talk about that later. Itachi didn't come today because he was injured in the battle with his brother, and the injury was very serious. He's been unconscious from time to time these past few days, including now, so he can't come. Hoshigaki Kisame spread his hands again, expressing his helplessness. Injured? In coma. Pain's tone was a hint of confusion. He was well aware of Uchiha Itachi's strength. He was arguably one of the top members of the Akatsuki organization. Even if he had let it go in the battle with his brother, this situation shouldn't have happened. You heard correctly, that's it, Hoshigaki Kisame shrugged. I'm not sure how he got injured, because he didn't tell me, but one thing is certain, his brother, Uchiha Sasuke, is now quite powerful, far beyond your imagination. He paused. And there's another brat, the 9-tailed brat I fought. His strength is also astonishing, although I didn't fight him for long. I can see that he's already at the level of a Jonin, and that's before he even unleashed the tailed beast's chakra. Pain, doesn't our plan require capturing the tail beast? I think you should restart that previously suspended capture as soon as possible, otherwise, with a brat's rate of growth, it will soon be very difficult for us to capture him. We might even be unable to capture him with our current strength, Hashigaki Kisame said gravely. The nine-tailed brat now has his Samethoda, and his strength will surely increase even further. If they wait any longer for him to develop, it will be a real headache for the Akatsuki organization to capture him. As someone who knew about and strongly supported the Moon Eye project, he neither wanted nor would allow such a thing to happen. I understand. After a brief silence, Pine simply replied with these 4 words, then asked, anything else you would like to report? Hashigaki Kisame shrugged, nothing. Then let's adjourn. Without further ado, Pine formed a hand seal with one hand, illusionary body technique, release, wow. Like bubbles, the 4 illusionary bodies dissipated, and the cave returned to its previous calm. Within the land of hot water, in a hidden cave, Hashigaki Kisame opened his eyes and looked at Uchiha Itachi, still unconscious beside him, sighing silently. What on earth could have happened to cause this state of mind for someone as powerful as you? He knew he was seriously ill, but this illness wouldn't cause a coma, so he was certain his current coma was caused by combat. But he didn't know the exact cause. Inside Konoha, after months of recuperation, Konoha had regained its former prosperity and vitality. Fight, take this, Master Guy, bang, 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 bang. On the hills behind Konoha, Rock Lee and Might Guy engaged in a sparring match, leaving the forest in ruins. Everyone, listen to me. Our main and branch families, inside the Hyuga clan's grounds, Niji stood before a group of Hyuga disciples, laying the groundwork for the future merger of the main and branch families. Over the past few months, he had gained the trust of some of the branch families, giving them initial confidence that he could change the Hyuga clan's current system. And now, he continued to work tirelessly towards this goal. Of course, while doing all this, he never forgot to practice, for he knew deeply that strength was the key to solving problems. Elsewhere, in a hidden underground laboratory, dim yellow light streamed down from all sides, illuminating 2 bodies lying quietly on the laboratory tables. From the side, the 2 bodies were perfectly formed. Clearly, they were female. The lab was eerily quiet, not even the hum of the lab equipment could be heard, a truly eerie feeling. Suddenly, one of the women opened her eyes, revealing a pair of cold, serpent-like golden pupils. Immediately, she sat up, raised her hands, each like a meticulously crafted work of art, and examined the slender, white fingers. I've finally gotten used to this new body, a cold, male voice emanated from the beautiful woman. With a swish, she wiped her face. The next moment, her face transformed into someone else's. Had Goku and the others been present, they would have recognized the faces of Orochimaru, previously imprisoned in Konoha prison. With a click, Orochimaru stepped down from the lab table and gazed at the other lifeless body, his eyes unperturbed. That was his previous body. After he used the Undying Corpse reincarnation technique to transfer his soul into this one, the original body lost its soul and would soon turn into dry bones. The fragile flesh is destined to be short-lived, only the soul can live forever. He licked his lips with his long tongue, revealing a sinister smile. Then, as if recalling a bad memory, a gloom crossed his face. Now, that man will never be able to find me again. He narrowed his eyes, thinking back to the terrifying scene a few months ago when he was captured by the man after he had reversed his spiritual transmission to the Dragon Earth Cave. To this day, every time he thought of that scene, he would feel an inexplicable fear in his heart, afraid that if he turned around, the man's face would appear before him. No matter what mark you left on me, this time, you will never be able to find me again. Chapter 167 Undercurrents in Konoha. As night fell, stars twinkled like diamonds, adorning the deep night sky, inviting one to gaze upward in admiration. A gentle breeze blew, carrying the fresh scent of the fields and a fragrant aroma wafting from somewhere. In a small courtyard, a firewood fire burned brightly, blocking out the encroaching darkness. Above the dancing flames, skewers of meat on the grill sizzled with fragrance, making one's mouth water. Fat dripped from the golden, crispy skin onto the firewood, sizzling. An arm reached out, swiftly removing a skewer and stuffing the meat into his mouth without hesitation. Sakoku. So delicious. As Naruto devoured the meat, his eyes lit up and he exclaimed in admiration. Shiro, I didn't expect you to have such skills. He gave Shiro a thumbs up as he fiddled with the grill. Haha, no, I just know a little bit. Shiro looked up with a shy smile. It's indeed delicious, Haku. Your cooking skills rival Karin's. Goku also took a skewer and, after tasting it, came to this conclusion. Haku shook his head repeatedly. Goku, you're flattering me. I still have a lot to learn from Karin. Karin waved her hands repeatedly. No, it's you I need to learn from, Haku. The two began to exchange pleasantries. As they ate, Kakashi asked, by the way, Haku, Zabuza, what are your plans going forward? Even though the Akatsuki has retreated this time, there's no guarantee they'll come after you again. Over the past 2 days, he had learned why the Akatsuki had targeted Zabuza and Haku. He also understood why they wanted to kill them. While it seemed unlikely they would return, what if? I haven't thought about it yet. Zabuza, sitting next to Haku, looked up at the starry sky, his eyes a little lost. He had already retired to the mountains, no longer interested in participating in the affairs of the ninja world, yet he was still being sought out. Could it be that, because he'd killed so many people in the past, fate had forbidden him from retiring to the mountains and enjoying life? I don't know. Maybe I should find a remote island to live on, but are there any such islands? Haku shook his head, somewhat bewilderedly. Even if such an island existed, he wouldn't really like it. It was too desolate. He still wanted some semblance of the mundane. I say, isn't it simple, Haku? Just come with us. Naruto suddenly spoke up. Come with us. If those guys dare come, I'll beat them all back. He rolled up his sleeves and swung his fists, trying his best to show off his masculinity. Idiot. Sasuke couldn't help but curl his lips at his behavior. What did you say? You stinky Sasuke. Naruto rolled his eyes in anger. Have you forgotten who Zabuza used to be, and where are we going now? Sasuke crossed his arms, looking at him as if he were an idiot. Who is that? It's just Kurigakure. Naruto was halfway through his words when his throat suddenly caught and he blinked. Oh, yes, Zabuza was a traitor ninja being hunted by Kurigakure, and they were going to Kurigakure village. If Zabuza went with them, wouldn't that be walking into a trap? Oh, you get it, idiot. Seeing him stunned, Sasuke raised the corner of his mouth. Then what should we do? Naruto ignored his sarcasm this time, supporting his chin and thinking with a frown. As Haku's friend, he certainly didn't want anything to happen to him. This time they were lucky to have discovered it, but next time it might not be the same. He couldn't let Goku constantly check on him to see if he was in trouble. I have an idea. Kakashi, who had been frowning in thought, looked at Haku and Zabuza and said slowly, if you don't mind, you can stay in Konoha for a while. I'll explain this to the Hokage, and he'll probably agree. I don't know what the situation is in Kurigakure right now. If I get a chance, I'll ask the Mizukage if they can lift the warrant for your arrest. Of course, the possibility is very small, almost impossible. After all, he stopped talking, believing Zabuza understood his point. Kurigakure was known as the Blood Mist Village. The fourth Mizukage, Yagura, had long exercised tyranny, causing untold suffering for many Kurigakure ninjas. Zabuza had attempted to assassinate him out of dissatisfaction with his tyranny, and after his failure, he became a traitor overnight. If Kurigakure remained in this state, he certainly wouldn't ask the Mizukage about such a matter. Otherwise, they might consider them enemies and rally the entire village to attack them. Kakashi, I appreciate your kindness, but I won't bother you anymore. After a moment's silence, Zabuza replied. He knew his village best, and nothing could change the situation unless the fourth Mizukage died. And how could that man die so easily? He ascended to the position of Mizukage in his youth due to his immense strength, and over the years, his power would only grow stronger. What he didn't know was that the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, had long been controlled by Uchiha Obito. Shortly after his defection, the future fifth Mizukage, Madarumi, discovered that he was under Genjutsu. After the Genjutsu was removed, the fourth Mizukage lived only a few years before passing away. It's safe to say that Kurigakure is no longer the bloody mist village it once was, though the outside world remains unaware. I have no plans to return to that village. Whether the wanted notice is lifted or not is irrelevant. As for staying in Konoha for a while, forget it. You're still traveling to the land of water. Accompanying us back would be a waste of time, Zabuza said, shaking his head. If that's what you're worried about, then there's absolutely nothing to worry about. Kakashi smiled enigmatically. Huh? Why? Haku asked curiously. Like Zabuza, he felt it was too much trouble. Because we have Goku, huh? Looking at Goku feasting beside them, both Haku and Zabuza had question marks in their heads. No, what does this have to do with Goku? Meanwhile, far away in Konoha, in a dark and secluded basement, two sinister individuals met. HMPH, finally done? Orochimaru. I've been waiting for you for a long time, Danzo, with deep wrinkles and a gloomy face, revealing only the deep eyes of an old fox, snorted coldly at Orochimaru before him. Hey, isn't it just that you're too inefficient? If you had found a suitable vessel for my reincarnation sooner, I could have done it long ago. Orochimaru licked his lips, a hint of a cold smile in his creepy, snake-like pupils. Although he could transfer his soul into another vessel through the undying corpse reincarnation technique, not everybody was suitable. This involved a question of compatibility. For example, the vessel he had recently abandoned was a perfect match for him, allowing him to unleash his full potential and use it for 7 or 8 years without experiencing any rejection. However, in the original story, when Sasuke's vessel was delayed and he couldn't endure the pain of the Shiki Fujin, he was forced to choose a temporary vessel with a less than perfect fit. His power couldn't be fully unleashed, and he experienced rejection after only 3 years. Therefore, this time, when choosing a vessel for reincarnation, he was extremely selective, avoiding those with a poor fit. And finding a highly compatible vessel wasn't easy. Danzo had his men capture hundreds before finally finding a suitable one. HMPH, aren't your demands too high? I've captured so many for you, and you're still not satisfied, Danzo snorted. Over the past few months, he had expended considerable manpower in finding a vessel for Orochimaru, and he had to maintain secrecy to prevent Sarutobi Hiruzen from discovering it. If Orochimaru hadn't been so useful to him, he would have quit long ago. Haha, well, let's not discuss this any further. You helped me find the vessel, and I gave you the experimental data you requested. We owe each other nothing. I didn't come to see you today just to tell you that. Orochimaru, unwilling to waste any more time on Danzo, simply evaded the question. Danzo, however, didn't insist, and took the conversation directly. Of course, now that you're well, we can begin our plan. You know, I've been preparing for a long time. A sinister, murderous glint flashed in his eyes. Sarutobi, you've held the Hokage position long enough. It's my turn. Only I can truly make Konoha strong, and you, from the depths of the underworld, will witness how I develop Konoha. Orochimaru licked the corner of his mouth, and a sinister smile flashed across his face. Oh? It seems you can't wait. Then before the plan starts, I want to ask, do you know where that man is now? If he is there, our plan will be difficult to implement smoothly. After hearing his words, Danzo seemed to think of something, and his one eye narrowed slightly. Don't worry, there's no way I haven't considered this. He, Kakashi, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and the others have been roaming the ninja world. They recently left the land of lightning and are preparing to head for the land of water. Orochimaru pondered for a moment, a serious look flashing in his eyes. Then, there's another question. What if that man suddenly appears in Konoha? How will you deal with him? You know, he possesses a space-time ninjutsu more powerful than flying thunder gods. After a brief silence, Danzo lowered his eyelids, his tone calm. Don't worry about it, Orochimaru. I have my own solution. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, unable to discern the truth from the other man's expression. Did he truly have a solution, or was it completely impossible, and he could only gamble that it might not happen? After a brief moment of reflection, he stopped asking the question and discussed other details of the plan with him. An indeterminate amount of time passed. Then, Danzo, there's only one last question. When do you want to begin this plan? Danzo raised his head, his gaze seemingly piercing the ceiling, gazing upon the inky black sky. Tomorrow. Cough, cough, cough. A few violent coughs suddenly shattered the stillness of the pitch-black cave. An indistinct figure, upon hearing the commotion, sat up and rekindled the firewood that had gone out at some unknown time. In an instant, the radiant light from the flames dispelled the darkness, revealing everything within. Hey, are you alright, Itachi? The person lighting the fire was Hoshigaki Kisame, and the coughing figure beside him was Uchiha Itachi. After an indescribable amount of time, Uchiha Itachi finally stopped coughing and replied calmly, I'm fine. However, Hoshigaki Kisame could see the shocking blood on his palm. It seems his condition has worsened. Was it the effects of the battle? He thought to himself. I reported the situation today when you were unconscious. Oh, I see, Itachi nodded gently. Are you really okay? You were unconscious for most of the day. Hashigaki Kisame still felt a little concerned for this companion, with whom he had initially been at odds but now had a fairly harmonious relationship. It's okay, I'm much better now. I shouldn't be unconscious again, Itachi said calmly. He then leaned against the cave wall, looking sideways at the starry night sky outside. His thoughts drifted back to his battle with Sasuke a few days ago. Back then, Sasuke's sudden, dazzling light had irritated his eyes so much that it was no exaggeration to say he was blinded. Although he wasn't actually blinded in reality because he was in a genjutsu, the pain he experienced within Tsukuyomi was reflected back into reality, even if he was the caster. Therefore, after that Tsukuyomi was released, his eyes would painfully close, unable to open. The blood flowing from his eyes and his intermittent unconsciousness over the past few days were another matter. What kind of technique was that? He recalled a move Sasuke unleashed in his final moments. Because his eyes were closed due to irritation, he didn't see it. However, he felt its terrifying power firsthand. Even though he quickly released Tsukuyomi, the move still damaged him within the Tsukuyomi dimension, essentially damaging his spiritual body. It was for this reason, due to the mental trauma, that he'd been experiencing intermittent coma these past few days, and his Sharingan, so closely connected to his spirit, had bled. Sasuke, in just 6 months, you've transformed beyond my imagination. All this was taught to you by that son Goku, right? His gaze drifted, as if he could see the figure standing beside Sasuke. He had always kept an eye on Sasuke, and naturally, he'd known for a long time that Sasuke had a new teacher. The astonishing things Sasuke was displaying now could only be due to his teacher. This man, what's the reason he taught you these powers? He had previously assumed Goku was merely a master of taijutsu, so he wasn't overly wary of him. Now it seemed that the other party was not only powerful in physical skills, but also possessed other mysterious powers unknown to ordinary people. Adding to this the fact that his origins were mysterious, he was now deeply wary of this person, fearing that he had ulterior motives in teaching Sasuke these unique powers. Sun Wukong, it seems I must find an opportunity to meet him alone. Chapter 168, Wheatfield Harvest Competition, Danzo Plan begins. What? Shiro, Zabuza, you're leaving, why? Aren't you living very well here? The next morning, when Shiro and Zabuza announced their decision, which had been carefully considered overnight, to the villagers, many were stunned. Although they had been wary of Shiro and Zabuza when they first arrived, after spending more than 6 months together, they had long since accepted each other as part of their village. The sudden announcement of departure caught them off guard. Sorry, everyone. We know this is a bit abrupt, but this is a decision we've made after careful consideration. We're grateful for your help during this time. We love this place, everyone, and everything about it. But for some reason, we have to leave. The communicative Shiro spoke on behalf of Zabuza, explaining to the villagers. At the end, he bowed to the villagers. Hey, kid, why are you still like this? Aunt Nan, who held great respect among the villagers, stepped forward and helped Shiro to his feet. You don't need to apologize to us. When you lived with us, we only helped a little at first, but after that, it was you who helped us, like the crops. There was a storm once, and if it weren't for you, a lot of the crops wouldn't have been harvested in time, and would have been destroyed by the storm. We should be thanking you. As soon as Aunt Nan finished speaking, many villagers behind her said, Yes, bye, Zabuza, you've helped us a lot. It's not that we won't let you go, we just can't bear to let you go. Everyone, Bai's eyes moistened. Once upon a time, the village he grew up in was destroyed, and he became a lonely, helpless child. Later, he found Zabuza, and Goku and Naruto cared for him. Now, so many simple villagers were reluctant to let him go, and he was deeply moved. Silly child, don't cry. I know you're not simple people, and I won't ask why you're leaving, Auntie. I just want to tell you that if you ever have the chance to come back, please come and see us. Aunt Nan stroked Bai's head, looking at him lovingly. Yes, we will. Bai nodded heavily. So, do you want to leave now? Bai glanced in a direction outside the village, then shook his head. Turning back, he looked at Wukong and asked, Mr. Wukong, could you please stay here for another day? Oh, Wukong blinked. Then he smiled and said, Of course, no problem, Shiro. Is there anything you need to do? Shiro nodded. Yes. Lord Zabuza and I own a field, and the crops are ripe and need to be harvested. We harvested half of it earlier, and I don't want to leave without the other half. I want to finish it today. What do you think, Lord Zabuza? Zabuza, who had been silent until then, smiled and nodded. I think it's good to finish things from beginning to end, Shiro. It's just that I'll have to take you a little longer. Sorry. Zabuza looked at Goku and the others apologetically. Haha, no, I support Shiro's idea. Besides, we're not in a hurry. Goku smiled, rubbing his head. Yes, we're not in a hurry. And I'm a little curious about how the crops are harvested. Shiro, can I join in? Naruto said with a grin. Of course, you're welcome to join us, Yoshi. That's what today's training is all about. Let's see who can harvest the most. Haku, Sasuke. Hey, when did I say I wanted to join? Don't act on your own, you jerk. Naruto. Oh, Sasuke, you're scared, aren't you? Then I'll let you go. Naruto, Haku, where are the fields? And please teach me how to harvest the crops. No problem, thank you. Grab the stalks with your left hand, aim at the roots with your right, and cut. Wow, that's pretty easy. In the field, Naruto, after Haku's instruction, harvested for the first time and found it wasn't difficult. He succeeded in no time. Well, it's not difficult for us ninjas. However, this tests your patience and endurance, as it's a tedious task that requires repetitive movements, Kakashi said, chin in his hand, watching from the edge of the field. What's the big deal? I've been training all day, so why would I be afraid of this? Naruto grinned and rolled up his sleeves, his face brimming with confidence. He then glanced at Sasuke and Haku, standing nearby. Yo, Sasuke, Haku, let's begin our match. With that, swish. His hands moved so quickly they left after images as he swiftly harvested the wheat in front of him. HMPH, I won't lose to you. Sasuke, receiving the signal, also bent down, reaping with swiftness. They've already started, so I can't fall behind. Losing would be humiliating. Haku glanced at Naruto and Sasuke, already engaged in battle, a rare flicker of fighting spirit on his face. He then expertly began harvesting as well. Haha, they're really motivated. At the edge of the field, Goku folded his arms, smiling as he watched the three men busily working. He seemed to recall the time when he and Krillin were called in by Master Kame to plow the fields as children. It had been incredibly hard back then. But it was precisely because of this training that his strength had rapidly improved. Think about it, it's been about 40 years now, he muttered to himself. Huh? What 40 years? Kakashi, standing nearby, looked over in surprise. Haha, nothing. Just thought of something. Goku waved his hand, then pointed at the three men in the field and said, Here, Kakashi, who do you think will win? Kakashi observed the three carefully, pondering for a moment before slowly speaking. Judging from their current speed, Naruto and Sasuke are evenly matched, but if we consider energy conservation, Haku, who moves most smoothly and doesn't waste extra energy, has a chance of winning. What do you think, Goku? Haha, me. Goku chuckled. I think it's possible they'll end up in a tie. Kakashi was stunned. Thinking about it, it didn't seem impossible. If Haku used his stamina advantage to catch up at the last moment before the wheat was harvested, wouldn't that just be a tie? Interesting. Let's wait and see the final result. He chuckled and shook his head, stopping his analysis and quietly watching the match between Naruto and the other two. The sun blazed like a fireball. Three figures darted across the golden wheat field, wielding their scythes, leaving neat streaks of stubble in their wake. Snap, snap, snap. Snap, snap. In a flash, the sun moved from the east to the center. During this time, the three figures in the field, like industrious little bees, slicing from one end to the other, back again, over and over again, countless times. Huff, 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 huff. Naruto and Sasuke panted with exhaustion, sweat dripping from their bodies, but their movements didn't slow down much. Just wait, you stinking Sasuke. This time, Naruto, will definitely win, Naruto thought to himself. Damn you, Naruto, don't think you can beat me. Sasuke glanced at Naruto from the corner of his eye, gritting his teeth to prevent him from surpassing him. Meanwhile, Haku was clearly more relaxed than the other two. Though sweat covered his face, he wasn't particularly out of breath. Each cut he made was perfectly timed, seemingly seamless, a feat impossible not to admire. Though his progress initially lagged behind Naruto and Sasuke, He had already largely caught up, and it looked like he'd soon be completely on top. Is it time for dinner already, Goku? Should we tell them to stop and eat? Kakashi looked up at the sun and asked Goku. Let's wait a little longer, they're almost done, Goku said with a smile. And so another hour passed. Ha. 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 I'm so tired, Naruto stuck out his tongue, panting like a pug. He glanced at the last unharvested patch of wheat that belonged to him and wiped the sweat from his face. Almost, just a little bit more, and I'll take first place. The three of them were each assigned 3 equally sized plots of wheat. Whoever finished harvesting theirs first would take first place. And now, he was down to just one tiny patch. Elsewhere, Sasuke, like him, paused, exhausted, his chest heaving. He gazed at the wheat field, which also had only a tiny patch left, and thought to himself, the outcome will be decided here. No matter what, I'm going to take it. With that thought, he took a few deep breaths, then launched himself into the charge. What? Damn Sasuke, you can't possibly beat me. Naruto, perceptive as he moved, was only a second late, and began harvesting the last patch as well. Not long after they both finished, Bai finished harvesting the second to last patch and joined the last. Almost there. Just a little more time and I can catch up, Bai panted slightly, his eyes gleaming with fighting spirit. Chew, 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 gulp, wow, the final stage has arrived. At the edge of the wheat field, Goku clutched a massive leg of meat in each hand, gnawing with delight, his eyes fixed on the competition. Beside him, Kakashi, Karin, Zabuza, and the others, returning from lunch, joined the spectators. Naruto and Sasuke have indeed slowed down considerably due to stamina issues. Watching Haku gradually close the gap, Kakashi couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Judging by the speed at which he was closing the gap, he thought he might catch up at the last moment, resulting in a 3-way tie as Goku had predicted. Naruto, Sasuke, Haku, keep going. Karin put her hands to her lips in a trumpet shape, cheering the three of them on. My arms are sore, my shoulders are sore, my waist is sore, wow. Everywhere, in the fields, Naruto grimaced, his face veiny, feeling as if his entire body was no longer his own. He hadn't expected that what had seemed so easy and simple at first would now cause him so much pain. This pain was even greater than his usual training, so much so that he was now relying on sheer willpower to persevere. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. Though his body grew heavy, he gritted his teeth and persevered, successfully clearing 2/3 of the final wheat field. He no longer had the energy to observe his other two opponents, his focus was solely on the last remaining patch of wheat. Sasuke, on the other side, was doing the same. Suddenly, his eyes transformed into the Sharingan. Huh? Keep this motion, and I'll harvest with minimal effort. Clearly, he was using the Sharingan to observe the optimal movement for harvesting the wheat field, thereby minimizing his stamina. Initially, he hadn't intended to use this move. But then he realized he was losing stamina to Naruto, and was losing ground. So, he had to resort to this ultimate move, reducing his stamina to keep up with Naruto. Meanwhile, Haku, sweating profusely, had also slowed considerably, but he was still faster than both Naruto and Sasuke. He was now incredibly close, on the verge of catching up. I won't lose, Naruto, Sasuke, snap. 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 Finally, all three of them were left with only the last 5 meters or so of wheat field. They advanced in unison, their eyes ablaze. Naruto, ah. Endless aches and exhaustion washed over him like surging waves. I'm so tired. I really want to eat. Naruto's chest heaved violently, feeling exhausted and hungry. Hey, were we tied just now? Sasuke replied, it seems so, ha, I didn't expect that. Let's just call it a draw, haha. Naruto grinned, revealing his large, white teeth. Draw, Shiro chuckled self-deprecatingly. He acknowledged that Naruto and Sasuke were tied, but he didn't think he was tied either. Lost, Naruto and Sasuke were carrying dreadful loads. Even under those circumstances, he couldn't defeat them, only ending up in a draw. If they weren't carrying any loads, he probably wouldn't even have seen them. Exhausted, the three of them fell asleep after a hearty meal. And so, in the blink of an eye, it was night. Inside Konoha, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was working overtime on official business. At that moment, an Anbu suddenly appeared in the office, knelt on one knee, and said, Hokage-sama, I have something very important to report to you. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't stop writing, writing something, and without looking up, he said, "Go ahead, what is it?" "I just received news that Orochimaru, who is imprisoned, said he has something to tell you about that concerns the safety of the village. He said he once joined an organization that has extremely terrifying ambitions. If they come true, it will bring disaster not only to Konoha, but to the entire ninja world." Swish. Sarutobi Hiruzen stopped writing instantly, raised his head and stared at the Anbu. "What else did he say?" "Nothing more, Hokage-sama. He said that the details need to be disclosed to you in person." Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes, his fingers unconsciously tapping the table. After a moment, he stood up and put on the Hokage's hat hanging nearby. "How many people know about this now, aside from the warden and a guard?" "I'm the only one who knows." "I know. You may leave now and don't tell anyone else about this." "Yes, Hokage." With a sharp creak, a door opened and closed, and the Hokage's office was deserted. Meanwhile, in a dark corner, Danzo gazed at the dark and windy night, his face expressionless. "The plan has begun, Hiruzen. Today is the day you die." Chapter 169. Die in peace, monkey. Tick, tick. The heavy sound of dripping water echoed through the eerie, silent underground space, making one's scalp tingle. But, if one looked beyond the sound, one would discover a truly horrifying scene. Blood gushed from a body, flowing along a blade to the tip, then dripping drop by drop, forming a dark pool on the ground. Clearly, this was not the sound of dripping water, but the sound of dripping blood. In the dim light, the owner of the bleeding body could be vaguely seen, an aged face, crowned by the red Hokage hat. It was obvious that he was the current Hokage of Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Ahem, you guys." Blood oozed from the corner of Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth, pupils dilated as he stared at the figure before him in disbelief. Then, somewhat feebly, he half knelt on the ground. Half an hour ago. In the silent, deserted forest, Sarutobi Hiruzen leaped from tree to tree. As a place to hold prisoners, Konoha prison naturally wasn't located in the heart of the village, where the villagers lived. Instead, it was located in an uninhabited area separated from the village center by a vast forest. And now, he was heading there alone. The organization Orochimaru was referring to must be the Akatsuki. He actually knows so much about them, he thought to himself as he hurried. He had heard of the organization as early as the Third World War, but at the time, he hadn't paid much attention to it, as it was so weak and soon disappeared. It wasn't until years later, when undercover agent Uchiha Itachi joined the organization, that he began to take it seriously. The few intelligence reports Itachi had sent back revealed that the organization was secretly building up its strength, recruiting many powerful individuals, and claiming to bring permanent peace to the ninja world. As for how they would achieve peace, he didn't know, as Uchiha didn't know either. However, after analyzing various details, he concluded that the method might not be simple, or that Akatsuki might have other ulterior motives. So, he still had some concerns about this organization, even though he believed its power was far from enough to threaten the five great nations. He knew Orochimaru had once joined the organization, and he also knew he had left. He had previously questioned him about the organization while he was imprisoned, but he only answered what he already knew, failing to provide more valuable information. He had already given up hope, but today, Orochimaru suddenly revealed this crucial information, leaving him both excited and bewildered. Did Orochimaru, a man who had left the organization midway, really know so much? If so, why hadn't he told him before, only to suddenly want to share it now? What was his motive? He had no idea what these questions were. But it didn't matter, he would find out once he met him. Whoosh! Soon, he arrived at a hidden cave and walked in. After turning two corners, he finally saw light. Hokage-sama, Hokage-sama, he was confronted by a massive iron gate, 3 meters high and 6 meters wide. The two Konoha ninjas guarding the gate were surprised to see him, then quickly greeted him. "Haha, you've worked hard," Sarutobi Hiruzen said, his usual gentle smile plastered across his face. "It's not hard. This is what we're supposed to do." The two ninjas straightened up, their gaze fixed squarely on the ground as they replied with a resounding voice. "Haha, alright, open the door for me. I need to go in." "Yes, Hokage-sama." The two ninjas stepped forward, each taking out a key, unfastened the two thick chains securing the iron gate, and flung it open. "Guard well, be vigilant. I'm going in." After giving the two ninjas a few casual instructions, Sarutobi Hiruzen entered. After walking a few dozen meters, He arrived at a spiral staircase descending over 10 meters. All the prisoners were held below. Orochimaru was imprisoned in a cell deep within the prison below. Let me see, Orochimaru, what exactly are you planning to do? With a gleam in his eyes, Sarutobi Hiruzen walked down slowly. As he entered, the two Konoha ninjas guarding the gate were surprised to see another person outside. Danzo-sama, why are you here too? The two guarding ninjas exchanged bewilderment at the gloomy-faced old man leaning on a cane. What kind of day is it today? Why are Konoha's top figures coming one after another? Oh? Who else is here? Danzo remained expressionless, as if he hadn't already known Sarutobi Hiruzen's arrival. It's the Hokage-sama. He went in a few minutes ago, one of the guarding ninjas replied. If it were just an ordinary ninja, they wouldn't reveal the Hokage's whereabouts without a second thought. But with this man, one of Konoha's highest-ranking officials, they didn't want to keep it a secret and casually disclosed it. Oh? Really? Open the door for me. I need to go in for something. Danzo's face remained expressionless. Yes, Danzo-sama. Unsuspecting him, the two ninjas turned their backs and began unlocking the door again. At that moment, a cold glint flashed in Danzo's eyes. Swish! Two kunai pierced the two ninjas' necks with unerring precision. Ho, ho, ho! The two ninjas' eyes bulged, and they turned back in disbelief. They tried to say something, but the blood gushing from their mouths rendered them speechless. In less than 2 seconds, their gazes darkened, and their bodies collapsed, evidently dead. After killing his two fellow villagers, Danzo's expression remained impassive, as if he had killed insignificant dents. He didn't even glance at them, but clapped his hands. Seconds later, a dozen root ninjas lurking outside swooped up behind him and knelt on one knee. Danzo-sama, it's worth noting that while they still wore masks, their attire wasn't that of Konoha ninjas, and the forward protectors weren't the Konoha emblem, but rather the emblem of Sound Village. One team will handle the scene here, and the rest of you, follow me inside and kill the jailers. Do you understand? Understood, Danzo-sama. The three root ninjas quickly stood up, moved the bodies from the doorway, and opened it. The remaining root ninjas then entered silently. After this was completed, Danzo picked up his fallen cane and stepped inside. HMPH, Hiruzen, are you ready to die? In the underground prison, Sarutobi Hiruzen met with a warden and exchanged a few words before slowly making his way to Orochimaru's cell. As the most vicious and dangerous prisoner held in recent years, Orochimaru was imprisoned at the deepest end of the prison. There was no one else there, only Orochimaru, imprisoned there, a testament to the high level of Orochimaru's treatment. Sarutobi Hiruzen passed many cells along the way, most of the prisoners asleep, so he paid little attention, continuing deeper into the cell. After walking 100 meters, he realized the cells were empty only by the swaying chandelier overhead. Dim light streamed in from the swaying ceiling lamps, casting a cacophony of shadows. The air was thick with the smell of mold and rust, making one frown and want to leave as quickly as possible. But Sarutobi Hiruzen remained expressionless, continuing on. He reached the corner at the end, turned the corner, and the light dimmed even further. Click! Click! After several more twists and turns, he finally saw the end. At the end, there was only a single cell, and within it, a solitary figure. Orochimaru. He narrowed his eyes. He then walked slowly up to the cell, stopped, and looked at the person inside, a complex expression in his eyes. Orochimaru, tell me, the organization you're talking about is the Akatsuki, right? Orochimaru stood in the cell, his hands raised to his sides, chained to the wall, and his feet shackled. His head was lowered, his hair disheveled. He didn't look up at the voice, but chuckled softly. Sarutobi-sensei, you're here? Yes, I was talking about the Akatsuki. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes narrowed. Then why didn't you tell me when I asked you earlier? Hey, well, Orochimaru finally raised his head, revealing a pale face. He licked his lips with his tongue, a meaningless smile on his face. Because I didn't intend to tell it then, you know, I wanted to destroy Konoha before, though I ultimately failed, so, if there was an organization that could destroy Konoha for me, how could I possibly reveal its secrets? Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes again. Then why do you want to tell it now? Orochimaru fell silent, lowering his head again. After a moment, a confused voice rang out from below. After being locked up here for so long, I've begun to reflect on what I've done all these years. I've killed my comrades, betrayed the village, and done everything for immortality. Is this really the right thing to do? Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart trembled, his pupils shrinking. Could it be that this disciple, who had long disappointed him, had finally repented after being locked up for so long? His mind felt a tangled mess, and he couldn't help but recall the scene decades ago when Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade had joined his disciples. Back then, Orochimaru had been so obedient, so lovable. At the same time, he was so talented that he had high hopes for this disciple, believing him to achieve great things in the future. His prediction was correct. He and two other disciples were later hailed as the three ninjas of Konoha, formidable and respected by the villagers and ninja alike. He had only foreseen that he would stray down a wrong path, leaving him with years of regret for not guiding him properly. And now, could it be that Providence had heard his thoughts, allowing this disciple, who had strayed further and further from the right path, to repent and reform? A complex expression crossed his face, and he was about to respond when a sound behind him interrupted him. Snap! Snap! The sound of steady footsteps echoed behind him, the sound particularly clear in the utter silence of the underground chamber. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned, puzzled. He had already told the warden to keep the guards away from patrols, so why was someone here now? Turning around, he saw the newcomer's face in the dim light, and a look of astonishment filled his eyes. Danzo, he hadn't expected to see him here at this hour. What are you doing here? He asked aloud. The words had barely escaped him when, with a swish, a long sword suddenly pierced him. The bloody tip of the sword protruded from his chest, blood gushing wildly from the blade. He lowered his head in astonishment, staring at the blade protruding from his chest, his mind blank. At that moment, Danzo, who had already stood 3 meters in front of him, stood still and answered his question. I will witness your death, Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils suddenly constricted. He raised his head and stared at the man, his face filled with disbelief. What did you say? Danzo, who had always had a blank expression, now smiled. It was a smile of pure pride. You heard right, monkey. Suddenly, several noises could be heard from behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. Orochimaru, previously bound in a cell with shackles, suddenly removed them all, opened the cell, and walked out. Hey, Sarutobi-sensei, are you surprised? Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who turned to look at him, Orochimaru licked his lips, a sinister smile on his face. Is it my age, or perhaps it's been too long since you've sat on the throne of Hokage that's made you so careless now, Orochimaru? You? Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was complicated. Only now did he finally understand everything. Today was a conspiracy, a plot against him. He was summoned here not to reveal any important information about the Akatsuki, but to kill him. And his old friend, Danzo Shimura, was also involved in this whole operation. No, it was actually Danzo's conspiracy. Orochimaru, imprisoned, could do nothing. Only Danzo could have planned everything, allowing Orochimaru to break free without the guards noticing. What he didn't know was that there was more to the story. Danzo not only helped Orochimaru escape his bonds, but even helped him leave prison and complete his reincarnation technique outside. It could be said that from beginning to end, Sarutobi Hiruzen was completely oblivious. So, what you said earlier was just to disturb my mind, devoid of any true feeling, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, somewhat unwillingly. He desperately hoped that his disciple had truly come to his senses. But the next moment, Orochimaru's response ruthlessly shattered his hopes. Hey, of course, Sarutobi-sensei, how could I possibly question the idea of immortality? Only immortality can fulfill my ambitions, and I will never change that. Orochimaru's face flickered with amusement. With these words, Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to age even further, his whole body hunched over. Cough cough, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, feeling the strength rapidly draining from his body. He knew he would most likely not survive the day. The sudden blow had pierced his lung, leaving him severely wounded and in imminent danger of death. And now, he was surrounded by two powerful enemies. Escape was practically impossible in this underground space. He trembled as he turned, clutching his chest and gasping for air, his expression complex as he stared at Danzo. Danzo, why are you doing this? Is it still because of the Hokage? Danzo had once sent an assassin to kill him, but the attempt had failed. Back then, for various reasons, he had decided not to pursue the perpetrators. He hadn't expected to be defeated today. HMPH, of course. I told you before, you're too naive and unfit to be Hokage. Danzo's face was cold and ruthless. Monkey, die peacefully today. When I ascend the throne of Hokage, I will make Konoha's name resound throughout the ninja world. Ahem, is that so? Sarutobi Hiruzen began to feel his vision blurry, and he involuntarily half-knelt. Did I do something wrong? He sighed inwardly. Kill him, Orochimaru, Danzo said expressionlessly. Killing Sarutobi Hiruzen was only the first step of the plan. There was a second step to come, and there was no time to waste. Boom. But at this moment, a muffled sound suddenly came from above their heads. Immediately afterwards, dust fell from the ceiling and the chandelier shook violently. Huh? Danzo and Orochimaru were both startled and stared upwards. What on earth had happened? If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170 White Beast Rock Lee Solo. Night fell, and dense dark clouds completely obscured the moonlight, stripping the earth of its silvery veil. In the pitch-black forest, the chirping of insects echoed incessantly, a nighttime symphony. But if one listened closely, one could detect a voice that stood out from the crowd. 886, 887, 888, a figure leaped forward among the tall trees, muttering something. Clearly, the incongruous sound came from him. Had light shone upon him, one would have seen him performing frog jumps, carrying a massive rock on his back. He wore a green tights, a bowl-cut hairstyle, and thick eyebrows that would have put any ordinary person to shame. This meant he was Rock Lee, Might Guy's disciple. 889, 900, 100 more, then handstand push-ups, Rock Lee said to himself. He'd been delayed from training during the day by a mission, which was why he was training here alone now. I wonder how Naruto, Sasuke, and the others are doing, and whether their strength has improved significantly, he thought as he hopped. Over 4 months had passed since Naruto and the others left Konoha. During these 4 months, he'd been training daily, ensuring that by the time they met again, his strength would still be on par with them, or even surpass them. Don't overthink it, just keep training. In this world, only training never lies, no matter how much Naruto and the others improve, as long as I train hard, my strength will never fall behind. His eyes blazed, and his hops involuntarily increased, sending a series of heavy, muffled thuds through the relatively silent forest. Just as he was about to cross the forest, swoosh, 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 several hidden weapons suddenly hurled themselves from the front, left and right. His eyes fixed, and he immediately dropped the stone on his back, then kicked hard to avoid the weapons. What was going on? Could there be an enemy here? After dodging, he was completely bewildered and immediately began to sense the surrounding ki. This time, he instantly detected 3 unfamiliar ki streams ahead of him. Hey! I'm from Konoha? He hadn't finished his words when, from the direction of the 3 unfamiliar ki streams, even more hidden weapons shot out. Although he couldn't see the weapons clearly, Rock Lee dodged them again by the whizzing sound of them cutting through the air. Then, with a swish, he silently dodged behind a tree and said nothing more. The enemy didn't attack again, clearly unable to discern his exact location in the pitch darkness. As for why they had been able to fire hidden weapons at him earlier, it was because his voice had given him away. It must be an enemy. Has someone infiltrated Konoha? Rock Lee frowned and thought. He had just announced his Konoha affiliation, yet the enemy continued to attack him. This alone was enough to confirm that they were enemies of Konoha. This place is quite a distance from the village center. If I go back and call for help, these enemies will most likely have already fled, then, I will defeat them. After a moment's deliberation, his eyes firmed in his decision. From his perception, the enemy's aura was no stronger than his. While he could use aura to determine their location, they couldn't sense him. With such an advantage, if he couldn't defeat them, it would be a waste of all his hard training. Swish! Having made his decision, he immediately and silently moved towards the aura on the far left. Meanwhile, 3 root ninjas, dressed as sound ninja, were slowly advancing in a triangle formation. They scanned the area ahead repeatedly, but saw nothing. Damn it! It's too dark to see. How could anyone be here at this hour? One of the root ninjas muttered to himself. They had been sent by Danzo to keep watch outside the cave and kill anyone who approached. They'd thought it was a simple mission, after all, who else would wander around here at night? But they'd actually found out. Upon noticing someone approaching, They acted decisively, intent on taking them down in one fell swoop, lest they discover their presence and flee back to Konoha to alert them. Unexpectedly, in the pitch darkness, the enemy evaded their attacks, thwarting their efforts. Fortunately, the enemy foolishly made a noise, revealing their position and allowing them to launch a more powerful attack. But they'd failed again, as they didn't hear the enemy's muffled grunt after being struck. Luckily, they also didn't hear the enemy leave. That's why they risked searching for him in the pitch darkness. "Damn it, where are you hiding? Get out now," the three root ninjas cried, their faces alert, kunai tightly grasped, poised to strike at the enemy's presence. At that moment, a dark figure slipped past them unnoticed to their right. Yash, 2 strikes, Rock Lee clenched his fists, setting a goal for himself. Sensing his target in his optimal attacking position, he mentally charged his ki to the limit. Then, with a whoosh, he launched himself into a flying kick. Ada, bang! The root ninja on the far right of the triangle formation had no time to react before being struck squarely in the head. And that wasn't the end. Suffering such a devastating blow, he was sent flying, colliding directly with a root ninja on the far left of the triangle, sending them flying into a tree. Bang! Another loud bang followed, and both the men's eyes rolled back as they passed out. Wah! The root ninja in the lead felt goosebumps erupt, his pupils constricting. Before he could react, he saw a fist rapidly enlarging before him. The next moment, bang! He flew backward, blood and spit splattering from his nose as he slammed into the tree, sliding down unconscious. Yo! Mission accomplished. When the dust settled, Rock Lee retracted his fist and gave himself a thumbs up. Not only that, he flashed a gleaming set of white teeth. In the pitch darkness, they were incredibly dazzling. So who are these people? Suddenly, the dense clouds parted, letting in a sliver of cold moonlight. Even so, the forest remained shrouded in darkness by the dense foliage. Puzzled, Rock Lee lifted one of the men out of the forest, preparing to examine him in the moonlight. What's this pattern? In the moonlight, he could clearly see the sound ninja Ford protector the man wore, and instantly recognized them as the enemy who had attacked Konoha months ago. Could there have been some who slipped through the net? That's not right. If they hadn't been caught, why didn't they flee, but instead lurk here? Could it be, he suddenly thought. The leader of the Sound Village was Orochimaru, the Konoha traitor, and Orochimaru was rumored to be imprisoned in Konoha prison. This meant these people were likely trying to rescue Orochimaru. If that was the case, their presence here meant the Konoha prison might also be nearby. To verify this hypothesis, he concentrated and held his breath, expanding his aura sensing range to its maximum. 3 people over there, his gaze, sharp as a torch, focused on a dark cave several dozen meters away. Could the prison be in there? But why wasn't he sensing any other aura? A sudden flash of inspiration struck him. That's right, Teacher Guy had said that Konoha's prison seemed to be built underground. So, he immediately focused his aura sensing towards the ground. What is this? His pupils suddenly constricted after this perception. He sensed a very familiar aura. Hokage-sama, how could this be? Indeed, after sensing the ground, Rock Lee discovered, coincidentally, a familiar aura some 20 meters below him. This aura was the aura of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. But now, it was so faint, like a candle in the wind, it could be snuffed out at any moment. Hokage-sama has been attacked. A cold sweat broke out as this thought occurred to him. He sensed 2 unfamiliar auras surrounding Sarutobi Hiruzen. If his suspicions were true, these 2 auras were the enemy who had attacked the Hokage. Otonin, Orochimaru, the prison. No matter how I think about it, Hokage-sama has been attacked. Rock Lee's face was grim. I must rescue Hokage-sama. He clenched his fists, making a quick decision. At this point, he was the only one who could possibly rescue the Hokage. After all, this place was in the middle of nowhere, and he wouldn't have come here if it weren't for training. At this point, finding help nearby was practically a pipe dream. And if he returned to the village center to seek assistance, it would be too late. With that much time, the Hokage, in his current condition, could die hundreds of times. Taking a deep breath, he quickly unloaded his load and gathered it all in his arms. Then, his eyes flashed, and he leaped high. Hokage-sama is in a very dangerous situation, and I know nothing about the prison situation. Finding him immediately is unlikely. In that case, I can only create some noise to distract the enemy. Whoosh! At the highest point of his leap, white auras emanated from his body, and he used the air dance technique to soar even higher. At about 100 meters, he turned and rapidly descended toward the ground, using the air dance technique to accelerate himself. About 20 meters from the ground, he dropped all the loads in his arms. The next moment, boom! A deafening roar suddenly echoed. The thousands-pound load, hurtling at lightning speed, exploded into the ground like a miniature meteorite, leaving a massive crater. That should do it. Hopefully, we'll have enough time. After landing, he glanced at his masterpiece from the corner of his eye and, without hesitation, sprinted towards the cave where he'd sensed the aura. He hoped the noise of his powerful blow would reach the underground prison, distracting the enemies below and temporarily halting their attempts to kill the Hokage. Then, he could use this opportunity to quickly break into the prison, find the Hokage, and rescue him. Whoosh! A flash of white light flashed across the ground. In less than 2 seconds, he was deep inside the cave, swiftly turning a corner in the darkness, illuminated by the light of his own aura. Then, as he approached the second corner, his eyes flashed. Two are lying in ambush around the corner, and another is behind. Using aura sensing, he pinpointed the exact positions of the 3 enemies behind the corner, and a plan formed in his mind. The plan was, give them a close range, unleashed attack. Whoosh! He kicked off the ground, his body soaring forward like a carp leaping over a dragon's gate, reaching nearly the cave's limit, about 3 meters. Simultaneously, he quickly gathered 2 key bullets in his hands. Swish! The next second, he flew along the inner wall of the corner, sending them hurtling straight toward the 2 enemies standing on the ground, bracing for battle ahead. Boom! Boom! The 2 enemies had no time to react, barely registering what had happened, before they were blasted in the face by the key bullets. Immediately, a puff of white smoke erupted from his mouth, and he fell straight back. An enemy of the sound ninja, snap! His limbs, like a frog, cushioned against the wall. Rock Lee launched another shot at the remaining enemy behind him. As he did so, the surrounding light clearly revealed the sound ninja forward protector on the enemy's head. His conviction grew even stronger. The enemy watched in disbelief as his 2 teammates fell, a look of complete bewilderment written all over his face. No, what had happened? How did the enemy fly out, and how did his teammates fall? This was his first time on such a large mission, so his 2 teammates had asked him to provide support from behind. Unexpectedly, he was left alone on the field in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, he had undergone extraordinary route training, and after a moment of confusion, he reacted and rushed towards Rock Lee with kunai in hand. But the next moment, his pupils dilated. What? Rock Lee's white aura suddenly grew stronger. With it, its speed also increased. Like a flash of white light, it struck him before he could react. Ugh! His eyes bulged, his stomach churning, and his body flew backwards, slamming heavily into the iron gate. Clan. As the back of his head made intimate contact with the gate, his limbs twitched and slid down. Huh? The last one is gone, Rock Lee gasped as he landed on the ground. Without even a glance at the fallen enemy, he sprinted through the iron gate. Reaching the spiral staircase, his gaze fixed. He saw several autonomous, having heard the commotion, scurrying towards him. Spotting him, they flung shurikens at him. Puff, puff, puff. Rock Lee leaned back, and the shurikens plunged into the cave ceiling. There are too many enemies. There's no telling how many there are besides these. We can't waste time here, Rock Lee gritted his teeth, his mind grappling with a decision. The enemy was too numerous for him to handle quickly. Furthermore, he sensed 1 or 2 more formidable foes, no less powerful than himself. If he engaged them here, he'd have no hope of rescuing the Hokage. He was racing against time, even a second late could mean the Hokage's demise. Whoosh! He didn't hesitate. Instead of taking the stairs, he leaped directly into the hollow at the center, using the air dance technique to accelerate his descent. What? He jumped. The enemies who had just run up the stairs were stunned. Some threw hidden weapons, while others turned back and chased down. The enemies below also attacked Rock Lee. Clang clang clang. Clang clang clang. Rock Lee drew out 2 kunai and waved his hands continuously, deflecting most of the hidden weapons from below. A few weapons grazed his arms, cheeks, and other parts of his body. Bang! As soon as he touched the ground, he didn't stop and shot towards a long targeted passage. He sensed that Sarutobi Hiruzen's aura was located in this passage, while the other passages were far away. Stop him, don't let him get away, The enemies behind him shouted as they chased him, while those in front of him blocked the passage, trying to stop him. But how could he be stopped? In an instant, his hands gathered a key bomb and blasted it at the enemies blocking the passage. Damn it! What's that? Seeing the key bombs, the enemies were wary and dodged. Rock Lee seized this moment and swooped in, leaving his figure behind him in an ever-increasing distance. Chase, we can't let him get to the adults, the enemies gave chase. In the passageway, Rock Lee sped forward, seeing the bodies of Konoha ninjas scattered on the ground. These were clearly the slain jailers. Damn it! They were all killed. He clenched his fists, anger rising within him. Having grown up in Konoha, he deeply loved everything about it. He would never allow anyone to harm Konoha, the place where he had grown up. Soon, several figures suddenly appeared ahead. They were the root ninjas who had been stationed behind Danzo after killing the jailers, blocking Sarutobi Hiruzen's escape. They had clearly not anticipated the enemy behind them, breaking through their own resistance and charging in. Hearing a noise behind him, Rock Lee turned around and rushed through them like a gust of wind. I see. Hokage-sama is not dead yet, I still have time. After passing through these people, Rock Lee's eyes lit up and he saw Sarutobi Hiruzen half kneeling on the ground, dying but still alive. He condensed the energy bullet in his hand again and blasted it at the two figures standing in front of and behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. Then, when the other party dodged, he came to Sarutobi Hiruzen in a flash. He helped Sarutobi Hiruzen up and grinned at the other party's shocked and surprised expression. Hokage-sama, I'm here to save you. Then, he looked around at the enemies in front and behind, raised his eyebrows and glared, and roared, I am Rock Lee, the beautiful white beast of Konoha. Who dares to hurt Hokage-sama? The Return of the Missing Person Rock Lee. Chapter 171 Blooming Sun Fist. About 20 seconds ago. In the underground prison. A sudden tremor. A cloud of long accumulated dust, scattered in a flurry, made breathing difficult. Orochimaru and Danzo both held their noses and frowned, wondering what all the noise was about. After a moment, when the air had cleared of any excess dust, Danzo finally lowered his hand, his single eye fixed upward, his thoughts unsettled. Danzo, from what I know about you, you must have had some help outside. Could it be that someone from Konoha has come here and is engaging your men? Orochimaru stared upward for a moment, then lowered his head to look at Danzo, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Danzo lowered his head, narrowing his eyes. This guy, he knew himself quite well. No matter what happened, we just need to kill Hiruzen and then proceed to the next step of our plan, Danzo said expressionlessly. Even if someone from Konoha did come here, he wasn't afraid. Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to die. If he could kill him now and then execute his next plan, annihilating all the Konoha rivals, he could still hold the position of Hokage. Orochimaru licked his lips. You're right. Then, with a thought, the Kusanagi sword, stabbed into Sarutobi Hiruzen's body, flew out and landed in his hand. Puff. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately vomited blood, and more blood flowed from his wounds, his face paling even more. He clutched his wounds, gritted his teeth, and tried to stand up and unleash his ultimate Shikifu Jinjutsu. However, the excessive bleeding drained his strength, and he tried repeatedly but failed. Watching Sarutobi Hiruzen struggling below, Orochimaru's eyes flickered, then a cruel look took hold. Goodbye, Sarutobi-sensei, he said, raising the Kusanagi sword, ready to deliver the final blow. But at that moment, he suddenly realized something, and his eyes shot up, looking behind Danzo. Suddenly, a ball of white light appeared from around the corner, followed by several smaller balls of white light shooting straight towards them. Narrowing his eyes, he dodged quickly. Danzo, though facing away from the attacks, sensed something was amiss when he saw the strange expression on his face, and with years of experience, he also dodged the attack from behind. Boom boom boom. Several explosions echoed from the end of the passageway, and a figure, like a flash of white lightning, swooped over to Sarutobi Hiruzen and lifted him to his feet. Then, under the gaze of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo, Orochimaru, and the root ninjas chasing after Danzo, he struck a self-satisfied pose. Yo! Rock Lee, Konoha's beautiful white beast, is here. Who dares to harm the Hokage? Silence was the peace of the night. Everyone fell silent as they looked at the figure in green tights, with a bowl-shaped haircut, thick eyebrows, and a childish demeanor. After a few seconds, Orochimaru regained his composure and chuckled softly. What a surprise. I didn't expect this brat to show up here, He hadn't known Rock Lee before. He knew him because he was related to Goku, a person he'd come across while gathering intelligence on him. Goku's disciple? Why is he here? He narrowed his eyes, a hint of something ambiguous. He'd assumed it might be the old man's guards or someone connected to the prison who discovered what was happening. He hadn't expected this brat to show up. Rock Lee Danzo also narrowed his eyes. As Konoha's secret intelligence chief, he knew the boy better than Orochimaru. He knew he was just a mediocre martial artist. Even if his strength improved significantly under the man's guidance, he wouldn't be able to overthrow him. He hadn't wanted to implicate anyone close to the man in this plan. But now, it seemed like there was no other way. He had to kill the boy. He wouldn't let anything here get out, so the man wouldn't be able to find him. Even if the truth were revealed and the man came looking for him, he wouldn't be intimidated. Ahem, Rock Lee, why are you here? Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned. He could never have imagined that, in this moment of near-death experience, this young man would be the one to save him. Hokage-sama, please stop talking. I will definitely get you out of here. As Rock Lee helped the man to his feet, he saw the horrifying wound on his chest. It was a penetrating wound, only about 2 centimeters away from his heart. A little further away, it would have been fatal. While not fatal, it was still terrifying. The constant flow of blood weakened the man. If he wasn't treated promptly, he would die from excessive blood loss soon. He carried the man on his back, supporting him with one hand. The other hand rested on his brow, rapidly gathering energy within him. Thankfully, no one here knew the Taiyang fist. Orochimaru, whom he had nearly witnessed during the Chunin exams, was prevented from doing so by Goku's intervention. So, at that moment, no one except Rock Lee knew what he was up to, simply assuming it was a strange preparatory stance before his escape. After all, he'd already struck a Chunin pose before, so why would another one be so strange? Kill him, with Danzo's command. The restless root ninjas behind him instantly swarmed forward, intent on surrounding and killing Rock Lee. At that moment, Rock Lee, having prepared his moves, suddenly closed his eyes, his body radiating like a tiny sun. Sun fist, in an instant, the dim space was as bright as day. Everyone except Rock Lee was blinded by the intense light. Ah! My eyes, what's going on? It hurts. The root ninjas at the forefront covered their eyes and wailed. Danzo, behind them, did the same, covering his single eye. Damn it! What kind of move is this? He felt as if a needle had pierced his eyes, the pain numbing his brain, and tears welled up like a broken dam. Whoosh! After blinding all the enemies, Rock Lee leaped up, carrying the tearful Sarutobi Hiruzen on his back, swiftly leaping over their heads before disappearing in a flash. Damn it! He's gone. We can't let him get away. Danzo, at the very back, though unable to see, could clearly sense someone sprinting past him. In a moment of panic, he abandoned all else and immediately activated the Sharingan implanted in his right arm, activating Izanami. Swish! In an instant, his single eye opened, and the tears on his face vanished. Not bad, Danzo. Just then, a figure glided past the still wailing root ninjas, chuckling at him. You managed to escape the effects of that bright light. It was none other than Orochimaru. After becoming blinded by the glare, he immediately used the Orochimaru-style substitution jutsu to escape its influence. Orochimaru, Danzo's eyes narrowed. This guy was truly terrifying, yet he remained unaffected. Since you're alright, why don't you catch up? With a cold snort, he quickly chased after Rock Lee in the direction he fled. Orochimaru followed behind, his face calm and composed. Don't worry. That brat can't escape. I have men blocking him up ahead. Meanwhile, in the prison corridor, Rock Lee sped past, carrying Sarutobi Hiruzen on his back. Hokage-sama, you must hold on. I will definitely get you out. Lying on his back, tears streaming down his face, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought to himself, I will hold on, but what's with this bright light? Do you need to blind me to save me? He seemed to sense his inner grumble. Rock Lee's face flushed slightly. I apologize for what happened earlier, Hokage-sama. I wasn't afraid the enemy would learn of my intentions, so I didn't tell you to close your eyes. Ahem, it's okay. I understand. This little bit of bright light is nothing to me. After a few seconds of silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke again. Little Lee, the enemy is very strong. If things get bad later, don't worry about me. Run away. Run back to the village and tell everyone. He was well aware of Orochimaru and Danzo's strength. Although Rock Lee had escaped with a surprising move, if they were caught, he would be difficult to escape with him as a burden. He was also well aware of his own physical condition. He didn't have much time left. If he was surrounded and didn't receive treatment, he would surely die. His death would be fine, as he was already an old man half buried in the ground, but Konoha's still growing talents couldn't die here either. Rock Lee didn't reply, his brows still determined, and his speed increased a bit. In fact, after blinding the enemy with a Taiyang fist, he should have taken the opportunity to kill them. But the space was narrow, and the enemies were numerous, making it difficult to eliminate them all at once. If he couldn't do it all at once, the others would attack him from all sides, and he would have trouble protecting Sarutobi Hiruzen on his back from further damage. And more importantly, he could sense Sarutobi Hiruzen's ki weakening. He couldn't waste time there, he had to flee as quickly as possible and get him to the hospital. There are still enemies ahead. We can't get entangled with them. Sensing the numerous enemies still ahead in the passage, he made a sudden decision. Whoosh! Turning a corner, he found himself with only the last 100 meters of straight passageway ahead. Once out of this passageway, he could use his aerial dance technique to soar to the ground, shake off the enemies, and then exit the cave, completely escaping them. Sun Fist, upon entering the straight passage, he stood still, transforming his accumulated ki into light energy, unleashing another blinding Sun Fist. Ah! Damn it! My eyes, what is this? The same wailing sound from before resurfaced. Rock Lee opened his eyes and took a few breaths. To make the light brighter and more effective at blinding the enemy, his two Sun Fists had consumed a significant amount of chi, and the previous charge, with its bursts of chi and the numerous chi bombs it fired, had also consumed a significant amount of chi combined. His chi was now half depleted, so it was no wonder he felt tired. Huh? What are these? However, as he opened his eyes, hoping to seize this opportunity to escape, he suddenly discovered that the passage ahead was crisscrossed by multiple spider webs. Each web was the same size as the passage, completely blocking it off. Sizzle! He tried to cut through the first one with his kunai, but was surprised to find it was incredibly resilient. He swung with all his might, hoping to cut through them all at once, but couldn't even sever a single strand. He had to concentrate his strength on just one strand to sever it. Damn it! Where did this spider web come from? This is outrageous. After severing several strands, he dropped his kunai, gnashing his teeth. This was too slow. Breaking through a single spider web took forever. And there were so many, he didn't have time to rip through them all. If he did that, the enemies behind him, having regained their sight, would have caught up with him after only a few had been ripped. Boom! He stepped back and fired a ki bomb into the spider web. To his surprise, the explosion blew a massive hole through the web. It worked, his eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he fired another ki bomb. This time, a large hole was blasted through the web, wide enough for him to pass through. Boom, 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 boom. Having found his method, he continued to bombard the webs ahead of him. His barrage of attacks destroyed the webs in front of him at a visible rate. However, just as he had ripped through most of the webs, only a few remained. Wind style, vacuum ball, a breath of wind, like white bullets, shot out from behind him like a machine gun. Sensing danger, he startled and quickly dodged, turning to look. Danzo and Orochimaru, having unleashed a ninjutsu, had already reached the back of the passage and were rapidly approaching him. Damn it! How did they catch up so quickly, he wondered. He hadn't expected them to arrive so quickly. Many snakes formation. At that moment, Orochimaru dropped to the ground and unleashed a swarm of venomous snakes. These snakes swiftly attacked Rock Lee through the opening he had made. HMPH. Disgusting creatures, Danzo stepped aside in disgust, continuing to unleash vacuum balls, attacking Rock Lee through the holes in the spider web, preventing him from further damage. Damn it! What should I do? Rock Lee dodged, holding Sarutobi Hiruzen behind his back with one hand, while unleashing a ki bomb to blast the incoming snakes. In this state, he couldn't free his hands to continue breaking through the spider webs. Put me down, Rock Lee. If you keep going like this, you won't be able to escape. Sarutobi Hiruzen, finally recovering from the effects of the Taiyang fist, said gravely as he took in the scene before him. He didn't know how Orochimaru and Danzo had recovered so quickly, but he knew that since he had regained his sight, the enemies from before had surely recovered as well. If Rock Lee couldn't escape now, he would be even more trapped when surrounded by more enemies. Who? Huh? No. Hokage-sama, I must rescue you, Rock Lee panted, his face determined. No matter how great the difficulties, he would not fear, and would not give up. This was the ninja way that Rock Lee, Konoha's beautiful white beast, upheld. So that's the case, an idea flashed in his mind, a solution in mind. He suddenly placed his hand over his brow and shouted, Taiyang Fist, but he didn't actually execute the move. He had already planned it. If his enemy closed their eyes, startled by his feint, he'd seize the opportunity to break the web and escape. He put on a perfect show, closing his eyes as he shouted. Then, instantly, he opened them. But upon opening them, he was shocked to find that neither Danzo nor Orochimaru had closed their eyes. How could that be? He widened his eyes in disbelief, wondering why they weren't frightened. Was his acting chops bad? Just then, a startled heartbeat struck him. Oh no. Puff, puff, puff. Numerous bullet-like vacuum balls pierced him with pinpoint accuracy. Although he used his ki to defend himself, the power of these vacuum balls was immense. Even with that defense, several holes still gushed out of his body, oozing blood. HMPH. Damn it, he groaned, clutching his chest. Besides the bloody holes in his legs and hands, there was another one in his chest. And this one had inflicted the greatest damage. Suddenly, as if realizing something, he turned his head and called out, Hokage-sama, Hokage-sama. Suddenly, Sarutobi Hiruzen on his back had closed his eyes and fainted. Clearly, his life was truly hanging by a thread. Damn it. What should I do? Sensing the man's remaining breath, a trace of energy was almost imperceptible, Rock Lee panicked. He knew that even if he could escape now, he likely wouldn't have enough time to get him to hospital while he was still alive. So, was he going to abandon him and run? Just as his mind was in turmoil, a tiny, inconspicuous venomous snake slithered to his feet, unnoticed, and bit his exposed big toe. Instantly, the venom injected into his system, rapidly spreading through his bloodstream. What? His pupils shrank to pinpoints, and his body, as if feeling had vanished, collapsed uncontrollably. Furthermore, he couldn't even utter a single word before it died. Bang! After a muffled thud, he and Sarutobi Hiruzen both lay motionless on the ground. The situation suddenly became precarious. Chapter 172 Speed of Life and Death, Goku's Anger. Everyone, eat as much as you can. These are homemade meat patties with soy sauce. You won't get them anywhere else. In a village on a small island, the villagers, along with Goku, Naruto, and the others, gathered around a bonfire, celebrating with great joy. During the day, Naruto, Sasuke, and Haku had a wheat harvesting competition. Their harvest encompassed not only Haku's and Zabuza's fields, but also the fields of several other villagers, earning them immense gratitude. They prepared a host of local specialties to treat Naruto and his friends. Upon hearing this, the prestigious Aunt Non waved her hand and issued the order. But local specialties alone couldn't express gratitude enough. A farewell banquet was necessary, ensuring Goku, Haku, and the others could feast and leave satisfied. After all, they had been gifted with plenty of game these past few days. Thus, the scene unfolded. Wow, ha ha ha. Thank you so much. This is truly delicious. Goku accepted a basin-sized meat patty with soy sauce and devoured it with great joy. Hey! Don't fight me, this is mine. Naruto grabbed Sasuke's hand, stopping him from reaching for one of his beloved thighs. What do you mean yours? You've already eaten a few, this one's mine. Sasuke narrowed his eyes, a dangerous aura emanating from him. He immediately reached out his other hand to grab the thigh. Naruto's eyes widened, and he stuffed the food in his other hand into his mouth, then made his move towards the thigh as well. And then, snap! Snap! Both hands almost simultaneously grasped the thigh's bones. Sasuke, asshole, give it back to me. Naruto, you stinky Sasuke, I told you this is mine. Sasuke, will you let go? Naruto, you've eaten a lot of them, this one should be mine. Sizzle. The two glared at each other, their eyes sparking with electricity, colliding fiercely in the air along their gazes. Hey, you two, this is embarrassing. Kakashi couldn't bear to watch, speechlessly rubbing his hand against his forehead. But Naruto and Sasuke didn't listen, staring intently at each other, as if to say, if I can't have it, then neither can you, stop fighting, you two. We've got more, Haku said gently, bringing another large pork leg from nowhere. Then, they both let go, each crossing their arms and snorting. Sasuke, forget it this time. I'll give it to you, Naruto, I don't want it. Take it yourself. Don't call me stingy, Sasuke, HMPH. I'm not eating it, Naruto, HMPH. I'm not eating it either. They pretended to look the other way, each looking away. After several seconds, they both turned back, ready to pretend nothing had happened and enjoy the pork leg. But, when they turned back, they were shocked to find that not only was the pork leg they were fighting over gone, but even the one Haku had brought later was gone. My secret meat drumsticks. How are they gone? Naruto wailed, clutching his hair. Damn it. Who ate them? Sasuke clenched his fists, gnashing his teeth, his eyes scanning the field. Just then, a voice rang out beside them. Huh? Did you guys stop eating? Goku tossed a bone he'd not cleanly away, blinked, and looked at the two with a silly expression. Having heard them say they weren't eating anymore, he was just thinking about what to eat next. His eyes lit up, and he grabbed the two large meat drumsticks and devoured them completely. Goku-sensei, I want some, Naruto leaped in anger. Sasuke twitched his lips, cursing himself for forgetting there was a huge eater on the field. Sorry, I ate it all, Goku grinned, rubbing his head, looking incredibly angry. About 2 hours later, the banquet ended, and everyone lay on the ground with bulging bellies. Haha, we're so full, yes, thank you, Aunt Minami, and everyone else. Bai stood up and bowed to the villagers. Thank you so much for the farewell party. What are you talking about, Bai? This is what we should do. Yes, Bai, it's getting late. There shouldn't be any ships leaving the port at this time. How are you going to leave? Do you want to stay overnight and leave tomorrow? A villager asked. Well, Bai looked at Goku. Although he had heard Kakashi say that Goku had a way to get them back to Konoha immediately, he didn't know what it was and was a little skeptical. No, we'll leave soon. We have our own way, Kakashi replied, noticing Bai's hesitation. After a short rest after dinner, everyone packed their belongings, said goodbye to the villagers, and left the village. In the woods. Alright, let's go back here, Kakashi clapped his hands and looked at Goku. Thank you, Goku. To prevent the villagers from being startled by their sudden disappearance, they had deliberately retreated to a spot out of sight. Shiro tilted his head, a look of bewilderment on his face, just like Zabuza. Were they speaking human language? Why could he understand each word, but not the whole thing? Alright, Goku replied with a grin, then raised his sword finger to his forehead. Whose chi are you looking for? Well, I'll look for Mr. Saratobi's. He remembered Kakashi's promise to explain the situation between Hiruzen Sarutobi and Zabuza, so he might as well go directly to him. Mr. Sarutobi's chi. Why can't I find it? He frowned slightly. Although the ninjas of this world conserve their chi when not in combat, their chi is far more intense than that of plants, animals, and other creatures. It can be easily sensed. If it can't be sensed, there are only two reasons. One is that the owner of the chi has died. Upon death, their chi naturally vanishes, undetectable. Another possibility is that their chi is too weak, lost amidst the countless auras of living things. It's like searching for a drop of ink in a vast ocean. No matter how hard you try, you'll never find it. In either case, it means the person is in dire straits, either dead or very close to death. What's wrong, Goku? Seeing Goku frown before teleporting for the first time, Kakashi's heart tightened, a foreboding feeling welling. Something's happened to Sarutobi-sama, Goku said gravely. Kakashi's expression suddenly changed. Something's happened to Hokage-sama. Naruto's face also changed upon hearing this, anxiously asking, what's wrong? What happened to Grandpa Hokage? Goku didn't answer, instead searching the chi he'd memorized throughout Konoha. Might Guy's chi was normal. Niji's was also normal. Lee's chi was weak, nearly reaching a point where he couldn't sense it. There was an even fainter aura around him. It was Sarutobi's aura. Goku was suddenly startled. His previous search had been too extensive, leaving him completely unable to find any. He hadn't expected to stumble upon Lee's aura this time, unexpectedly discovering him. And there were many auras around them that were far more powerful than their own. This meant they were under attack. And in imminent danger. Kakashi, you two wait here. Lee and Sarutobi are in trouble. I'll be there right away, Goku said sternly, looking at Kakashi. Wait, Goku, Are they in Konoha? Yes, then take me there. I think I can help. Shiro, you two wait here, Kakashi said, grabbing Goku's hand. Okay, Goku nodded and was about to teleport. But Naruto grabbed him, saying, I want to go too. With both the thick-browed man and the Hokage in trouble, there was no way he could bear to wait here. And then, with a whoosh, the three of them vanished from the scene. How did they disappear? Seeing this horrifying scene, Haku and Zabuza rubbed their eyes, thinking they were seeing things. This is Goku-sensei's ability, called teleportation. Now you understand why I can take you back to Konoha right away, right? Sasuke crossed his arms and explained. What happened, Naruto? And that bushy-browed guy? He looked up at the night sky, a touch of worry in his heart. After all, it was the first time he'd seen Goku look so serious. But since Goku was gone, they should be fine. He'd just wait here quietly. It's okay, Karin, trust Goku-sensei, he reassured her, looking at her worried face. This was why he stayed behind, not going there like Naruto. Someone had to stay here, right? Inside Konoha, in the underground prison. Swish. Goku, Kakashi, and Naruto suddenly appeared. What? The moment the three appeared, they were stunned by the scene before them, their pupils suddenly shrinking to pinpoints. Before them, Sarutobi Hiruzen lay on the ground, barely breathing, his chest covered in dried maroon blood, evidently drained of all his blood. Beside him, Rock Lee also lay motionless, his green tights stained a deep crimson with blood. Rock Lee's eyes were now somewhat unfocused, his usually strong, erect eyebrows drooping slightly. Upon catching sight of Goku and the other two, he murmured softly, So, do people hallucinate before they die? Goku-sensei, Kakashi-senpai, Naruto, I never thought I'd see you again, but why isn't Guy-sensei here? Hey. Thick eyebrows. It's not an illusion. We're here. We're here to save you. After a moment of shock, Naruto quickly stepped forward, shouting anxiously. Thick eyebrows. You're not going to die. Wake up now. He carefully lifted half of the man's body and leaned it against his own body. He gently rocked his head, staring anxiously into his eyes. After this maneuver, Rock Lee's eyes regained some focus. He blinked softly, a bit bewildered, and said, Naruto? Why are you here? We'll talk about this later. Just know you're not going to die, Goku-sensei, please save him. Having just finished channeling chi into Sarutobi Hiruzen, preventing him from dying for a while, Goku, without hesitation, channeled some chi into Rock Lee as well. Alright, but they're both badly injured. My chi can only protect them for a while at best, Goku said solemnly. These two men's vitality was nowhere near Frieza's, who could survive simply by injecting chi into them when they were dying. Therefore, his chi could only delay their death, not prevent it. If time drags on, no matter how much energy he injects, the two will die. Damn it. If only I had senzu beans, he thought anxiously. If only I had senzu beans, no matter how badly injured they are, as long as they're still alive, they could eat them and be back to full health. What should we do then? Naruto panicked upon hearing this. Then his mind raced. Oh, right, the hospital. Sending them to the hospital should be enough, right? They'll definitely be able to heal them, but Kakashi poured cold water on his words. No, with their current injuries, the hospital probably can't save them, Kakashi said gravely. He had just given the two a cursory inspection. One had a severe blow near his heart and was bleeding profusely. The other was covered in wounds, especially on his chest, where there was a 3-centimeter wide hole, even worse than Sarutobi Hiruzen's. With their injuries, as far as he knew, the doctors at Konoha Hospital were unlikely to be able to save them. Goku, why don't you ask Karin? In this situation, his first thought was Karin, who could heal serious injuries. Of course, he would respect Karin's opinion, and if she disagreed, he wouldn't force it. But as soon as he uttered the name Karin, Goku's eyes stopped him from saying anything else. Don't we still have Tsunade? You praised her healing skills so much before, but can't she heal them? Well, Tsunade-sama should be able to heal them, but that's her condition. Kakashi trailed off. Goku knew what he was getting at. From the time he'd met Tsunade, he'd known she suffered from hemophobia. During Sakura's exam, she'd had to turn her back, letting Shizune take the test for her. How could she possibly heal the two now serious wounds? How can we know unless we try? I believe she'll find a way. Goku's eyes darkened. Just as he was about to teleport everyone to Tsunade's side, He knew she was suffering from hemophobia. During Sakura's exam, she'd had to turn her back, letting Shizune take the test for her. Given that situation, how could she possibly heal the two now serious wounded? How can we know unless we try? I believe she has a solution. Goku's eyes were penetrating. Son Goku, I didn't expect you to actually come. I can't let you rescue the monkey, Danzo, leading a group of root ninjas behind them, said grimly. He hadn't expected Orochimaru's words to be so powerful that a dangerous figure like Son Goku would actually appear. Earlier, he and his men had been so shocked by the sudden appearance of Goku and his companions that they hadn't acted rashly, preferring to wait and see what would happen. Unexpectedly, the enemy seemed to ignore them, intent on taking Sarutobi Hiruzen away. Now, he couldn't remain indifferent. What's that voice? Kakashi's eyelids jumped, and he spun around quickly. Danzo, he knew there was an enemy behind him, but with Goku by his side, he ignored it and focused more on the injuries of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Rock Lee. Unexpectedly, turning back, he discovered the enemy was Danzo. After a moment of shock, he recovered and looked at the other man expressionlessly, saying, "It wouldn't be surprising if it was you. Looks like you almost succeeded this time." The other man had once plotted to assassinate the Hokage, and he, driven by the darkness in his heart, had been bewitched by them and become a participant. However, he eventually came to his senses and betrayed them, thus preventing the plan from succeeding. You're the one who hurt Thick Eyebrows and Grandpa Hokage, aren't you? Naruto looked at him angrily, about to let Rock Lee go and attack Danzo. But Goku stopped him. Naruto, saving them is more important. Kakashi, hold Sarutobi-san. Naruto, hold Rock Lee. Then, turning his back to Danzo and the others, he declared, "I'm a little angry with you. But it's not too late for you to repent and stop." He spoke calmly, but everyone present could sense the hidden anger in his words. Repent? Stop? Humph, what a joke. Everything I did was right. Danzo snorted coldly, then waved his hand. Everyone, attack. The next moment, the root ninjas, who had been preparing for a long time, launched a dense barrage of hidden weapons and various ninjutsu. Boom boom boom. Dozens of attacks poured down on the area where Goku and the others were, making loud noises. It's nothing special. I thought he was very powerful, but I didn't expect him to be this bad. Looking at the thick smoke before them, some of the root ninjas' faces flashed with disdain. After being hit by so many attacks, no matter how powerful the opponent was, he would definitely not be able to withstand it. However, when the smoke cleared, their faces were filled with astonishment. Looking at the deserted scene before them, questions popped up in their minds. Where are the people? Chapter 173, By accident, Naruto was hit by Kuromatsukami. In a remote town within the Land of Fire, three figures staggered down the street. Wine. Why is there no wine? Waiter, bring some more. Drink. I want more. Ugh. Shizune, Sakura, how did we get out? Help me get back. These three figures were none other than Tsunade and her two apprentices, Shizune and Sakura. At this moment, Tsunade, in the center, brought the bottle to her lips, but didn't drink a drop. Angrily, she threw it away, yelling for the waiter to bring more wine. Shizune and Sakura, each supporting one side, should have been stable, but Tsunade was so drunk that her gait was extremely erratic. While Sakura was strong enough to force herself upright, she was afraid of injuring the other, resulting in the three of them staggering together. Lady Tsunade, you've had enough to drink today. We need to go back and rest now. Yes, and the pub is closed. You can't drink even if you want to. Let's go drink another day, okay? The two of them supported each other as much as they could, whispering soothing words. It was unclear whether he really listened to their words of comfort or fell asleep due to the drunkenness. After they finished comforting her, Tsunade actually calmed down and stopped shouting. Instead, she was slowly supported by the two of them as they walked towards the inn. Inside the inn, in the room, Shizune and Sakura carried Tsunade to the bed, and after watching her fall asleep peacefully, they both breathed a sigh of relief. Then, they looked at each other at the same time, shook their heads and smiled bitterly. Sister Shizune, what's wrong with Lady Tsunade tonight? I've never seen her drink so much before. Sakura wiped the sweat off her face, brought two chairs, sat down, and asked Shizune. I don't know either. In the past, when Lady Tsunade drank too much, it was because she was thinking about Rope Tree and Uncle. But today, it doesn't seem like that. Shizune sat down on the chair and shook her head in confusion. Is that so? Sakura looked at Tsunade sleeping on the bed and fell silent. After being together for so long, she naturally knew about Tsunade's tragic past and the reason why she suffered from hemophobia. So she knew who Rope Tree and Uncle Shizune was talking about. Watching your own brother and lover die in front of your eyes and being unable to do anything is really a very desperate and painful thing. So today, if it wasn't because of drinking too much for this, what could be the reason? Shizune, who had been with Tsunade for many years, couldn't figure it out, and she, who had only been with her for less than half a year, couldn't figure it out even more. Don't think too much, Sakura, you are tired today, take a good rest, I'll take care of Lady Tsunade here. Shizune smiled at her gently. But Shizune, aren't you? Alright, I've been taking care of Tsunade-sama for all these years. I know how to do it better than you do. Go back and rest. Shizune stood up, pulled Sakura to her feet, and then pushed her towards the door. Just then, Sakura's face suddenly changed. She turned and pulled Shizune behind her. Who's there? Suddenly, several figures had appeared in the room. One of them turned, raised a palm, and greeted her. Hey, Sakura, long time no see, Goku-sensei. Sakura's eyes widened, her defensive expression instantly giving way to surprise. The longing she'd felt after months of absence, coupled with this sudden surprise, brought tears to her eyes. Like a child meeting its parent, she opened her arms, wanting to throw herself into Goku's arms. But before she could do so, she sensed something, her face froze, and her steps stopped abruptly. Cage, Naruto, behind Goku, turned around, and she realized, belatedly, that in his arms lay a bloodied, barely breathing Rock Lee. Before she could recover from her shock, Kakashi also turned around, and she was startled once again. Hokage-sama, her pupils shrank to pinpoints, and she covered her mouth in disbelief, her mind blanking. What the hell was going on? Why did both Rock Lee and the Hokage look like they were about to die? Behind her, Shizune was equally startled, but she was an adult after all, and she reacted faster than Sakura. She scurried over to Kakashi, her face solemn, and she checked on Sarutobi Hiruzen in his arms. After a few seconds, she withdrew her hand in shock. Hokage-sama's health is incredibly poor. He's still alive. She then examined Rock Lee and exclaimed in similar astonishment, his health is also quite poor, just as bad as Hokage-sama's. Shizune, you see the situation. We came here to ask Tsunade-sama for help. Without her help, neither Hokage-sama nor Rock Lee would have survived. After she finished her examination, Kakashi looked at her sternly. Ask Tsunade-sama for help? But Shizune was about to say that Tsunade had passed out drunk when her eyes suddenly widened. Hey! Tsunade-sama, why are you awake? Behind Kakashi and the others, Tsunade, previously blushing and soundly asleep in bed, suddenly sat up. Sure enough, there's a reason for my sudden panic tonight. Tsunade stared straight ahead, her face clear of any trace of drunkenness. While drinking tonight, she'd felt an inexplicable panic, but she couldn't figure out why, so she used alcohol to numb herself. That was why she drank so much tonight, leaving Shizune and Sakura baffled. Now, it seemed, this panic stemmed from Sarutobi Hiruzen's impending death. While she held some grievances and complaints against him, it was undeniable that he was the last close relative she had left in this world. If he died, she'd be devastated. Shizune, bring me a handkerchief. Yes, Tsunade-sama. Shizune instantly understood her intention. After all, she'd done this many times before. She quickly pulled a black handkerchief from her bag on the table, stepped forward, and covered Tsunade's eyes with it. Then, she helped her over to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Buzz! Tsunade quickly probed Sarutobi Hiruzen with her chakra, then withdrew her hand within 2 seconds. Next, Shizune then helped her over to Rock Lee. The probe, the withdrawal, took 8 seconds this time. Although the old man's wound is close to his heart, it hasn't damaged any arteries. With a massive blood transfusion and the use of palm magic to repair the wounds, he can be saved. The other man has 56 wounds, 36 on his limbs, and 20 on his chest, abdomen, and back. The large chest wound is the most serious and requires immediate surgery. Furthermore, many of the wounds are poisonous and require detoxification, Tsunade said gravely after the examination. How could this be? Thick eyebrows has so many wounds. Naruto was stunned for a moment, staring in disbelief at Rock Lee, who lay dying in his arms. He had assumed the man only had this large chest wound, but he was ravaged by scars, all of which were obscured by the blood soaking his clothes. Damn it! This is too much. I'm going to kill them. Thinking of the enemies he had seen earlier, he felt a surge of rage, eager to kill them immediately. But soon, his rational mind overcame him. He took a deep breath, resolutely letting go of his previous grudges, and pleaded with Tsunade with all sincerity, "Tsunade, Sister Tsunade, can you please save them right now? They're dying." Unexpectedly, Tsunade denied him. No, everyone except Shizune and Sakura was shocked. Naruto's fury surged, and he pointed at her, gritting his teeth and saying, "Damn old woman, why not? Are you kidding us?" Bang! Sakura leaped forward, delivering a powerful punch to Naruto's head. Naruto. How rude. How can you say that to Tsunade-sama? Tsunade-sama is saying that because we don't have the medical treatment facilities here. Think about it, where would we get enough blood to give Hokage-sama a transfusion, and where would we even have the facilities to perform surgery on Lee? Naruto froze at these words. Then, as if unaffected by the pain in his head, he looked at Tsunade, who hadn't erupted in anger at his words, and bowed his head apologetically. "I'm sorry, I was wrong. You can scold me and hit me all you want, but please save Thick Eyebrows and Grandpa Hokage. As for the treatment requirements, does Konoha Hospital meet them?" "Huh? Konoha Hospital?" Tsunade tilted her head, a little puzzled. "Of course Konoha Hospital meets them, but, as long as they meet the requirements. Goku-sensei, let's get over there." Naruto's eyes lit up, and he looked at Goku anxiously. Goku smiled faintly. "Shizune, hold on to Tsunade. Sakura, hold on to Shizune, and put your hands on me, okay?" Sakura quickly obeyed. Shizune and Tsunade were confused, unable to react. What did this mean? "Oh, no time to explain. Shizune's sister, just do it," Sakura urged. "Ah. Okay." Once everything was ready, swish. The room was empty in an instant. An unknown amount of time passed before Tsunade's bed, where the previously dead sleeping pig, Tunton, oh, it seemed like a pig, anyway, stood under the covers. Tunton suddenly woke, emerged from the covers, yawned sleepily, and headed for the bathroom, only to find the room deserted. Pwoo! It tilted its head in confusion. Using its keen sense of smell, it detected Tsunade and her companion's scent as strong as anyone else's, meaning they were last seen in the room. A look of fear crossed its adorable face. Pwoo! Inside the Konoha Hospital. "Shizune, what are you still standing there for? I'll leave the old man's treatment to you," Tsunade urged, looking at the stunned Shizune. She knew why she was stunned. Anyone transported thousands of miles to Konoha in an instant, then experiencing the thrill of flight, would be stunned. She was no exception, but her vast experience and composure meant she quickly suppressed her shock and reminded her disciple to wake up. "Ah, yes. Tsunade-sama." After being knocked on the head, Shizune shook her head, pushing the unbelievable thoughts deep into her heart. "Then what will you do, Tsunade-sama?" There were 2 injured patients, and if she took charge of Sarutobi Hiruzen, that meant Rock Lee would be handed over to Tsunade. But how could Tsunade, who suffered from hemophobia, perform the surgery? Have you forgotten Sakura? You know Sakura's talent. She's learned all the medical skills I've taught her, but she still lacks experience. This is the time to gain experience for her," Tsunade said seriously. But Shizune still felt a little worried. After all, Rock Lee's surgery wasn't an ordinary one, but a more difficult one. Was it really appropriate to let Sakura perform such a difficult operation right from the start? HMPH. What are you afraid of? I'm here. While I can't do anything, I can still help her. Stop talking nonsense and get to the old man. If you're any slower, he'll die, Tsunade commanded without question. Shizune reluctantly agreed and entered Sarutobi Hiruzen's operating room. Once inside, Tsunade looked at Sakura, who was speaking to a nurse in the distance, and thought to herself, "Sakura, didn't you say you learned medical ninjutsu so you could save your companions when they were injured? Now that this situation has arisen, I believe you can handle it successfully." "What? You said my blood type is B, which doesn't match Hokage-sama and Rock Lee's. Damn it. How could this be? I wanted to pour out my passion. Is youth withering away like this?" Across the hospital, Might Guy, tears streaming down his face, roared to the sky in grief, drawing the attention of everyone around him. "Hey, keep your voice down. This is a hospital. Don't disturb the patients. Hokage-sama and the other person both have type A blood. You need to find someone with type A blood. Type O is fine, but type A is best," the nurse in front of him said with a frown. "Is that so?" Upon hearing the nurse's words, Might Guy's eyes blazed, and he felt a surge of energy. Yush. My youth is back, Hokage-sama. Lee, wait. I'll find someone with type A blood. The blazing flame of youth instantly ignited within him. With these words, he dashed out of the hospital, leaving a trail of dust and smoke behind the group of patients and nurses. Elsewhere, in Konoha prison, watching Goku, Kakashi, and Naruto reappear before him, Danzo, sitting on the ground, raised his eyes and thought expressionlessly, "Sure enough, you've already placed your mark on me." Even without my knowledge, when he saw Goku and the others vanish into thin air, he had a bad feeling, knowing they must have escaped using space-time ninjutsu. And from their conversation, he knew they were trying to find Tsunade. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen was nearing death and Tsunade suffered from an incurable hemophobia, he couldn't guarantee that Sarutobi Hiruzen could be revived. After all, he knew Tsunade had a disciple she had taken in for many years. What if that disciple inherited all Tsunade's abilities? He didn't dare to think about it. If Sarutobi Hiruzen were revived, his dream of becoming Hokage would be shattered. He might even be hunted by Konoha's ninja, becoming a traitor like Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen had been naive and spared him back then, but he didn't believe he would let him go again now that he had nearly killed him. Furthermore, he had nearly killed Goku's disciple, Rock Lee. Even if Goku had previously promised to spare him if he repented, he wouldn't believe it and scoffed at the suggestion. Who would let their enemy go just because they repented in such a situation? That's a complete joke. No one would believe it. So, seeing his plan about to fail, he decided to go all out, betting everything on Goku. He bet that he could locate anyone without anyone noticing. He bet that he would return immediately after sending Sarutobi Hiruzen and Rock Lee for treatment. He bet that he could obtain him and, with his power, rewrite everything. And now, he'd won both bets. He was not where he was before, but in a different part of the prison. Yet, Goku and the others appeared directly before him, not in their previous location. This meant that the enemy was relying on people to locate him, not objects. And he had never had any contact with Goku from the beginning to the end, even their meeting was today, their first meeting. Therefore, he could conclude, the enemy could locate anyone without anyone noticing. With this conclusion established, he knew he would be found no matter where he went, so there was no point in running away. Of course, if his bet had gone wrong, he would have wasted precious time to escape. Fortunately, his bet was right, leading to his second gamble. The enemy had sent Sarutobi Hiruzen to Tsunade for treatment, and Tsunade was away from the village. This meant that the rest of Konoha was likely unaware of what had happened. If the enemy had sent him there and then returned immediately, he would have a chance to turn the tide. But if the enemy waited for Sarutobi Hiruzen to be revived and then returned to Konoha to announce the matter, he would have no chance. By then, even if he could have killed Sarutobi Hiruzen, he would have lost the support of the people and would have made it impossible for him to ascend to the position of Hokage. And here, too, he had made the right bet. It had been less than 10 minutes since the enemy had sent him away. Even if Tsunade were a god of medicine, she wouldn't have been able to heal the two dying men in such a short time. So, the third gamble, the most crucial one, was to try to use Shisuke's Matsukami to rewrite Goku's will, bend it to his will, and use its power to kill Sarutobi Hiruzen and all the witnesses, thus securing his ascension to the position of Hokage. That guy Hiruzen is not capable of being Hokage. Only when he dies and I take over Konoha can Konoha become stronger. Danzo was doing the preoperative incantation while activating Shisu's Sharingan hidden under the bandages, preparing to activate Matsukami. At this moment, Naruto, who had been patient for a long time and had accumulated a lot of anger in his heart, flashed in front of him, ready to launch a furious attack. And so, Danzo's vision was filled with Naruto, and he had no time to retract the Matsukami he had just activated, and it was used directly on Naruto. Bang! Naruto's kick was fixed in midair, and the anger in his eyes suddenly disappeared. Then, he blinked, retracted his foot, turned and looked at Goku. Goku-sensei, let's go kill Grandpa Hokage. Chapter 174 Danzo's Death. In an operating room at Konoha Hospital, Sakura, don't be nervous. Relax and think carefully about what I've taught you. Tsunade, blindfolded at the operating table, couldn't see, but the silence allowed her to clearly hear the person beside her breathing rapidly. She knew they were nervous. Any newbie would be nervous, especially since this wasn't a simple procedure. Sakura clutched the scalpel, her face pale. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead, prompting an assistant to wipe them away. Hearing Tsunade's words of encouragement, She took a deep breath, reflecting on how hard she'd studied for the past few months. Wasn't it all for this day? She hadn't hoped for this day, but now that it had arrived, she felt it was time to live up to her hard work and not let it go to waste. Besides, Rock Lee was waiting for her treatment. If she failed to save him because of her nervousness, she would never forgive herself. Phew. I get it, Lady Tsunade. I won't be nervous anymore. After some mental preparation, her eyes grew firm, her breathing evened out, and she began to settle into the flow. Begin, she gestured to her assistant. Tsunade, sensing all this, couldn't help but smile faintly. She knew the other person had overcome the most important psychological barrier. All he had to do now was maintain his performance, and with some guidance from her, the operation would surely be a success. Elsewhere, in another operating room, Shizune was also treating Sarutobi Hirozen. The nurses beside him fetched numerous blood bags and continuously transfused large amounts of blood into Sarutobi Hirozen's body. With the combined effects of the two, Sarutobi Hirozen's pale complexion finally showed some improvement. Meanwhile, in the underground prison, when Naruto suddenly uttered those words, Goku and Kakashi's eyes froze. Kakashi asked in disbelief, "What did you just say, Naruto?" Naruto tilted his head. "I said, let's go kill Grandpa Hokage. He's truly unworthy of the position. I think this old man behind us is more suitable." Kakashi's pupils shrank. What had happened to Naruto? Why would he suddenly say such a thing? Could it be that Naruto? He looked at Denzo behind Naruto. Despite Naruto's furious attack, the other hadn't resisted at all, simply sitting there quietly. And even after Naruto suddenly withdrew his attack and spoke these words, the other remained unmoved, as if he had expected it. Clearly, Naruto's change had something to do with the other person. "What did you do to Naruto, Danzo?" He narrowed his eyes, staring at Danzo intently. "I didn't do anything." The young man simply came to his senses. "He's right. I admire him very much," Danzo said expressionlessly. Yet, in his heart, he wished he could tear Naruto into pieces. If Naruto hadn't stepped up at the critical moment, his Kido Matsukami would have been used on Goku. Now, just as he'd expected, Kido Matsukami needed a long cooldown period after use. This meant that even if he released his Kido Matsukami from Naruto, he couldn't use it again against Goku. In this situation, Naruto was the only one who could turn the tide. "Naruto, wake up. You're under that guy's Jinjutsu," Kakashi's mind raced. Looking at Danzo's covered right eye, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. His Sharingan, a transplanted one, couldn't be deactivated, constantly draining chakra, which was why he'd covered his eyes to reduce it. Could Danzo's right eye also contain a Sharingan? If so, that would explain Naruto's sudden transformation. Naruto had been caught in a Jinjutsu. "What are you talking about, Kakashi-sensei?" "I'm not under any Jinjutsu at all." Naruto tilted his head, puzzled. "No." Kakashi's heart tightened. He had overlooked something. The Sharingan needed to be visible for the illusion to work, and Danzo's eyes had been covered, so he couldn't have used a Jinjutsu on Naruto. So, what was going on? HMPH, Kakashi, stop guessing. "I didn't do anything." This young man simply woke up. "I want to make Konoha even stronger and unify the ninja world. Only if I become Hokage can I do that. Hirozen can't." "Well, Kakashi, join me. And Son Goku too. I admire your strength. With you, Konoha will unify the ninja world even faster." Kido Matsukami's Jinjutsu is different from other Jinjutsu. It could be used even if the opponent couldn't see his eyes. Furthermore, as long as the caster didn't acknowledge the Jinjutsu, the target wouldn't be aware of the Jinjutsu and would remain under their control. Even if the caster dispelled the Jinjutsu, the target would remain unaware, firmly believing that the caster's altered will was correct. Truly terrifying. And this is why it's called the strongest illusion. Yes, Kakashi-sensei, Goku-sensei, this old man is absolutely right. We, Konoha, should unify the ninja world and dominate it. The ninja world doesn't need so many countries, so many ninja villages. One country, the land of fire, and one village, Konoha, are enough. Join us too. With your help, we will surely achieve this goal soon." After Danzo proclaimed his ideal, Naruto roared in support. This was the desperate plan Danzo had devised to turn the tide. With his current strength, he was 100% sure of killing Kakashi, but not Goku. His space-time jutsu is too tricky, allowing him to easily escape even if he couldn't defeat him. If he escaped, he wouldn't be able to sleep, as he could easily reappear and assassinate him at any moment. Therefore, he had no choice but to sue for peace and persuade him to join his team. Then, once Kido Matsukumi's cooldown period was over, he could use it again, truly making him his subordinate. By then, with such powerful subordinates, would he still be afraid of not being able to conquer the entire ninja world? Seeing Naruto completely brainwashed by Danzo, Kakashi's eyelids twitched, and he clenched his fists tightly. Even if Konoha were to unify the ninja world, it wouldn't be your turn, Danzo. You're such a treacherous villain, you're not worthy of being Hokage. With that, he instantly appeared before Danzo and swung his fist. Now that things had come to this, he had no choice but to defeat him, using his strength to force him to confess the reason for Naruto's transformation and remove the influence he was exerting on Naruto. And he had to do it quickly. Because Naruto hadn't yet used the same brainwashing technique on him and Goku, it might be because it had a cooldown period, or it could only be used once. While the latter option was reassuring, he couldn't afford to accept it. He had to consider the first option, the most dangerous. So now, he had to defeat him as quickly as possible. However, bang! A loud bang followed, and he stared in disbelief. Naruto, you, Naruto, standing in front of him, also swung his fist, blocking Danzo's blow. Kakashi-sensei, I won't let you hurt me. Naruto met his gaze, his eyes stern. What if I absolutely must? Kakashi narrowed his eyes, staring intently. Well, I'm sorry, even for you, Kakashi-sensei, I won't show any mercy. Naruto's gaze began to flicker with hostility. Damn, are you so brainwashed that you'd fight me for this? Hearing the answer he least wanted to hear, Kakashi's heart sank, a sense of unease rising. Could this be the beginning of a ridiculous master-disciple confrontation? Just then, behind them, Goku, who had been silent until then, glanced at Danzo, his expression unremarkable. Hey, quickly, transform Naruto back to his original form. Danzo stood up, his expression impassive. Didn't I tell you, his actions have nothing to do with me, he had a vague feeling Goku was about to strike. This was the scene he least wanted to see, but there was no other way. It seemed controlling Naruto alone wouldn't be enough to reverse the situation. Given that, he had no choice but to give it his all, to try and keep the other party here. Thinking of this, he clapped his hands. The next second, dozens of root ninjas appeared from both sides, surrounding Goku and Kakashi. Heart-turning technique. Behind Goku, Danzo's right-hand man, Yamanaka Fuu, quietly activated the Yamanaka clan's secret technique, preparing to control Goku's body and create an opening for his companions to attack. However, when his released spirit touched Goku's, his spirit suddenly let out a scream, and was instantly repelled back into his body. Hey! Fuu, what's wrong with you? Beside him, Aburame Takeru's face paled as she watched him collapse limply, blood pouring from his nose. But no matter how he called out, the other party simply rolled his eyes and didn't respond. He ignored him and looked at Goku, raising his hands. Secret technique, poison dust technique. A cloud of black mist suddenly appeared in his hands. If the mist were magnified many times over, it would reveal itself to be composed of poisonous insects. But at this moment, were it not for the innumerable insects, so densely packed together, it would be impossible to discern them with the naked eye. Whoosh! As the black mist appeared, Aburame Tagen took a deep breath and blew it forward. He intended for the poisonous insects to dissipate into the air, then enter Goku and Kakashi's bodies without their knowledge, poisoning them to death. However, just as he blew, Goku suddenly turned and casually slapped his hand in his direction. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, a fierce wind arose from nowhere, and multiple gusts of wind swept out from Goku's hands, blowing the escaping black mist towards Aburame Tagen and the surrounding root ninjas. Furthermore, the powerful gusts of wind blew away the root ninjas, who were unable to withstand them. Their bodies were swept backwards by the powerful force of the wind. Wah! Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu, Wind style, Vacuum Wave, Water style, Water Dragon Bullet Jutsu, over a dozen diverse attacks, skillfully combined, blasted towards Goku and Kakashi with a force far exceeding that of a single ninjutsu. Feeling the force of this attack, Kakashi couldn't help but sweat. The space here was small, and the attack's ripples were vast. There was nowhere to dodge. And he felt he didn't have the strength to withstand it head-on. However, a glimpse of Goku's figure reassured him. What was he worrying about? Goku was here. No attack could possibly faze this man. And sure enough, it did. Just as he regained his composure, Goku turned and casually slapped the torrent of energy before him. Pa! It was gone. In the blink of an eye, the mighty, surging energy surge, like foam, vanished beneath Goku's light palm, leaving no trace. Even Kakashi, who knew Goku's strength well, couldn't maintain his composure after witnessing the scene, his eyes bulging with shock. Let alone the enemy. Their bodies froze, their eyes glazed over, as if they had witnessed the most horrifying sight in the world. Danzo, usually calculating and reserved, was also shocked by the scene, his face twitching, his pupils dilating and shrinking. Furthermore, the cane in his hand creaked from the grip he was holding, threatening to burst. How could this be? He couldn't believe his eyes. If the other party had blocked the attack, or if he had caused it to explode elsewhere, like the training bullets that had knocked Shukaku away, he could accept that. But this light palm strike instantly obliterated the torrent of energy, leaving it without a single splash. This truly overturned his perception of the powerful. In his memory, neither his teacher, Tobirama Senju, nor the ninja god, Hoshirama Senju, possessed such power. Gritting his teeth, his expression hardened. Continue the attack. Upon hearing his command, his men suppressed their shock and unleashed their ultimate attacks once again. This time, their power was significantly increased, the concentrated torrent of energy a notch stronger than before. But, when it flew in front of Goku, Goku again lightly swung his palm. Pa! The raging torrent of energy vanished without a trace. Even the root ninjas, trained to be cold and ruthless, couldn't help but feel fear in their eyes. Everyone, stop using ninjutsu. Attack with ninja tools. A long-lost fear welled up in Danzo's heart, but he gritted his teeth and gave his men another order. At this point, there was no turning back. Either he wins and survives, or he loses and dies here. There's no third option. Yes. Danzo-sama, the men, swallowing their fear, unleashed their hidden weapons. Shuriken clone jutsu, exploding kyune, poison secret technique, a barrage of poison and non-poison hidden weapons hurled themselves at Goku, seemingly pricking him like a hedgehog. This time, Goku ignored them, a white aura emanating from his body as he walked straight toward Danzo. And then, everyone saw all the hidden weapons falter, as if encountering an invisible barrier before clattering to the ground. Even when the detonating tags exploded, they merely sent plumes of white smoke swirling around Goku, making his figure even more invincible. Damn it! Everyone, attack! Seeing their hidden weapons proved ineffective, the root ninjas leaped forward, surrounding Goku and unleashing kyune, long swords, and other weapons at him, who was in the center. The next moment, bang, 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 bang. A series of muffled sounds, like drums, continued. A few seconds later, Goku emerged from the crowd of root ninjas, their eyes rolling and foaming at the mouth, and continued walking straight towards Danzo. Goku-sensei, you can't. Naruto suddenly blocked Goku's path, hands raised to his sides, attempting to stop him. But before he could finish his words, Goku appeared behind him, and he himself suddenly collapsed forward, eyes rolling. Naruto, Kakashi, standing behind him, was startled and rushed forward to support him. Looking at the unconscious Naruto in his arms, Kakashi was overwhelmed with emotions. Naruto, get some sleep. You'll be fine when you wake up. He looked up at Goku's back. Goku, I leave it to you. At this moment, Danzo was the only one left on Danzo's team. Watching Goku approach, he calmed down. He quickly untied the bandages wrapped around his right arm, revealing a hideous, pale arm adorned with 9 Sharingans. Shisa's Sharingans had already exhausted their power after activating Kado Matsukami, requiring a cooling period before recovery. So now, he felt compelled to reveal this secret, never revealed to anyone else. His hand, Kakashi noticed this, his pupils trembling violently. How did he acquire so many Sharingans? Could it have been from back then? He recalled the dark night of the Uchiha clan's genocide. Goku, too, noticed Danzo's strange arm and thought to himself, no wonder his aura is so mixed and strange. This seems to be the reason. Having revealed his secret, Danzo sneered with a confident expression, ninjutsu and taijutsu are ineffective against you, so what about jinjutsu? With a thought, he instantly unleashed a jinjutsu on Goku. However, snap! Snap! The footsteps continued, and Goku continued advancing. How could this be? His pupils shrank, and he unleashed another jinjutsu in disbelief. But no matter how many times he tried, Goku's advance remained unwavering. He finally panicked, sweat dripping down his forehead. Damn it. Even the Sharingan's Jinjutsu is ineffective against him. What a terrifying person. He's fearless of ninjutsu and Jinjutsu, and his taijutsu is incredibly powerful. In that case, I'll have to use that. With this thought, he immediately consumed one of his Sharingans and activated Izanami. Son Goku, let me eliminate this scourge of yours, unacceptable to the ninja world. He drew a kunai coated in poison and attacked Goku. The next second, bang! As fast as he had come, he was gone. He was flung forward, landing heavily on the ground. You can't beat me. I'll say it again, restore Naruto to his original state. Goku stood there, looking at him expressionlessly. HMPH, that's hard to say. Danzo climbed to his feet as if nothing had happened. The next second, he suddenly appeared before Goku, stabbing him with a poisoned kunai. Goku's eyes fixed, and he sent him flying again. How did this guy suddenly become so fast? He thought to himself. Besides, after his previous attack, he shouldn't have been able to stand up. Just then, Danzo, who had been sent flying, reappeared before him and attacked him again. Bang! The same scene repeated itself. Danzo was sent flying again, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. The next second, the opponent appeared before him again, but the blood had vanished. Bang! After sending him flying again, Goku narrowed his eyes slightly. What's going on? All his injuries have disappeared. His 3 previous attacks had been increasingly powerful, and the last 2 had already broken countless bones in the opponent's body. But the opponent remained unfazed, continuing to attack him with the same speed as before. This was clearly abnormal. HMPH, Son Goku, you can't kill me, no matter how many times you try. This time, Danzo stopped attacking and instead stood up to intimidate with words. He realized that while his Izanami was useful, instantly rewriting unfavorable reality, allowing him to heal from injuries and reappear before his opponent, this opponent was simply too formidable. No matter how quickly he appeared, the opponent would react and send him flying. In this case, while the opponent couldn't kill him, he couldn't kill the opponent either. And once the Izanami timer ran out, he would be on his knees. So, he had to change his strategy and use words to intimidate the opponent. The implication was, although I can't kill you, you can't kill me either, so stop wasting your time. Really? Goku smiled faintly. After the opponent repeatedly disobeyed his orders and transformed Naruto back, he was losing patience. Most importantly, Danzo's actions reminded him of Baby. That was a man he loathed with such utter disgust, turning Gohan, Goten, Bulma, Vegeta, and other cherished family and friends into his enemies, engaging in a fierce battle with him. And even after his opponent's defeat and escape, he, in a rare act, still harbored murderous intent, blasting him into the sun, utterly annihilating him. In other words, Danzo's actions this time had truly irritated him. Swish! He raised his hand and aimed it at Danzo. The next second, a blast of energy erupted from his hand, blasting Danzo to dust with lightning speed. But the next second, Danzo suddenly appeared on the other side. Without hesitation, he continued his attack, blasting him to dust with another blast of energy. The next second, Danzo reappeared, intact, and blasted him to dust once more. And so the following scene played out over and over again. As soon as Danzo's body healed with Izanami, Goku would instantly lock onto his target and unleash a blast of energy, destroying him before he could even react. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. The explosions created by the energy waves echoed continuously in the silent underground. Behind him, Kakashi stared in amazement, completely unable to speak, and could only swallow his saliva continuously as Goku blasted Danzo in trash again and again. An unknown amount of time passed. After blasting Danzo trashes once again, Goku raised an eyebrow in surprise. He realized that the familiar figure he had blasted hundreds of times had not appeared this time. Could it be that the other party was truly dead this time? He closed his eyes and began to perceive the entire ninja world. After a few seconds, he opened his eyes and confirmed a fact. The other party was truly dead, completely dead, with no trace left. At this moment, Kakashi, who was shocked to find that his ears had become quiet, also realized this situation. He glanced around, then looked at Goku's back and said uncertainly, "Goku, Danzo, this is the man you killed, he's dead." Goku turned around, touched his head with a smile. It seems so, begging for a wave of monthly votes at the beginning of the month. Dear readers, did you enjoy reading this chapter? Can you give me some monthly votes? I haven't asked for it since it was released, so this time I'm being shameless. Chapter 175 Naruto's Battle. Tsunade-sama, what about Sakura? She's fine, just tired. A good night's sleep will be fine. In a lounge, Shizune gently tucked Sakura into bed, a little worried as she watched her slumber. But after hearing Tsunade's explanation, she suddenly understood and felt relieved. Indeed, Sakura had been exhausted during the day, studying medical knowledge and practicing. At night, she'd accompanied Tsunade-sama for drinks and performed a difficult surgery. It was strange that she wouldn't fall asleep from exhaustion. It looks like her first surgery was a success. Shizune smiled as she watched the faint smile on Sakura's face as she slept. As a senior sister and friend, she was delighted that Sakura had succeeded. Huh? That's not certain. Don't you see who her master is? Tsunade folded her arms, a smug look on her face. Even back then, her first surgery wasn't as difficult as Sakura's. As a master, she was naturally proud that her disciple could surpass her master. SHH. Keep your voice down, Tsunade-sama. Don't disturb Sakura's sleep, stop nagging. Let's just go out. Someone's waiting for me outside. With that, Tsunade opened the door and walked out. Shizune glanced back at Sakura. Get some rest, Sakura. Then she followed, gently closing the door behind her. Outside the lounge, Sarutobi Asuma, Yuhi Kirine, Yamanaka Inochi, and many other jonin close to the Hokage were guarding the door. Upon seeing Tsunade emerge, they stepped forward and asked seriously, Tsunade-sama, please tell us what happened? Why did the Hokage suffer such a serious injury? They had been at home when they suddenly received the news that Sarutobi Hiruzen was seriously injured and dying. Shocked, they rushed to the hospital. Once there, Tsunade and the others who knew about the situation were busy treating Sarutobi Hiruzen and Rock Lee. They had no way of asking anyone, and thus remained unaware of what had happened. Only now, after Tsunade and her team had completed the surgery, did they finally have their chance. Well, I don't know the details. I just know that the old man was attacked by Danzo and ended up like this. Danzo, Asuma and the others' pupils shrank. Are you sure? Tsunade-sama, Narashikaku, Konoha's intelligent brain, stepped forward and looked at Tsunade solemnly. He knew that if this was true, then necessary action must be taken now. Although Kakashi told me this, I'm certain it's true. It was Kakashi and Goku who arrived just in time to save the old man. Oh, and you all know Goku, right? To be precise, Goku was the one who actually saved the old man. Without him, he would have died long ago, Tsunade said earnestly, looking around at everyone. Goku and Kakashi? I see, Narashikaku pondered. Asuma was surprised. Hadn't they left Konoha to travel? How could they have saved the old man when he was attacked? But after a moment's reflection, he considered the other party's elusive space-time jutsu, and a sense of understanding dawned on him. Perhaps his old man had sent out some signal when he was attacked, allowing the other party to be aware and rush to his aid? That's all I know about the situation. Everything has to wait for Kakashi and Goku to return. They're off to capture Danzo, Tsunade added. After the Konoha Jonin understood the situation and left, Shizune, who had remained silent, looked at Tsunade with some concern. Come to think of it, it's been so long. Why haven't Kakashi and Goku returned yet? Have they gotten into trouble? After sending them to the hospital, Goku and the others immediately left to find Danzo. The fact that they had already completed their surgeries, and the other party still hadn't returned, was a cause for concern. Don't worry. Forget about Kakashi. As for Goku, who in the ninja world can defeat him? They'll be fine. Tsunade waved her hand, her expression nonchalant. You're kidding? With Goku brimming with terrifying energy, who in the ninja world could possibly harm him? Oh, alright, Shizune blinked, then suddenly frowned. Come to think of it, I feel like something's missing. Tsunade-sama, do you sense anything? Something missing? Tsunade asked, puzzled. Then, the two stared at each other for a few seconds, their eyes suddenly widening as they exclaimed in unison, Tun-Tun, that's it. Tun-Tun, their pet, had always been with them. But when Goku suddenly brought him here, and they were so busy with surgery, they'd forgotten about it. Only now, with some free time, did they finally remember their pet pig? It's all my fault. Tun-Tun was sleeping, and I forgot to bring it with me, Shizune said, a little self-reproachfully. Normally, Tun-Tun was always in her arms, inseparable and incredibly close. She hadn't expected to forget him this time. It's not your fault. It was so sudden, I didn't expect it, Tsunade soothed. Why don't we just wait for Goku to come back and have him take us back? Tonton is asleep anyway, so he probably didn't even notice we left. Yeah, that's true. Tonton is very well behaved. Even if he noticed we were gone, he would stay in his room. Shizu nodded, feeling relieved. She was right. If Goku could bring them to Konoha in an instant, he could certainly send them back in an instant. There was nothing to worry about. The two of them had a good idea now, but they would probably explode when Goku came back. Because Goku really couldn't send them back. After all, who would remember a pig's anger? In the underground prison. After Goku completely killed Danzo, the entire underground space was incomparably quiet. All the root ninjas lay unconscious on the ground, and Naruto was also asleep. Goku and Kakashi were the only two conscious people on the scene. After a moment, Kakashi finally accepted Danzo's death. After taking a deep breath, he looked at Goku and asked, Goku, what should we do now about Naruto? He had originally planned to defeat Danzo and force him to return Naruto to his original form. He assumed Goku shared the same idea, so he left the task to him. However, Goku unexpectedly killed Danzo by mistake due to his strange resurrection. Now, there was no one to answer their questions about Naruto, and no one could return him to his original form. Of course, there was another possibility, that Naruto had automatically returned to his original form due to Danzo's death. If that was the case, it would be perfect. But if not, it would be a bit troublesome. Don't worry, I will make Naruto recover, Goku said solemnly. Then he walked over, sat cross-legged, and placed his hand on Naruto's head. In a vast white space, a small black dot was faintly visible in the center. Damn it! Let me go. What are you doing? He hurt Thick Eyebrow, the enemy of Grandpa Hokage, and not only did you not beat him up, you actually defended him, you even tried to attack Kakashi-sensei. Do you know what you're doing? Zooming in. The camera revealed that the tiny black speck wasn't a dead object, but a person, bound to the ground by numerous white chains. And that person was none other than Naruto. He stared at the image projected in the sky, seething with rage, struggling desperately. But the chains were strong, binding him like a dumpling, and no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free. Damn it! You're not me. Get out of my body. The image projected in the sky was of the outside world. That was his own vision. No, strictly speaking, it was the vision of the other self that controlled his body. In that image, he stood in front of Danzo, shielding him from Kakashi's attack. Not only that, he also threatened Kakashi that if he continued to attack Danzo, he would become his enemy. Seeing this other self controlling his body, he wanted to break free immediately and kick this non-self out. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Why is there another me inside me? After struggling repeatedly to no avail, he began to calm down and ponder the cause of all this. He only remembered that just as he was about to attack Danzo, his head suddenly felt heavy and his vision went black. Then, he found himself here, his body being controlled by another consciousness that had suddenly appeared. This looks like my mental space, but I can't control anything, and that guy obviously can, which is why he was able to lock me in here. So, this is indeed a mental space, but it's not mine, it's his, but in a sense, it's mine too. No, this is too confusing, I feel like I'm going to faint. His eyes were full of circles. Even in his mental state, he felt like his brain was about to burst into black smoke. In other words, his brain was overloaded. Whatever it is, I must get out of here and reclaim my body. I can't let this impersonator replace me, but how can I? These chains are too strong. I can't break free. If he had his hands free, he would have grabbed his hair and twisted it into a mess. Suddenly, his expression froze. Huh? The screen that had been projecting in the sky suddenly turned pitch black. What's going on? It's dark outside, he blinked. He had been fretting over a way to escape and hadn't paid attention to the screen, so he had no idea what was happening. Just then, whoosh, a dark figure suddenly appeared from the sky, then plummeted with a piercing sound, landing heavily not far to his right. Huh? Confused, he immediately tilted his head to the right, trying to see what had fallen. His eyes widened when he saw it. Hey, a figure who looked exactly like him lay quietly on the ground, eyes closed, motionless. This is another me. No, it's the fake that stole my body. In an instant, everything clicked. It seemed the fake had been knocked unconscious by someone outside, most likely Goku. Because they were knocked unconscious, the scene naturally went dark, and the fake had only appeared unconscious. Isn't this the perfect time for me to break free? Naruto's eyes lit up. While awake, they could have locked him down tightly. Now that they're unconscious, those damn chains must have loosened a bit, right? Thinking of this, he began to struggle against the chains again. Clank, clank. He struggled to twist his body sideways, trying to pull the chains firmly fixed to the ground. Ouch, he gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his face as he exerted all his might. An indeterminate amount of time passed. Clang, clang, clang. Huff, huff, his strength suddenly sagged, and he clung to his tongue like a tired dog. But, damn, even though it's a little loose, it's still so hard. Looking at the half-centimeter of chain he had pulled out, he felt a dark cloud over his life. He'd spent ages trying to pull just that little bit out, and there was no telling how much further down the chain lay. He feared the fake would wake up before he could pull it all out. Damn it. When can I break free? He fretted. Being controlled by the fake was only one aspect of his inability to break free. More importantly, he felt his strength draining away, being consumed by this mental dimension. The longer he stayed, the weaker he became, and at some point, he'd be completely devoured by it. He couldn't imagine what would happen to him then. He might remain here forever, a spectator, watching the other person manipulate his body. Or perhaps, his consciousness would completely vanish, cease to exist. And this Uzumaki Naruto's body would be completely controlled by the fake Uzumaki Naruto. It could be said that at that point, the fake would no longer be a fake, but the real thing, the one and only Uzumaki Naruto. Just as he took a few breaths, ready to grit his teeth and continue, another figure suddenly appeared in the sky. Huh? He was stunned. No, why is there another person here? Could there be a third consciousness within his body? Hashigamade, is he going schizophrenic? Just as his mind was swollen and his brain was blanking, the figure in the sky suddenly vanished again. Huh? He blinked frantically, stunned once more. His eyes spun 360 degrees, scanning the sky, but he couldn't see any more figures. Was I just seeing things? He couldn't help but fall into self-doubt. He shook his head, dismissing the thought and preparing to continue his struggle against the chains. But just then, a large face suddenly appeared in his sight. Wow, anyone caught unawares by the sudden appearance of a human face would be startled. Furthermore, this was a spiritual realm devoid of anyone else besides him and the fake. The sudden appearance of a face before him was like a paranormal event, and he cried out in fear. Oh, quite spirited, Naruto. The eerie face blinked and then smiled. Huh? Naruto, startled, began to calm down after hearing this all too familiar voice. He swallowed and studied the face carefully. Within seconds, his eyes widened, and he blurted out, Goku-sensei. Indeed, the large face before him was none other than Goku. Standing directly above him, he couldn't see it approaching due to his limited field of view. The face stretched out by the other person appeared upside down in his eyes, so he didn't recognize it immediately. Naruto, how are you feeling? Seeing Naruto recognize him, Goku dropped his joking aside and circled around to him, looking at him with a grin. This is terrible, Naruto gritted his teeth. That guy is controlling my body, doing whatever he wants outside, and I can only watch from here, unable to do anything. It's killing me. After spewing out his bitterness, he seemed to have a sudden realization, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Goku-sensei, how did you get in? Oh, never mind that. Can you help me remove these chains? I'm having trouble pulling them off, a little slower, or that guy will devour all my strength. Goku's arrival was truly unexpected. But upon seeing him, he knew he was safe. This was the strong trust he had long developed in Goku. Haha, it's fine. Goku extended his index finger, emitting a few rays of light from the chain, and the chain instantly broke. But, Naruto, you need to strengthen your spiritual training from now on. If your spiritual power is strong, these chains won't hold you. I understand, Goku-sensei. Naruto scratched his head sheepishly. He'd indeed neglected his spiritual practice somewhat recently, focusing instead on external cultivation. Now it seemed that this wasn't the way to go, or else he'd easily end up in a disaster like today. Now I can finally get my revenge. Humbly accepting his mistake, he clenched his fists and walked towards the still drowsy fake with a reckless gait. It felt so good to control my body before. He soared into the air, his hands condensing Kamehameha waves. The slumbering fake on the ground seemed to sense danger, his eyelids twitching violently, as if he were about to awaken at any moment. Disappear completely, you fake. Whoosh! Naruto unleashed Kamehameha without hesitation, blasting the fake down to the ground. Just as the Kamehameha reached the fake, he finally opened his eyes, sensing the immense danger. But it was too late. The Kamehameha, carrying the energy that could completely destroy him, instantly struck him, completely obliterating his body. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.